Run, you dogs, to victory!
Answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th Rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. And I don't mean to alarm you, gentlemen, but it has been an insanely huge weekend. And I'm including Friday. From Friday, Saturday, because I only did like a little stream on Friday post Warlord hype, but the hype has not died down. The hype has not died down. So, from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and a bit today as well, it has been an absolutely massive weekend. There's been so much going on. I went down to Warlord Games, and they showed me some things, and my brain has been going a million miles an hour. And so for those of you that didn't get the impromptu Friday stream, we could talk a little bit about what happened then today. But also, here's the big one. Here's the big one. I went to a Warhammer 40k GT this weekend. It was a proper GT, not 10 or 20 people, but a nice, properly sized GT. I think there were 64 people there in total. So not major, not super major, just a proper GT. But there were some very competitive players there. It was a bit of a Shark Tank, and I took Grizzled Company. But not only did I take Grizzled Company, not only did I give it a proper run out this time, but I also took a list that had been sent in to me by the community. I was literally so inspired by this. I know I was wanky, but I was so inspired by that list, I had to run it. And it was really fun. On top of that, I've got loads of painting and hobby and things that I want to share with you guys as well. It's just popping off. It's just popping off, baby! Oh my days. Oh my days. So literally so much stuff to talk about. And we had the Old Hammer Battle Report go out today, and the response to that is not today, on Saturday. And then we had the Saltcast on Sunday about it. And the response to the Old Hammer stuff has been amazing. Also, Squawk is absolutely right. Today we had the new Cadian model get revealed, which was really awesome. So, you know, it's just been a huge weekend for me and for many of us. And so today we are going to have a big old catch up. We're going to talk about everything from Warhammer 40k, New Hammer and Old Hammer. We're going to be talking about Bolt Action. We're going to be talking about Conflict 47. We're going to be talking about Warhammer, the Old World, and everything else. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a big one today, boys. All right. So that is the plan. Today we're going to talk about everything and anything, all of the big news, both stuff that I've been working on, stuff that's been happening in general, and also, of course, what you guys have been working on as well. Because I know that there's probably been a few other people that have been to tournaments that have also been working on some hobby stuff and all that kind of good shit. So there we go. So that's the briefing today, guys. That is the briefing. So with all of that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And there's only one way to start a Mordian Glory stream off. You guys know what to do. It is our traditions. It is time to do that thing which separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what makes us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Empress Aiden, Sultan Smith, McCon, Hardfire, Stephen Wilson, Gabby, Sergeant Sharp, Cobra, John Shepherd, Joe, Godlike Poet, Damn Legion, Trooper number 2102, Gabby, Toast, Greasy Cleric, Squark, Jared Mann, Keith the Imperial Soul, Grizzly Bear, It's Me, Rev, The Warp Forge, Yuli, Yuli, sorry for mispronouncing the name, mate. Jason Wayland, we've got Squidfist here as well. We've got the Whispering Monk, Morpheus, High Marshal Bungle, Mark Coyle, Cyrillic Dude, Mostly Harmless, Trooper number 2102, Raygun, Axe Sharpener, Airborne 342, Damn Legion, Ix, Florida Eccentric, Funky Chicken, Craig Dunn, Ibram Gaunt, Pete Jobson, Sensu, Eternal Rhombus, Cool German Dude, Cobra, Atomic Activity, Toby, Baby Ruth, Green Knight, Jack Handsome, Swampy Turtle, Willful, AK Samijar, Kevin Shields, Butt Mountain, Wolf 58th, The Bloody Mama, and Ironcaster, and Damn Legion! Hey! And Spriggs is probably here at some point as well. And House Salix, there we go. James Space Basigan, Patrick H90. There we are. Welcome to all. And Ishmael Thompson, hey! There we go. Yuli, don't worry about it, man. My first game of K47 this weekend, Soviets did the motherland proud. Yes! Amazing, man. I love it. First game of K47, bro. Amazing. I hope you had fun. I hope you are fully addicted because it's such a fucking good game. And guys, I don't need to say thank you to all of you guys for joining, but let me just say, just whilst Yuli has mentioned, he's mentioned K47. I mean, I've got to talk about it. He's mentioned it. There is so much good stuff coming for K47. I know it's early to get the Warlord ball washing going. There's so much good stuff, and we'll be talking about as much of it as I can today. I'm going to be, maybe giving a little bit more information than Friday. We're going to have to see how much we can strain that NDA. It's straining at the bolts, boys. It's straining at the bolts. Warren's like, God, we got to stop telling him stuff. It's straining at the bolts, boys. Oh my God, there you go. So dude had a bolt actually go with a friend. I think I pulled him back in tabletop. Yes. Every time they think they've got out, we pull them back in. But with all of that said, I want to say a huge welcome to everyone who is here tonight. Hope you guys are having a good time. Thank you for joining and for liking and for subscribing. If you have not done those things, please consider doing so. And of course, a big thank you to everyone who has got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships. And let's take a moment now to go through those things. I'm sure some of them are going to be updates from the weekend, and some of them are going to be just cool things that people have been cracking on with. So let's see what happens. Some of them just going to be support. Just good old support. So I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Hey, Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts and for being our spiritual liege, keeping our ears clean and our hearts pure. There we go, man. There we go. In fact, 1 minute. There's one thing I forgot to tell you about the weekend, guys. 1 minute. Speaking of spiritual liege, and in keeping with the theme of the content that happened this weekend on the Morning Glory channel, I think it's important to show off a particular codex that turned up on my doorstep this weekend. The Space Marine 3.5 edition codex, probably one of the best codexes Space Marines have ever had. This is the one where you can create your own chapters of Space Marine, and you can decide if they are going to be, codex compliant or codex divergent, all that kind of good stuff. So we're going to be getting, so we've got that. we've got that. Pretty beastie codex, that. Some really cool stuff in here as well. Really looking forward to filming a battle report or two with this bad boy. But you want to see the real sauce. You want to see the real sauce. Gentlemen, I have in my hands the Necrochuk. If you know your Eisenhorn, you know what I'm talking about. The Forbidden Law. The most sacred of chaos knowledge, which has been passed down from generation to generation, yet never beaten, never eclipsed. It is, of course, the Chaos Space Marine 3.5 edition codex. And oh my fucking god, guys. This codex right here is widely considered to be the best written codex that Games Workshop has ever made in like 40 years of 40k. It's been many years. It's considered to never have been beaten, and it is now in my hands. It sings to me. I hear the warp flowing through every fiber of my being, and I've been flicking through this thing, and oh my god, the levels of customization. Look at that list of upgrades. That's like 100 different upgrades that you can give to your characters, your sergeants, just all of it. All of it. It's absolutely incredible, and you can guarantee I will be sinking my teeth into this bad boy, and we will be getting some games and some battle reports of this. This is, like I said, considered to be the best codex ever made to this day. To this day, never been beaten. So yeah, and very much in keeping because there's been some new Iron Warrior models come out. It's been a big weekend for Old Hammer and for New Hammer. There you go. So Mystery Monk, just the fact that I always call you my spiritual lead prompted me to talk about those things. But we've got some more support coming in here. We've got Entropic Tyranny. Entropic Tyranny, thank you for the super chat, man. Old world, best world in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Oh my god, here it comes, boys. An update on my project to play Old World without a single GW model. It's going well. 500-point Renegade Crowns Force ready for an escalation league I've joined. Models are all Wargames Atlantic Conquistadors, and the wizard is Frostgrave. Dude, there's absolutely... I mean, if you want to play Old World, you really do not need any GW models. I mean, of course you can. And if you like the game, you should support it. Of course, right? But if you're... going through that natural phase that we all go through from time to time. I mean, I've been going through it for a few years now. I've just been like, you know what? I ain't buying any more stuff from GW. Then there's plenty of ways that you can get your hobby fix and not have to support them. If you like supporting Games Workshop, that's cool. I have nothing against that, of course. It's just something that every player has to make their own decision on. And whether you support them or whether you don't, we shouldn't be tearing strips off each other. We're all war gamers at the end of the day. We all make our own hobby decisions. But if you also doesn't want to support GW, there are lots of third-party alternatives. And you don't have to 3D print either. The Wargames and Conquistador models are actually really fucking good. Yeah, work very well as Empire State Troops, so looking very nice. Hey, that's a cool wizard, man. That's a very cool wizard. Nice. Yeah, those Conquistadors have come together very nicely, haven't they? Yeah, wow. They look good, man. Yeah, they look really good. They've worked very nicely. Very nicely indeed. Cool, man. Very cool. Well, you've got them all built. Now it's time to just get a bit of paint on them. I'm seeing a brick of spearmen. I'm seeing a unit of crossbowmen, a wizard, and some cavalry. Now it's time to get it all painted up in time for the league. There we are, man. Nice. All right. What do we got next? We've got Florida Eccentric. Thank you so much for the super chat. My man, thank you for the support, bro. Need some help in stream discussion with an army list. Let's have a look, man. See what we can do. Maybe it came in before the stream started. Aha, there you go. No, it wasn't. It was just as the stream was starting. Okay, need some advice taking a 1,000 point Krieg army to synergize my buddy Space Wolf's army, double storm Adepticon. What I have and what my buddy is taking, 1 Krieg artillery mortar. Okay, so you're 2. Okay, let's see what your buddy's taking. So he's taking Beyond the Fell-Handed. He's taking Logan Grimnar, Scout Squad, Thunderwolf Cav, Wolfguard, Terminator, and Wolfen. Okay, yeah, no, really simple, dude. You literally just need to take... you don't need any close combat power. Literally, all you want to be doing is taking firepower and objective holders, action monkeys. Your opponent needs to be able to send his entire list in and just pressure the enemy. And your job is going to be to clear away screens and to make sure that you can do objective play. It's that simple. So what I would suggest you take, frankly, is, you know, maybe 4 10-man squads, because your opponents, your teammate's going to be doing screening and stuff for you as well. So what I would say is 4 10-man squads of infantry, 4 Lehman Russes, and then whatever you've got left over, put into indirect fire. That would be my advice, man. You've got 4 10-man squads of Krieg, and then I'd take. You know, you've got 4 Lehman Russes. I take 4. You've got a Rogue or Dawn. I take a Rogue or Dawn. If you can do the turret swaps, that would be ideal. Because you say Russ Executioner, Russ Punisher, Russ Exterminator, Russ Eradicate. But I presume you've got the spare turrets from the Russ kits to be able to swap those around. If you don't, then I would say go Rogue or Dawn, Executioner, and Exterminator. And then I'd probably go for the whatever artillery you can get your hands on. Yeah, basilisks and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's what I would do, mate. If I was to chuck together a quick list for you, let's go for a Lehman Russ tank commander with executioner plasma cannon. Let's go for a Lehman Russ exterminator, which I believe is 180 these days. Rogal Dawn's 250. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you probably want to go for... Well, you might have to take a Dawn tank commander of 6. It's coming up a little pricey than I was expecting, but let's go for that Basilisk as well, which is 140. Do you want the Basilisk actually? Let's go for Dawn Commander 275, then 180 for the Lehman Russ Executioner, and then 170 for Executioner, 180 for the Exterminator, and then you probably want 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And then what artillery do you have? I mean, what artillery can you afford there? Slightly not quite enough. It's annoying. I don't want to take less than 4 squads of infantry, though, but I suppose you could do that. Doesn't quite work. You might have to stick to Lehman Russes. The Rogal Dawn might be too much. But you have the Krieg artillery teams. You do. That's not quite going to work either. Yeah, no, I think you have to go plus 140. And then probably some sort of action piece. That might work, actually.
You heard me? I said Creed.
180. 1, 2, 3. Bang, there you go. Tank Commander with Executioner Plasma Cannon, Rogor Dawn, Lemus Exterminator, 3 10-man squads, and a Basilisk. 1,000 points on the nose. There you go, man. That's what I'd take at 1,000 points. You've got 3 10-man squads for doing actions. You've got Basilisk, which is good for doing a bit of indirect fire, and also you can use it as I actually used Basilisk today in the assault gun role, and I actually found it to be really, really effective. And I now think the Basilisk is one of my favorite artillery pieces. Again, love my Basilisks. And then you've got like 3 proper tanks for doing some bruising as well. So there you go. That's what I would take, man. I'll say it again. Rust Commander with Executioner, Plasma Cannon, Rogor Dawn, Lemus Exterminator, 3 10-man squads of Krieg, and 1 Basilisk. Boom, 1,000 points, bang on the nose. You can actually swap. You can actually make the Rogor Dawn a tank commander and make the Lehman Russ tank commander into a regular executioner. If you do that, you'll actually have 40 points left over, but I don't know what you spend the 40 points on. But if you want to do that, you could do that and maybe, you know, get a commissar in there or something. But either way, it's the same models you take in either way. It's just one, you get 40 points out of it, but whether it's worth it is it's up to you. So there you go. Hope that helps. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. What we got next? Trooper number 202. Thank you for the super chat, man. Mahusive hobby update and photos in stream discussion. Yeah, man, I saw this come in. This looked cool. Let's have a look. I got a package in the mail from my brother for my birthday. It was a portion of his old Warhammer collection. My reaction was, oh, that's a lot of Warhammer. Christ, Jesus wept, that's a lot of old Warhammer. Everything here is 2nd and 3rd edition. I didn't even fully document all of the old Imperium models I got. I guess I'm playing Chaos now. Praise be to the true gods of the war. Death to the corpse worshippers. Bro, you need to get your hands on this. This is the codex that's designed for that fucking army, man. Literally, pictures of that Chaos Predator are in this fucking book, man. I'm not even kidding you. Dude. Let's take a look. Let's take a fucking look at this haul. So we got some mental Terminator guy there. Got some Havocs. Nice. Got a it looks like it's a mixture of Marine and Chaos Marine models, but obviously it's going to be a Chaos Marine force overall. Old school Predator. Nice. The old Chaos Dreadnought. Absolutely infamous on the tabletop as it was to build. A lump of pure resin, of metal. All right. Berserkers. These are like Raptors, man. Crazy ass 2nd edition Raptors. Maybe Night Lords, I'm not sure. Old ass Plague Marines up there. Some Sisters of Battle. There's some crazy shit in here, man. This is cool. Wow, look at all this, man. Hey, you know what? I've never seen one with its arms actually glued on. They're very impressive. Yeah, man, there we go. Old Mephiston, old Mephi. Nice. It's in pretty good nick as well, overall. Holy shit, man. Look at those. I mean, I bet they're Raptors. They look Raptorish to me with the wings. Old Chaos Termes. I remember facing off against those in my youth. Old Havoc. Well, I think it's Havoc, converted Terminator demon guy, and and Space Marine, who seems to have been conscripted into the dark forces. Don't recognize any of this shit. This looks like it might be some sort of. These might be home built, scrap built, as it were, or they might be some sort of mental 2nd edition model. Not sure. Bikes, nice. I think they use the same bike models to this day. You know, the old Berserkers used to have loads of those myself. Old Khan, yeah. Plague Marine, more Plague Marines with the old wooden bolters, which is cool. Mental model conversion, nice. Cool, man. Very, very, very fucking cool, Trooper. Get yourself that old codex and you can relive the glory days of Midhammer. And let me tell you guys, Midhammer is peak Warhammer. It just is. I know Swords and Smith's in the chat right now. I know he's going to be like, no, Mordian, you're wrong. You're wrong. Mate, you are not truly a worshipper of the corpse god or of the formed emperor, because Genes of the Cult did have rules in 3rd edition which could be used in 4th edition. I'm just saying, 4th edition was peak, boys. 4th edition was peak. And I'm looking for... I think Simon and I might be doing another game this week. Maybe Thursday. It's gonna be something. Maybe this week, maybe next week. But yeah, holy shit, man. So yeah, my Trooper, that is amazing. There's another package coming. Oh my god, you're not gonna be able to take it, man. You're not gonna be able to take it. Or you need blood in other places other than your penis, otherwise you're gonna die. Dude, absolutely fucking incredible. Keep us appraised. And I love seeing that kind of shit, man. And obviously a massive, massive thank you to your brother for such a generous birthday gift. And happy birthday as well. What we got next? We've got some more super chats coming in here. We've got Joe! Joe, thank you for the super chat, man. Mordheim hobby update in stream discussion. Ooh, let's have a look. All right. Let's have a look. Finished these 3 Mordheim hired swords for potential use in the Mordheim event I'm playing in at Adepticon. No chance of hell I'll be able to afford all 3 in game, but it'll be nice to have options depending on how the games go and how much gold I'm able to scrounge. The Halfling Scout entry specifically states that he's equipped with a cooking pot that counts as a helmet, so I took that literally when modeling him. That's so cool, man. I can't believe... like, the resurgence that Mordheim is having is crazy. Like, I remember seeing, I think it was Eric's Hobby Workshop was, like, one of the first channels to, like, say, there's, like, a really big underground, like, Mordheim scene. That, well, I'm sure other people said it as well, but he sort of shone the light on it as a big YouTuber. And then ever since then, it seems like it's just been, you know, step by step, just been having a bit of a renaissance, and it's been awesome. Yeah, yeah. The Mordheim events all filled up within like 5 minutes of event registration opening for Adepticon. Insane, man. Insane. And I bet they're not like little events either. I bet they're not like 10 or 12 people events. I bet they're pretty big deals. And there's events plural as well. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I think between Mordheim and Oldhammer, I think there's a lot of I don't know what to say. I don't know what the right word is. Between Mordheim and 4th edition, I think there's a lot of Oldhammer nostalgia flowing through the community right now, and people are getting nostalgia for it, even if they never played it, which is kind of crazy. But it's a good thing as well. At the end of the day, more Warhammer the better. Whatever form it takes, whether it's old, new, spin-off game or whatever it might be, the more Warhammer the better. There you go. What have we got next? That's cool, man. I love seeing stuff like that. We've got the Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I haven't touched tabletop in months. I have no idea if anything is going to pull me back at this point. Might be me running a Battletech campaign. Whispering Monk, my brother. My brother. Tell us what is bothering you. Why haven't you touched tabletop in months? Has there been some tabletop-related drama? Is it the never-ending beef? Is it the never-ending beefs? The never-ending dramas? The crazy shit that's going on in the tabletop world these days, or is it just good old-fashioned burnout, hobby burnout, all that kind of good stuff? Unburden yourself of your woes. Share with Father Mordian. You know, you are the Whispering Monk. Share with Father Mordian, and I'll see if let's see if we can get you back on the tabletop. Life is busy, so focus is being as well. Oh, that's fair enough. That's fair. To be fair, man, if it's nothing to do with haven't felt the pull strongly as a result, if it's real life stuff, man, that's just temporary. Even if it's like years, it's still temporary, right? So my advice is, like, if you've got a busy real life, that's obviously where the focus should be. Of course, 110%, no doubt. As long as it's not like you're getting like, as long as you're not, crashing out, basically. Because we all need a bit of salt. We all need a little bit of beef, but you have to make sure the beef does not consume you. That the salt does not, that you do not become one with the salt. That you have to be like the mighty slug, avoiding it. So as long as it's just like real life stuff, whether it's positive or negative, that's been keeping you busy. The tabletop will still be there. Tabletop will still be there. And the best thing is, man, there's no pressure to get back into it. It'll happen when it happens. Because, especially right now, because, it's the end of the edition. One of the things I will say, and I'll get into this a little bit more, is that I was chatting to a lot of veterans of the hobby this weekend. I mean, literally dozens. And, not only were we chatting in passing, but, after the first day of the event, a lot of seasoned veterans of Warhammer 40k, people who I know, because it was one of the Northern Warlord events. And if you know what the Northern Warlord events are like in 40k in the UK, it might not mean much, obviously if you're over in America, but in the UK, it's pretty important. It has some of the just best players in the country. Turn up to them regularly. They run them twice a year, and regularly you've got winners of events like any of the UK TC Super Majors will be there. Teams that go and compete in the ITC and do well. You've got teams that will go over. You've got people who will go over to like Adepticon and get into the top cut and all that kind of stuff. So there's some very, very skilled players there. And there's people that have literally been playing there for decades. Old players, new players. There's centuries of combined experience, and the reason I'm mentioning this is simple. Whilst we were having the traditional Saturday night mega kebab that is traditional as part of these events, conversations were had, and people, as much as people were talking about the next event and everything, there was a general consensus that, everyone's kind of taking a knee and just waiting for 11th edition in many ways. For a lot of people, they were saying this is probably going to be their last event until 11th edition, which is kind of crazy. So the point I'm making with this Whispering Monk is that, there's no pressure, like especially for the next 6 months, whether you get in or not, it's whatever. Because the new edition's around the corner, and there's no reason to worry about it right now. And then outside of 40k, outside of 40k, like with BattleTech and stuff, those games aren't on the treadmill like 40k is. Those games aren't as rapid fire. You can have your BattleTech and come back to it a year later, and it's the same game. You can have your bot action a year later, it's the same game, and to certain degrees, same with Old World and Conflict 47. Although obviously Conflict 47 is a very new game and there's a lot of exciting things happening. But the point is that those games are a bit slower paced. So basically, like if life is busy right now and you haven't touched tabletop for months, there's no come back to it when you come back to it. There's no need to. Don't feel guilty about that. Don't feel bad. That's just life. Which I've never gone truly competitive myself, simply because I know how I get when victory is on the line. So I'm just chilling and not buying UW because they're kind of cuntish. I mean, that's what, man, that's kind of the way I am. I have to say, over the last few at the end of last year, I was getting super salty and I was trying too hard, and I wanted victory at any cost, and I realized that was not doing myself any favors. And the last couple of events I've been to, especially the one this weekend, I was super duper chill. Super duper chill. Yeah. So, and I really enjoyed the event so much more. And I actually said, it was a teams event. I actually said to my team captain, put me into some gnarly stuff. Don't worry about whether I win or lose. There's something that no one else wants to face. Put me into some gnarly stuff. And the reason why is I was like, because I want to get some experience against it. So I faced Catan Spam this weekend, for example. I actually beat Catan Spam with Imperial Guard. It turns out that they do have some weaknesses. Mainly the weakness being if you kill everything around the Catan, then there's 5 models running around on the board. I faced 5 Catan. Was it 4? 5. I faced 5 Catan. And it turns out that You know, if you kill everything around the Catan, then the Catan are 4 OC each. And when I'm dumping 40 OC onto each objective every turn, they can only kill so much. I didn't get many. I wasn't getting a save, but they can only kill so much. So yeah, like, so I faced some gnarly shit this weekend, boys. I faced very competitive orcs. Whatever the orc players might say about the variety with their army, you know, I faced competitive orcs, faced competitive Tyranids, faced Catan spam, faced Necron Wraiths as well, and then faced a pretty chill turn. So Tyranids twice, Necrons twice, and orcs. And didn't face Marines or Victrix, which was interesting. There wasn't actually that many. There wasn't anyone really running it. I think the Victrix spam has. I think the nerf has put people off. But there you go. Did you get your teeth knocked in? No, I got 2 wins, 2 draws, and a loss. It was pretty. My list, it turned out, was not really designed for winning. It was designed to not really lose. Whispering Monk. I don't feel bad about it. Just wondering what will pull me back in. There's always something. I mean, if I could suggest something, I know everyone's going to roll their eyes, but if I could suggest something for you, Conflict 47, mate. Nothing, and I say this again, nothing has pulled me. Nothing has turned my salty franchise around like this game. This has reminded... let me explain. No, Swords and Smith. Hold on 1 second. Because this is going to sound crazy, mate. But in a weird sort of way, Swords and Smith and Whispering Monk. And for all of you who are sick of me complaining about 40k, do you want to know what turned me around? Do you want to know what has made me super hyped for 40k, modern 40k as well? It's Conflict. Because Conflict, it kind of gave me a bit of a reality check. And it kind of reminded me of what I enjoy about Wargaming. And it allowed me to penetrate the salt. It allowed me to penetrate the beef. But it allowed me to, you know, come out of the salt pits. And now I'm just like, now I'm just enjoying all Wargaming again. So, you know, I know Swords and Smith right now is like Harper in Sharp, or not Harper, that drill sergeant, where it's like, say God save Ireland, say Conflict, God save Conflict, God save Conflict. Dude, what's wrong? Proxy away. Proxy away. Proxy away. Yeah. Proxy away. No, man, especially if it's a game you're only going to be playing temporary. Proxy away, and if you look, this is my advice to any aspiring 40k player. Proxy your Conflict. And then if you like the game, support it. That's the way to do it. You know, like that's the way to do it, because, you know, as I always say, you should support a game because you feel like it deserves support, not because you feel like you should have your arm twisted. You know? There you go. Max Loris, I want to start K47, but there's no variety compared to 40k. They're all guards from no Marines equivalent. Hard disagree. I mean. I'm just saying, like, this guy doesn't look like a guardsman to me. This guy doesn't look like a guardsman to me. I'm just saying. This looks like a space marine to me. There you go. I'm just saying, it doesn't look like a Space Marine, obviously, but you know what I mean. Like it looks like, if you were, a Space Marine equivalent within this game, kind of thing. There you go. Just saying, man. There you go. Man, I can't agree more. MG Conflict and Orwell made me fall in love with K47. Conflict and Orwell may fall in love with 10th. They complement each other. Conflict feeds my random nav side, while 10th feeds that competitive arty tail side. Totally agree. Totally agree, man. Yeah, because sometimes I want to be competitive, so I need to play the game which is designed for that. If I go and play bot action competitively, it's a shit show. Everyone's just running a billion nebs and a dozen Polish light tanks, and it's just like, what the fuck's going on here? If I play Old World competitively, at some point I'm going to run into a Tomb Kings player playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, but sometimes if I just want to play a competitive game, there's nothing like 10th edition 40k for that. There's nothing like it. And I'll say that I'll say that after this event today. This event this weekend, I should say, completely restored my faith in competitive 40k. Completely did. I do think there's I've got an interesting observation on that, but we'll come back to it. What do I think of Game Single Modern? What would be a cheap 4th edition army? I mean, Simon's Grey Knights is a great example of that. Simon's Grey Knights was 3 squads of Terminators and was it 3 squads of Strike Marines? I mean, literally, even if you bought that new in box from GW, it's probably under 300 quid, and you could probably get it a lot cheaper than new in box from GW. Yeah. I'm on Glory. You keep talking about Tomb Kings playing Yu-Gi-Oh. What exactly do you mean by that? Right. What I mean by that is normally. So if I turn up to a game of Old World, I'll have 1 minute. I'm getting up a lot. I'm getting up. Right. So in Warhammer Old World, you have magic. Most magic, you have these handy little cards, so you can keep track of what wizard's got what spells, and then you can sort of put them down on the table when a spell is in play. Now, most people will bring and the number of spells that a wizard can do is based on their wizard level. So a level 1 can do 1, a level 2 can do 2, a level 3 can do 3, and level 4 can do 4. And then there's certain magical items which can let you get above that. If I go to a game of Warhammer the Old World, typically I'm going to encounter probably either a couple of typically something like a level 1 wizard and maybe a level 3 wizard, or maybe 1 level 4 wizard, something like that, right? And so I'm going to encounter someone who's going to be casting 3 or 4 spells in a turn max, and probably not that many, because a lot of people will go for things like magic missiles, which have only got a 15-inch range, for example, so that's not going to be in range all the time. But Tomb Kings, basically, the last Tomb Kings player that I played, I think, was casting 11 spells a turn or something mental, and they were none of them were magic missiles. They were all various buffing spells or vortexes he'd put into no man's land to try and slow me down, because vortexes can make it so that when you charge, rather than rolling 2d6 pick the highest, you roll 2d6 pick the lowest, and so you're much less likely to make your charge and all that kind of stuff. So what happens is at the beginning of the turn, and because all of his spells are basically buffing spells, they're happening at the beginning of his turn rather than throughout the turn, because certain spells happen in certain phases. He's basically there rolling 2 dice. Okay, this spell's in effect. Rolling 2 dice. Okay, and then I'm going to put this spell into effect. And then I'm going to suck wounds out of that squad to buff my level 1 wizard. So then this spell goes into effect. Then I'm going to do that. And then this spell goes into effect. Then I've got this spell that this character's got a magic, has got a bound spell. So I'm going to put that spell into effect. And by the end of it, you're looking down. There's 7 fucking spells on the board, and the turn hasn't even started, and it's 10-15 minutes of this, of me just watching someone just rolling dice and determining the exact order they want to do the fucking spells in, whilst I'm just sat here bro, are we even playing the same game at this point? It's just spell card after spell card after spell card after spell card after spell card. So they're basically playing a fucking card game whilst I'm there waiting just to actually just Then it comes over to my first turn. It's like, I'm going to move, done. So when I say they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, I have to wait fucking 10 minutes whilst they fucking do all their stupid fucking spells at the beginning of the turn. Every fucking turn. And they're just looking at a sea of cards in front of me. Oh, there you go. So yeah, that's why I say Tomb Kings play Yu-Gi-Oh in Old World. They don't have to, but if you're going to play competitive Tomb Kings, that's what you have to deal with. Yeah. You don't have to. I'm gonna get a Tomb King skeleton horde, and I'm gonna run Tomb Kings the way they're meant to be played, because they're not meant to be played with like fucking 4 monsters and no infantry. They're meant to be the legions of Nehekara, so that's the way I'm gonna play them. What do we got next? Keeper of the Imperial Salt. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I need more salt. Hype Mordian is costing me too much money. Picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Time to start painting. My German/Axis K47 arrives on Friday. Yes! Let the rift flow through you, brother. Yes! The Green Vault. It demands that your wallet be sacrificed in the name of the new republic. The Axis shall be reformed into the new global republic. Oh, man. There we go. I'll tell you what. They look pretty good, man. What you've put together. I can see some is it Grenadier? That looks like Fallschirmjäger. Maybe Grenadiers. It looks like a little bit of a. Oh, have you mixed and matched some of the weapons? Oh no, STG. Can't see that one. That looks like the MG42. Cool, man. It looks like it might be Grenadiers, but then also I'm seeing some like FG42s in there as well. So some Fallschirmjäger and Band of Brothers. Ah, cool, man. Nice. Hey, they look great. They look really fucking good, man. Nice. I've not built I think they're one of the only German kits I've not done, which is the Summer Fallschirmjäger. Yeah. Nice, man. I'm sorry, bro, but the hype train is real. I got all of the salt out of my system last year, and now I'm just pure hype on all fronts. You know, on all fronts. New hammer, old world, conflict, bot action, all of it. I'm just hype as fuck, man. Yeah. The unrelenting positivity is back, baby. What do we got next? Got some more support coming in here. I've got some big stuff to talk about as well. Big stuff. I've been hinting to it a little bit, but need to get into it properly soon. Israel Thompson, thank you for super chat, man. Conflict 47 regular troops. Okay. This is a question that gets asked a lot, and I will tell you everything that I know. And this is where the Warlord spies start sweating. But the thing is, I don't know anything specific at this time. All right? All I can say is this. I've spoken to Warlord Games have spoken to me about it. They prompted the conversation. I prompted the conversation back. This was at the end of last year. And we talked about it this weekend as well. Just a general concept. The idea of, you know, the Soviets being able to... They said I actually raised... You know, I talked about last year about this idea about the Soviets being able to, like, take... not have to take advanced or specialist infantry in their platoons. So that they could, you know, essentially just use like a bolt action starter army to make up for the fact they don't have a K47 one at this time. And they actually said to me, oh, well, we've thought about that. We've got another idea that we're going to go with. We can't say anything right now, but we've thought about it. So the point is, And then, the idea of them being able to take anti-tank rifles instead of LMGs, and the idea about maybe like American sergeants and rifle squads being able to take like the M1X1, so they've got a little bit of pen there as well. And the idea of you being able to have like the MP40, the pen P40s, and all that kind of stuff. All of this is floated around, and my understanding is that Warlord is very aware of it. They're working on it. But they like to try and work on ideas and then actually like playtest them as well, which is kind of crazy. So it's not like where they're just going to do a theory craft fix, as far as I'm aware, anyway. But yeah, like my understanding is basically this: they are aware that people want regular troops to be a thing, more of a thing in K47. They are very aware of that. They are aware of the fact that it's really cool that, you've got, weird stuff versus weird stuff, but also regular humans holding out against the horrors of the Rift. They're very aware of that, right? So they're aware of it. They're working on it. They're thinking about it. They're bouncing ideas around about it. Clearly some conversations have been happening behind the scenes, because some of the stuff that they sort of, like I said, they said, we've thought about that, but we might be going a different direction with it. Shows that they've not just said something at the end of last year and forgotten about it this year. They've said things, they've thrown some ideas around at the end of last year, and they're clearly progressing. So that's all the information I have about it. I don't know anything more than that. I do know there was an idea, but again, this was on the open day, so things could have massively changed since then. But I do know that there was an idea of them releasing standalone Conflict 47 regular infantry boxes. So you know how you've got like your veteran infantry and like bolt action, for example. The idea of you getting like regular infantry, but instead of being in a bolt action box, it's in a Conflict 47 box. And the idea that maybe they would, instead of having 30 infantry, they'd take one sprue out, so you'd get 24 infantry, but then they'd put an upgrade sprue in there instead. And the upgrade sprue, whether it would be plastic or whether it would be like a resin upgrade sprue or metal upgrade bits or whatever it might be, basically you'd miss out on 6 troops, but you'd get a bunch of basically like sci-fi bits in there instead. So you could take your veteran infantry, and maybe he's running around with like a rifle, but he's got like, if you've seen someone like the I think they sell them as like separate heads in Conflict 47 for your fair trooping, with like the cool like masks on and stuff, like the Wolfenstein style masks, like something like that. So you lose 6 infantry, but you get some bolt action infantry with the upgrades to make them into proper sci-fi Wolfenstein looking troops, or the equivalent for the other factions there, that are there. But that was an idea that was thrown around 3 months ago. I don't know if that's happening or if it was just an idea for the day. But whatever's happening, I can say basic infantry, they are definitely, they've not committed to anything, but they're definitely throwing the ideas around. And so there you go. So that is everything I know. It's not very concrete. I'm not holding anything back. That's everything I know. And I would say this to everyone: don't take any of that as gospel. All of it may happen. None of it may happen. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something. There are some things that I know that I can't share with you right now. I will be able to talk to you about them on Friday, because that's when the roadmap drops, and in that roadmap there is going to be some names of things, new units and stuff coming, and not all of those units will have appeared before. So there's going to be like some like plastic totem core, but then there's also going to be, which was revealed last week by Warlord, but there's also going to be a unit that's never been seen before. At least the name, I believe the name is going to be revealed. And well, once the name's out there, I'm sure it'll be okay for me to explain what it is, but there is a there is a new unit never before seen in the game. Okay, so it's not just refreshes that are coming of old units. There's new units coming as well, right? And oh my god, guys, it has... I'll take 6 of them. Oh, man. Oh, man. So the roadmap is going to be showing off some new stuff. And it should be showing off stuff for every faction. Some things will be generic, so it'll say like, you know, X faction Walker, for example, but it won't say specifically what it is. And some stuff it'll say specifically, you know, like Molot here, you know, Ursa's here, that kind of stuff. There you go. So there's lots of stuff. There's lots of stuff coming. The roadmap is going to be chocker, absolutely chocker. Yeah, the roadmap's going to be absolutely chocker, so we'll see what happens. So regular troops, I will say this, regular troops definitely seem something that's been worked on, like, secondarily, not prime. It's still being worked on, but secondarily. There's a lot of big brain things which are coming, which you guys, I mean, you guys are going to love it. There's a lot of clamoring for regular troops, but, and I'm there with you. I love the idea of, you know, a 50 cal scything down the horrors of the rift. Of course, right? Who doesn't love that? But you guys know me as I'm a guard guy, so I love my normal humans, right? Some of this stuff that's coming is so cool that even though it's not, you know, normal human, it's making me very excited for it. And that should be a bit of a 2 thumbs up sort of foreshadowing. Yeah. I agree with Spriggs. No one is ready for Festung Europa. It's going to slay hard. Yeah, it's going to slay hard, man. Gandalf Smoke, is Andy Chambers heading up development of Conflict 47? Andy Chambers was heading up development of it. It's now, he's still obviously at Warlord Games and everything, but now it's being managed by a different team. But, well, not a different team, just he's doing something else, and there's another team managing it now. But obviously he's still there at Warlord, but I don't know the full shenanigans of it, but he was very, very, very heavily involved in getting it, you know, across the line and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, you can see looking at the game, it's got, you know, it's got that Andy Chambers goodness just running throughout the entire thing. Well, yeah. So there you go. All right, what have we got next? I'll get back. I've got some more super chats to get to. We will get to everything. Don't you worry. But I've got some super chats to do as well. But don't worry. No, I'm not blue balling you guys. I'm going to be dropping loads and loads of hints and information throughout the stream about conflict and about other stuff as well. Yeah. Oh, I have. I don't know if I can say this. I'm sure it's fine. I have seen the Armies of Italy book for bot action. Obviously we know that's coming because it's in the roadmap that Warlord released the end of last year. But I've seen a physical copy of it now. It's beautiful. Yeah, really, really, really cool looking book. Yeah, very excited for it. It might get an Italian army based off it. I know I don't need it, but I might get one anyway. Tony, is it just a K47 roadmap or a Warlord roadmap? It's just a K47 roadmap as far as I'm aware. But there could be another one coming. There could be, yeah. But I don't know for sure. I know there's a K47 one coming. I don't know if there's going to be other things being revealed on the Friday. Yeah. All right. So what have we got next? Noctiloon, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordy, good to see you. Good to see you too, man. Ready for a fun night shenanigans. Check stream discussion for a hobby update. I finished my US, now onto my Axis. Dude, I saw this coming before. If this doesn't make you, guys, if this doesn't make you conflict curious, I'm not saying you're going to buy in. I'm just saying, if this doesn't make you conflict curious, I don't know what will. Look at this fucking thing, boys. Look at that. So Noctiloon painted that. And then put like a special effect background on it. Cool. Look at that. It's beautiful, boys. It is B-E-A fucking beautiful. Oh, man. I mean, it's so cool. I mean, I wonder what you could use that for on like 40k. It's pretty big. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty big. You know, I don't think it's Lehman Russ size, but it's not far off. You know what? Okay, no, to be fair, it is about Lehman Russ sized. Yeah, no. Look, literally, I'm not even lying to you, boys. You could probably use one of these as a Lehman. If you're 40k, you know, if you're into your 40k, that could be a stalk tank. Just saying. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Our uniforms have got skulls on them. Defiler, maybe. It's not quite as big enough for Defiler, but it's definitely Lehman Russ sized. Yeah. I might get some of those as stalk tanks for my, what do you call it? For my Blood Pact. They look pretty sick. Nice. What a fucking badass color scheme, man. I love the rust, because it's a Panzer IV that's been given legs, so obviously it's been fighting for a long time. The fucking skulls on it, man. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, the fucking skulls. That is an awesome paint job, man. That's an awesome fucking paint job. Swordsmith have only been told Grot tanks. Agreed, man. Grot tanks are cool as fuck. Really, really fucking cool. Yeah. Not that having a blast painting K47, totally refreshed compared to GW. I mean, I think the thing with Games Workshop models is they're beautiful. They're really beautiful, but they're very detailed. And if you're only painting a few of them, that can be fine. But I sometimes you can get a little bit burnt out on them. It's a double-edged sword, and you can see it from both ways. The conflict models are, I would say, much easier to build and paint. But if you're someone that fucking gets a big old raging hard on, getting into all the details, doing the trim and all that kind of shit, then maybe they're not going to be quite as appealing to you. Yeah. I think, and I actually don't know if one is better than the other. I think it's just two different philosophies, and each philosophy will appeal to a different group. I think, I find conflict models much easier to build and paint, but I will say that, Warhammer 40k has some absolutely beautiful models there. But, with that beauty comes a price, both, in time and in money. So, like I said, balances out overall. Different strokes, different folks. We've got John Shepherd. Thank you for the super chat, man. Croats in stream discussion. Almost finished the infantry platoon. Let's have a look, man. Hey, it's fucking hell, man. It's coming along, isn't it? Okay, just need to add the snow to the bases, and the Croatian rifle platoon is finished. 3 man HQ, 2 units of 8 Croats, 2 units of 8 veteran here, 1 sniper team, 1 chaplain, 1 medic. I bought some clump foliage to use as bushes and added some to the front of the Pack 40 to base top with fine snow. Also, I've repainted my 3 Hetzers. Can't believe I almost finished my Germans in a week, lol. Dude, look at that! That is a sick army, man. In a week as well. Hey, that's worked very nicely. Holy shit, man. That's worked very, very nicely. Bro! Very, very, very fucking cool. Very fucking cool. 10 out of 10. Love it. Almost finished your the rifle platoon already, and that's just, that's amazing, man. Nice. But John, I guess the next question is, what's the next project after this? Are you going to expand the force, or is it onto a new army? It's me, Marco, coming in next. It's me, Marco, coming in with 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. Go ahead, more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Marco's Marauders coming in strong, mate. Thank you for the entire platoon. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, Marco. 07, you magnificent bastard. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn Giga Chad. 20 memberships, Marco. Loving it, man. Loving it. Incredible, man. Oh my days. Marco, thank you so much for your support, bro. And thank you for not supporting the channel, but supporting the community as well, because we all know those gifted memberships. They go such a long way, man. So yeah, thank you. Always for adding more men to the line. Sa 07. 07 back at you, mate. Thank you, bro. We've got Greasy Cleric. Thank you for the super chat, man. How bad was Tau if I convince a friend to play Oldhammer against my Eldar? I thought of them being all bad before 6. Tau are fine. I mean, Tau have always had some pretty bullshit strategies, but you know, it wasn't really until like I would say 6th edition when they really became a real problem. 6th and 7th edition with the Farsight bomb. As long as you play 4th edition, I think you'll be totally okay. The only thing they had in 4th edition was this thing called like Fish of Fury, where basically they could like shoot underneath their transport because it was a skimmer, but then I'm not sure you could like shoot them back or some bullshit. But as long as you basically just don't play Fish of Fury, it's if you Google Fish of Fury 1 with 40k, it'll explain it to you. But as long as you don't do that, you'll be fine. Yeah. As long as you don't do don't do that, you'll be right. So yeah, Tau fine. I think Eldar were a little broken in Oldhammer with 3-shot star cannons or something. But again, if you don't spam star cannons as Eldar and he doesn't spam Fish of Fury as Tau, you'll both have a great game. Hobbit Hubby, I will let people into the Discord after the stream tonight. I tend to let people in after each stream. Obviously, I've been away all weekend playing games, so I haven't let people in over the weekend. But don't worry, the weekend is the only time when really there's a waiting period. Other than that, I let people in pretty much after each stream. So don't worry, I'll be letting people in after today's stream. There you go, man. I can let you in now. To be fair, no point in hanging around. And whilst you're here, it makes it easier. Let me have a look. Okay. Okay, I can see you've posted your proof of membership, so that makes that easy. So I'll give you that, and then I'll just give you a little bit of intro text. So you just basically go over, once I've let you in, just go over to About the Server, because that's where the rules are. And I know it's a little wordy, but it's worth reading because it'll tell you how to unlock extra channels in the Discord as well. Because there's loads of channels. There's already a lot of channels, but there's loads of hidden channels that you can take advantage of by signing up to different regiments. And you can sign up to all of them if you want to. But most people don't because there's so many, it does clutter things up a little bit. But yeah, there you go. And then I'll let everyone else in after... I joined for Conflict 47. What's the 40k game? If you want, if you want to join the Conflict 47, there's a channel. We've got one channel for Conflict at the moment, but to be honest, it's getting so busy. I think I'm going to need to make a more dedicated Conflict 47 space for for each faction, because it's like, you know, it's a very busy channel these days. Yeah. All right, let me have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, cool. All right. More conflict channels. I know, right? If it gets too busy, I'll make a channel for each. I'll have a general chat, and then I'll make a channel for each faction, and that should be the best way of doing it. Yeah. But it's amazing how much it's popping off. Holy shit, man. Yeah. I love conflict. It's going to be the next big game. You guys have no idea what they have planned for this. It's just, oh god. I really want to tell you about one of the new units. I want to tell you about actually there's multiple units I want to tell you guys about, and I just can't yet. But you'll find out soon. You'll find out I think you'll find out on Friday what one of these bad boys is going to be. And oh my god. Honestly, the moment that I can get 3 or 4 of them. It might actually become my go-to way of playing for this particular. I can tell you which faction it's going to be for. Okay, I can tell you what faction it's going to be for. It's for the Axis. Okay, and when this unit comes in to is made available, I think it will become my go-to way of playing for that faction. Because you guys know what I'm like. I like to collect quite... So I started off my conflict journey by literally getting a bit of everything for every faction, so I could do like some battle reports for each faction. But what I want to do now is actually specialize a little bit. So, because like with my guard, I love running my Mordians as pure infantry. I love running my Steel Legion as pure tanks and all that kind of stuff, right? And so what I want to start doing is, whilst having a bit of everything, also when I want to play for personal enjoyment, to be fair, every game is personal enjoyment with conflict, I want to specialize. And I'm pretty certain I'm going to be specializing in one little direction. And there's going to be some new units coming out, and it's just going to be... Oh man. Oh man, it's gonna be wild, bro. It's gonna be wild. I'm just saying, everyone is specking. Everyone is specking for Schreckwolfen at the moment, right? Schreckwolfen and Schreckwolfen equivalent. mate, like, they're still going to be very good, don't get me wrong. But I'm telling you, I reckon Totem Core meta incoming. I reckon so. Especially with how many you're going to get. I can't say too much, but especially with how my understanding is how generous the box of plastic Totem Core is going to be. Wow. I mean, if it is what I think it's going to be, holy shit, man. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be really, really good. There's actually going to be a bit of a shift in the Totem Core lore as well, which I think some people will like. I think some people won't. But the Wazian. But I think overall I like the direction it's going in with the Totem Core lore massively, especially when especially how it feeds. There's a change coming to the lore of them, but there's models that are supporting it as well. So it's like there's a change, but it's being done. I think look, guys, it's night and day between the way Warlord is approaching the lore of this game and the way GW approaches the lore of their game these days. Yeah. So triple Kodiak better incoming? Yeah, I dude, at least triple, right? How many you got? That's how many you need to be taking. Yeah, I'm not even kidding, man. Oh my god. Yeah. So much good stuff. I can't give too much away, obviously, but I'm very excited for I'm very excited for K47, and you guys should be as well. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be so huge. Like, some of the stuff that's coming is like, you guys know how much I love 40k. Some of the stuff that's coming for conflict, I'm as excited for that, if not more excited in some specific areas, for that as I am for the new edition of 40k coming out. But I don't think that's an indictment against 40k. I think obviously 40k has just been around for a long time, so it's like another edition, another day, another dollar kind of thing. Although I've heard some really good things about 11th edition as well. I've heard that huge changes are coming to 11th edition terrain. So I told you there was rumors around flyers and how they're going to be overhauling those. Apparently, I was talking to someone who shall remain nameless, but who is very much in the know, and he said, because people were complaining about terrain, and he was like, they are very aware this will be different in 11th, which is very interesting, because I presumed, I know we're talking about 40k now, but I presumed that they would stick with L-shaped ruins, and they very well may do, okay? But the reason I presume they stick with L-shaped ruins is because every tournament organizer has bought into the L-shaped ruin economy. But guys, I'm not trying to spread, you know, I'm not trying to spread uncertainty in the market, as it were, you know. But from what was hinted at to me, I would not invest in L-shaped ruins right now. I could be wrong. It could be all bullshit. But I would not invest in L-shaped ruins. Put it this way: there's a reason I'm not buying any 40k training until 11th edition comes out. I've heard, I've heard some rumors, and now I've had some things. The rumors are rumbling even harder now. Yeah. So there we go. Tony Ramos, Morty, the Rift is pulling me in. Should I get a starter set? Bro, what answer do you think I'm going to give you? Of course you should buy the starter set. You should buy the introductory set, then the starter set, and then the starter army for the Axis and for the Americans, and have 2 full armies, but in one. So yeah, there you go. Potato, like I said, it's all rumors at the moment, mate. So don't put too much stock in trade in it right now. But it's all rumors at the moment. I think one of the things was said, not told me, but was hinted at to me, is everyone will be able to move through terrain. So I don't know if that means we're sticking with L shapes and like cavalry and vehicles and everything can just move through the terrain, or if it means we're not sticking with L shapes and there's going to be some other system coming in. But either way, it sounds like maneuverability and getting stuck in your deployment zone with untraversable L-shaped ruins for vehicles and stuff seems to be going away. In one form or another, maneuverability is going to be up, I reckon. It's like, imagine if everyone could break through. Imagine if every guard tank could use the breakthrough stratagem every turn. I mean, that might be the way it's going to feel, which would be pretty wild. Nathality's going up, boys! I heard one other thing, though, about 40k. Apparently, the guy who wrote 9th edition is also the same guy that wrote 10th edition, but apparently the guy who wrote... I say the guy, like the design lead who wrote 9th is the same guy who wrote 10th, which is why 9th is kind of like... In many ways, it was very competitively focused. Then 10th was even more competitively focused. Apparently, 11th is being headed up by a different person. I told you, I was rubbing shoulders with some people that were very much in the know at this event. So, because obviously they don't... Yeah. So, I don't know. But apparently, it's a different guy heading it up. So, there you are. What do we got next? Godlike Poet, thank you for the super chat, bro. First foray with the British in stream discussion was very fun. Hey, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Holy shit, man. The Rift! The Rift is calling me! All right, my first game of the British Commonwealth went against Karl's owners Americans. Mission was top secret with prepared positions. Turn 1, we both faced setbacks. My Bren carrier immediately cawed by the Sherman. And to be fair, it's only a Bren carrier, but still. But fortunately, only one Galahad went down. In return, my Percy stomped forward and fired at the Wolverine and put a pin on it. However, this would be hugely important as on his next activation, Calzo attempted to activate the Wolverine and rolled an 11. The crew panicked after having all that electricity shot at them and reversed off the board. I like to think it fried the electronics and they put the lever in forward, but it went backwards, like full speed, off the board. They didn't mean to retreat. It got fried. Yeah, it's like R2-D2 was like, wah! Like going off. Then turn 2, both of our off-board strikes came in. His airstrike was markedly more effective than my artillery. My Percy stomped forward some more, but failed yet again to hurt anything significant with a roll of a 1 on the Sherman. Yeah. Percival it's only got 2 guns, right? It should be 2 missile systems, I'm just saying. The linebacker dropped in and came as close as it's ever come to actually doing anything. It came so close to zapping the Percy at point blank range, with all 4 Tesla arcs hitting its rear for Pen 7. All he had to do was not roll a 1 to damage. He rolled a 1. See, this is why, everyone keeps saying guts is the most powerful thing in K47. I'm starting to firmly believe you should have 1 point of luck in every back pocket, in every list, because then you can re-roll that once. It's like having a once per game command point. At the end of the turn, his Fireflies got in the middle of the board and picked up the package, and from there it was over. With the first activation turn 3, they jet off the board and won the game. I don't know if you can move. I don't know how fast you can move with the package. It might only be 6 inches, so you might have moved too fast with it, but there you go. We talked for a while afterwards about the game, and we're both thoroughly whelmed with the Commonwealth. I know that they can be extremely good, but I'm definitely going to need a lot more practice to unlock them than my axes. Yeah, that's because the axes are really fucking straightforward. Oh, take 12 Schreckwolfen, win every game. It's the opposite of taking the chains off. It's putting the chains fucking on. Yeah. Also, we realized that on the mission, you could technically win the game from the start in 2 activations using a Firefly Officer. First, you activate the jump 18 forward to the center, pick up the package. Use Gut to put the dice back into the bag. Second activation, you jump 18 back. Use your group in hell and roll anything over 6. You're off the board and the game is over. All in all, it was a lot of fun. I am 99.999% certain you can't move more than 6 inches with the package. Like, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Still some Warhammer on Vinted. Alright. Alright. Let's have a look. It did seem a bit broken, yeah. Well, no, there are a couple of broken missions in K47. Like, the Americans auto win demolition. Demolition is the only mission which really doesn't work, because just drop onto the enemy objective and then blow it up for turn 2. So it could be true that this one is fucked as well, to be fair. What was it called? The one you were doing? Top secret. Just so you can advance or run. It doesn't say you can't. Maybe that's something that's kind of implicit in bot action, because obviously in bot action things aren't quite as fast moving. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you can. I think it is broken. Fair. I think it is broken. I would. I see if it's any different in bot action. Reading it now. No, it doesn't say about action either. I would probably just if I was playing it, I'd house rule it where you can only move 6 inches a turn. It's very there are not, as far as I'm aware, turn numbers. I just house rule that one, or I'd either not play it, which is a bit of a shame, or I'd house rule it where you can't pick it up from deep strike, and you can only move 6 inches a turn with it because it's like precious cargo or something. Yeah. So that's what I would do, because obviously otherwise it's a bit balked. But yeah. There's a couple. I think that one and demolition are the two missions that don't really, they've obviously been ported over from bot action. They don't. They're a bit broken in some Conflict 47 situations, which isn't good. Don't think I'm hand waving anything away. It's not good. Obviously, we want every mission to be right, but it's one. It's yeah. I'm not gonna make excuses for it. Yeah, I think that's one you probably need to house rule. Yeah. You can't use fly or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can't use fly. I just say you can only move 6 inches with it a turn, because that covers everything with like fast and all that. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's important to remember that Conflict 47 is way less. It's our game. It's like Old World is our game. It's the community's game. If you come across something that you think is fucked, you don't have to be quite as rules as written about everything. Like if you were to redo that game again, you could just be like, okay, we're gonna move 6 inches with that one. If you want to do demolition, you got to hold it by the end of the game, not the end of the turn. Something like that. Those are two very quick fixes for both those missions. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Although, as Tiki said, there are ways you can stop people from doing it. I always say you can house rule things, but when you think about it, if someone tries to do that, how do you stop them? Well, you put something on ambush. If someone deep strikes down and tries to grab that objective, especially if you're someone who's like Japanese who can ambush within 12, ambush charge 12 inches, you drop down and then you eat them with Shibito. They're not going to pick the objective up, but yeah. So this is the thing, right? Every time I think that something's broken in K47, I realize there probably is enough tools in the toolbox if you build your list right. Yeah. Also, I think that's worth mentioning. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at what you were running. Nice. Cool, man. That's a cool list.
Forward, you dog!
Hey, that's pretty cool, man. So we had a Wolverine, a linebacker, a Sherman, a couple of teams, and then some Fireflies. Nice. Hey, that's a cool board. The Percy looks great, man. Stomping forward. I need to get mine built soon, for sure. That's cool, man. Oh my god. The Firefly's dropping down next to the artillery. No. Wait. Look at that, though. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Probably, even if he gets the unit off the board, the objective off the board, I'd probably just keep playing anyway. You got a few more turns to play. Why the fuck not? Play for glory after that. Yeah. Cool, man. Looks like a really cool fucking game. It looks like a really, really fucking cool game. Nice. I want to check something actually. Can you where's the mission again? I've had a thought. It's top secret. No, you can pick it up. I was just wondering, because obviously in key positions you can't capture an objective if there is other units nearby. Is it the same thing for top secret? But it's an intelligence marker, so I think it's not quite the same. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. Where are we? That was a cool game. Yeah, my experience with the British is this. Take 5 robots, give them HMGs, and just blast your enemy's ass off. That's my experience against them. Everyone poo-poos the Mark 1 robots, and I'm telling you, they're really fucking good. Yeah, they die, but they're such a threat. 30 HMG shots, hitting on 4s. They're really good. They're so slow, though. Yeah, but you just move 4 inches a turn. Or put them in a truck. Why do you... Robots are large. Why do you think the Bedford can transport, like, 20-plus guys? It's so you shove the robots in there. Yeah, you literally... Your Bedford's like 50 points. Put your Mark 1s and your Mark 2s in there and just bomb up the board. That's the way, man. That's the way. What have we got next? Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, man. Memes in stream discussion. Another wave of Val memes, I bet. Let's have a look. So Val memes, other memes, you should play Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. You can kill Free Willy and you're stronger than Ahab. I played a bit of Black Flag back in the day. It was pretty cool. You're getting the new Iron Warriors tower rack. Varric has an Iron Warriors army, so I do get that one. See, I've met Daka now. So there you go. I recognize this. I recognize him now. The new Iron Warriors do look pretty good, though. There you are. Hey, that's kind of cool. The rest of Night Lord's pausing for a moment from skinning a baby alive in front of his mother because Talos is going on again about how they used to crucify people for noble reasons. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. You spent 3 centuries on the beach reanimating what corpses the current brought you. Welcome to the Vampire Coast, love. That's quite good, actually. But why is the rum got... I mean, classic, right? Yeah. Assassin's Creed plus Pirates meme. Did you fucking kill Free Willy? You evil bastard. Well, that's not Free Willy. I have to sperm well, technically, but still. You evil bastard. Leave Willy alone. Leave Willy alone. He's free. There you are. There you are, man. What have we got next? Marold, my boy! Thank you for the gift of membership, man. Good old man. I thought you'd missed us, Marold. I thought you'd missed a stream, but I should have had more faith. Potato! Thank you for the 10 gifted membership, baby! Yes! Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line. Be it Guardsman or Totenkor, they shall all serve on the front lines. Yes! Thank you for the big support, man. Incredible. Agus, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. We've got the legend. The legend. Thank you for the super chat, man. Let's have a look here. One moment. Oh, 1 minute. It's my back end's playing up, boys. The legend. Thank you for the super chat. 4th edition, best edition. Keep the battle reports coming, bro. Oh, what a weekend, man. What a weekend. So not only do we have lots of exciting things from like a Newhammer point of view, both like releases like the new Cadian and the new Iron Warriors and stuff, but also from the fact that I was playing Grizzled Company at Cutthroat GT and thought it was really good. And I'll get into all that in a moment. But also from the Oldhammer point of view, we had double Oldhammer MG video, and I loved it. I think Sam and I are going to be filming another one this weekend. Not this weekend, this week. I'm hoping probably on Thursday. Yeah. I mean, it was what isn't it funny? I don't want to give too much away in the game, but isn't it funny how just the right amount of randomness could make the game so memorable? People, if I was to have one, I think quite valid criticism of 10th edition, it's that with it being so competitively focused, it feels like there aren't as many epic moments that kind of naturally happen. You kind of have to force them, like I can't remember who it was in the MG community who charged a stomper with 100 infantry like that. He had to do that for the memes, but not happening naturally. But I think Simon and I will both, never forget that in our first game of Oldhammer, he won the game because of a demon host rolling the exact result that it needed to roll. 1 in 6 chance on turn 6. If it had rolled, if anything else happened, I would have won that game. But the fact that it would have been a draw, because that was a 1,500 point swing or something mental, because he got my objective and I didn't get his square. Yeah. So if you take Simon's, so that would have been, it would have made it a draw. But just a demon host just rolling, I think it was a 3. Just rolling a 3 and just teleporting over, and then Simon getting the direct hit. A sequence of events that may never, ever, ever happen again. But because of it, we will remember that game forever. Yeah. So, yeah, it was really, 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 really fucking cool. And I think it goes to show that a little bit of randomness can go a long way. Doesn't need. I think the problem is that when you get to like 5th edition and beyond, 5th edition, 6th edition, and especially 7th edition, the randomness was too buku. Having like a single model like a demon host, having a random ability in your list, amazing. Having your entire, let's say Chaos Demons, having your Chaos Demon army being entire and then the entire game being dictated by the Warp Storm table, that's shit. Do you know what I mean? That's shit. It's too much randomness. And I think that's what went wrong in later editions of 40k. They went too random with it. Randomness is something you should season a game system with, not have it be like game defining at the game defining is good if it happens like at the right moment, but having it just be like smothering the game can be wrong. Yeah. But yeah, it was really, really good, and Sam and I are looking forward to our next one. He's bringing the Necrons. Now he's bringing the Necrons, and I think I'm going to bring the Steel Legion. But if I don't bring the Steel Legion, because I kind of want to do Necrons for Steel Legion, like recreate the classic the classic White Dwarf Battle Report. But I'm a little hesitant because that happened in the desert, and I don't have any desert terrain. I could get desert terrain, but getting desert terrain for like a single game does feel a bit, So, do I use the Guard or do I use Space Marines? I do have a Blood Ravens army. I'm just saying. I have a entirely firstborn Blood Ravens army. Yeah. So I have to see. Yeah. I have a look at how much terrain I could. I do have some terrain already that might work for a more deserty map, but it's in the garage, so I'll have to go and have a look. Yeah. Do Blood Ravens go back to Kronos? Yeah, maybe. I'll have a think. I'll have a big think. You know, we'll have a think. But yeah, I loved 4th edition, and I'm looking forward to doing more 4th edition. It was really, really fun, and I highly recommend if you're a 40k player who doesn't really want to buy into a whole new game system, but just wants to play something a bit different to 40k, pick up a 4th edition rulebook I got mine for a tenner. Pick up a codex. I got a couple of codexes for a $5 each, maybe a $10 each, and off you go. And those books aren't going out of date anytime soon. So yeah, there you go. Let's have a look. I want to say a big thank you next to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat, man. I love the video, but Simon wasn't cursing my name. He was cursing it a bit off camera. He was cursing it off camera. Don't worry, Cosmic. And Tom, tell me, do you have the Turner Codex? I do. The 3rd and the 4th edition one. I've got the 3rd and 4th edition rulebook as well. Macon, my boy! Macon, thank you for the super chat. Cleaning the resin bits of the K-47 Axis army now. Hey! Amazing, man. Yes, amazing. Macon, welcome to the Rift, brother. The revolution spreads, brothers. The fire rises. I was just priming some K-47 today, including some resin bits. So got, for the Axis army, I've obviously got the turret done. And I was also doing some more British robots, which is kind of cool. There you go. Yeah. It actually completes my Axis, where my US K-47 is already done. Tesla Sherman for the win. Wait, so wait, Macon. So you've got 2 conflict armies, is what you're saying. You've got 2. Yes, mate. That is amazing. This is what I love, man. Conflict is conflict is dangerous, man. It's properly fucking dangerous. It's almost too easy to collect. Because you're like, oh, I'll get a box of that and get a box of that, and oh shit, I've got a full army. Okay, well, that's cool. I'll get another one. That was too easy. I'm hungry for more. I'm hungry for more. I'll get another couple of boxes. I'll start that other faction. Brits. I'll get a starter army in the Merlin. That'll get me started. Oh wait, that's a full British army. Oh. Oh. The fact that you can get a 1,500 point British force from the starter box and a Merlin, literally two boxes, is amazing. For basically the same price, you buy a starter box, and an extra squad of a couple of squads of robots. Done. US starter and a Sherman is 1,500 points. Done. I mean, you're a little lower in infantry greasy clout, but it still counts. Yeah. It's crazy how it's dangerously easy, and I love it. It's dangerously easy, and I fucking love it, boys. What have we got next? Spriggs, my boy. Hope you have set the timer to lift. I haven't. I will set it now, and I will do a double set in 10 minutes. I just wanted. We had a lot of super chats coming in, so I didn't want to fall behind. Let's do it now. There you go. Cool. There you are. We're almost caught up on the super chats though, so hopefully we can catch up on those, and then we'll be all good to do lifting and stuff. Tiki, my boy, Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Bandai, I love it, mate. Howdy, sir. Just had my shite kicked in by two heavy Soviet walkers. It was a blast of a 1,500 point game. Envelopment actually was pretty close to a draw, 9-6. Harmonic dissonance can kick rocks. Victor's history discussion. Yeah, man. When the Soviet mind control rays start kicking in, it can be really, really potent. It can be really, really powerful. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. So this was the this was Tiki's list. I can see he's got 4 Chihas. And then he's got some veteran infantry and some Shibito. All right. Let's see what we've got next. Wow, that is a cool board to play on. Holy shit, man. Like that is something else. Fucking hell. Are you playing against a mammoth and a mastodon? Ah, it's the Japanese. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It's like when the Japanese had to take on T-34 85s, fucking Hargos, man. In 1945. Fuck me. I tell you what though, that Mastodon does look pretty sweet, doesn't it? I need to get myself one of those. I actually used a Mammoth this weekend. And you know what? I poo-pooed the Mammoth. I said on paper it wasn't very good and I wouldn't take it into a game. But then I took it for the Varak battle report, and it's a massive. It's a tank. Like, its whole job is just to distract the enemy, and to draw fire. And the fact and that's exactly what it did. And Varak said at the end of the game, like, that it was a huge distraction kind of effects. And if he was to do it again, he wouldn't actually shoot it once. And I was like, there you go, man. There you go. I don't know about the Mastodon though, but the Mammoth is definitely, it's a mobile fortress, and its job is to take hits. Yeah. There you go. Nice. Just fucking plinking shots onto the Mastodon. Is that like a random zombie just on the walls? Nice. I mean, he's just stomping forward. I mean, he's going to get off the board eventually, right? Nice. What a beautiful board, man. You don't often get an opportunity to play on something like that, do you? Look at all the bot action stuff in the background. Amazing. So cool, Tiki. So fucking cool. I think there's some more pictures down here, actually. Here you go. The Japanese on top of the terrain firing down. That's cool, man. I need to get myself some of the different coloured rift dice. I mean, I'm just loving the pictures of the board, frankly. Look at that, all the underground stuff going on as well. But how are we meant to play? There's no L-shaped ruins. How are you meant to even play? Bro, I fought with combat blades and bayonets. Shit got real. I mean, the thing with the Japanese is you can actually kill enemy walkers with power swords. Because if you gave a power sword to someone in World War II, it would actually be really, really effective. Because the way it works is, I mean, we went through this, Tiki, didn't we? If you can hit them on 4s, then you can get, like, from a deadly stacks with against vehicles. So if you've got a squad of like 10 of the assault frame guys, you get 20 attacks hitting on 4s. That is 10 hits, and then you add the +1 pen to that because the power blade. You know, you add the highest pen. That's a pen 11 hit. That's how you kill. That's how the Japanese kill vehicles. They cut them to pieces with power swords. Yeah. And, you know, you might think, oh, that's kind of stupid that you have to kill tanks with swords, but you're not killing them with normal swords. It's like, again, take a 40k power sword, put it into World War II, and how powerful do you think that weapon would be? It would be insane. You would be able to easily cut through 1940s steel with it, right? Because there's no fancy... Like, there's not much in the way of, like, fancy metals. Do you know what I mean? It's just steel. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense within the realms of the universe. Yeah, I think I need more assault frame guys. I mean, strongly feel like I need... I strongly feel like Ghost Warrior and Assault Frame spam, or even just Assault Frame spam, is the way you win as Japanese. Oh no, there's a Hornet barreling down at me. I'll charge it. Most you can do is kill 3 guys, and then it's on. Yeah. What size base does the linebacker come with? I'm not sure. I didn't put mine on a base. You don't have to. Bases are mostly there to stop them from, like, if they're a bit top heavy, if they're the reservoirs and falling over, but none of my US walkers are on bases. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. You don't need one. It might be 60 mil, but that seems a little small. Yeah. Or it might be 80. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. All right. Well, but Tiki, that's cool as fuck, man. And hey, you'll get them next time. Double heavy walker like that is a bit of a skew, but you can probably beat it now that you know what to do against them. And like you said, lunge mines could be pretty good as well. The Legend, thank you for the super chat, man. Fisher Fury was 3rd edition, if I recall correctly. Elder Falcons OP, though. Okay, fair. So Fisher Fury was 3rd edition, so it's not even a problem in 4th edition. So the one bullshit tactic that the Tau had isn't even in 4th edition. Amazing. And Eldar Falcons, I mean, I've heard things about Eldar Falcons with Star Cannons, but as long as you just don't spam them, then we'll be okay. Yeah. Eldar have had something broken in every edition. Yeah. Ajax, my boy. Thank you for the 3-month member flex. Went to a Mordheim event on the weekend. Pictures and discussion. Holy shit, man. Mordheim popping off. Let's have a look. Let me find it here. I feel like it's this one. Ajax. There we go. Went to a Mordheim event over the weekend in Canberra, Australia. I took Dark Elves. Over the weekend, I played 7 games. Amazing. At the end of it, my leader had a weapon skill of 6, but a toughness of 2 because of a chest wound. So he was a wet noodle on combat and spent most of the game stunned. I also have heroes robbed and killed over the event. Overall, it was a really good weekend. Mordheim is actually a really fun game. I mean, Mordheim is considered by many to be GW's best game they've ever made. Not necessarily the most successful game, but one of the best games they've ever made. There's a reason it still exists to this day. Yeah, it's amazing. Look at this, man. So cool. The little fucking snotling bastards. I love it. So, look at that for a board. That's cool. Hey, that feels like a proper Mordheim board, that. Not that the other ones weren't, but, you know, just lots of little, like brick ruins. I know people be like, oh, I'll show ruins, but no, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like a ruined city. That's cool, though, like the ladders and stuff. Nice. I mean, that is something special, that board. That's very cool. Mordheim event. Mordheim events. Oh, look at that. That's also a proper Mordheim board, that is. There's something it's something crazy about Mordheim having events. I imagine it must have been some kind of like mini, like one-shot campaign, like turn up with your warband and then over the, you know, play 7 games, keep track of everything that happens, and whoever's got the most gold by the end or whatever, or the most warpstone. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Just basically a weekend long one-shot campaign. That's cool. That's very, very cool. 80 people. 80 people. You had more people at your Mordheim event in fucking Australia. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying that to disparage Australians, but we all know Warhammer isn't as popular in Australia. No, popular is not the right word. Accessible because of the Australian costs, right? But the fact that you had 8 more people at your Mordheim event than there was at the 40k event I was at is amazing. It's like a whole underground thing, man. It's cool. It's very cool. All right, what we got next? Jenny Bratz, thank you for the super chat. Chronosphere detected in stream discussion. I saw a few of these pictures come in, man. It was a difficult weekend of hard work, frozen pipes from car maintenance, but still got some work done. Nice. Tesla Trooper online. Shocking. Proper Red Alert 2 Tesla Trooper vibes, man. I love these. Fucking hell. These are great. Hey, Daughters of the Motherland as well. And amazing. Really, really liking the Red Alert 2 color scheme on these Soviets. Yeah. Yep. I'm fully on board with this. The people's glory. Fuck's sake. That's really good work. Yeah, you've properly captured the Tesla Trooper vibe. Very, very, very well done, Jenny. Very well done indeed. I hope the weekend wasn't too bad. I know it's been quite snowy in places in the US, and especially in places. I think it's snowy in places where it's not normally snowy as well. So I hope everything's been all right. And Jenny, yeah, well done on the painting, man. That looks really good. We've got a Florida Eccentric coming in next. Curious of what you think of this K47 list in stream discussion. Let's have a look.
One rule. Everyone fights.
1 minute.
No one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you.
1 minute. It's not quite worked, but let me see. It should work this time. Cool. So you've got 17 order dice, but only and 7 rift dice. I was gonna say only, but actually that's quite a lot. What the fuck have you taken? So you've got a Style Trooper and officer on his own with guts, a Style Trooper squad, 5 LMGs and a light AT, a Style Trooper squad with 3 LMGs, Fallschirmjäger squad. That's coming from Bolt Action. Okay, fair. Another assault platoon, platoon commander with guts, 6 Totem Core, 6 Totem Core, another Fallschirmjäger squad, sniper team, Panzerschreck team. You got the truck. Well, it's the multi-air, but yeah, it's the truck. Walkie Panzer. Platoon commander, MMG, medium mortar. Okay, it's not a bad list. It's not a bad list at all. The only thing that I would change would be the inexperienced MMG teams. I'd literally, because I don't think you need them. I'd literally drop both inexperienced MMG teams and then take both mortar teams as regular with spotters. If you did that, any spare points you got left over can go into whatever you want, frankly. Oh, upgrade your sniper to have an anti-tank rifle. That's it. I don't know if you need the Panzerschreck either, but it's not a bad unit. Yeah. So yeah, basically, you don't need 17 odd dice. Go down to 15 and make the mortars actually good. And yeah, that list will actually be legit. Because you'll have Style Trooper for toughness. You'll have regular infantry for doing objectives. You'll have Totem Core for being a nuisance. Sniper with the anti-tank rifle will be very good. Panzerschreck is a nice bit of AT in the back pocket. Big Stompy Panzer IV is pretty multi-purpose. And you can never go wrong with medium mortars. Yeah. There you go, man. Yeah, good list. Just don't take the inexperienced machine guns and get your mortars working properly. All right. There you go, bro. What have we got next? Dr. Totencrotch, thank you so much for the super chat. My man! Thank you, man. Played my first K47 game last week. 1,200 points of Axis, the good guys, fuck's sake, versus the US. Boo! I lost, of course, but it felt so good. I volunteered to paint terrain for an event in March. I am 100% infected by K47. Yes! I would say the revolution spreads, but you've been painting some beautiful conflict models up recently. So I wouldn't say the revolution spreads, but the fire certainly rises, and you are no longer conflict curious. You are fully conflict confirmed. Yes! Holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. If you've got some pictures of the game, please share them. I'd love to see your models in action. And, mate, I love it. Getting fully conflict infected. This is the way. This is the way, my friend. Amazing. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Love it. And this is how I feel whenever I play conflict. I can't help but fall in love with it more and more. It's just such a fun game. I feel like I say the same things about it all the time, but what else can I say? It's just such a fun game. Win or lose, it just has epic highs, terrible lows, and that's what you want from a war game. Let's have a look. We've got Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. How'd the weekend go? I hope Grizzled Guard held. Okay, yes. I'll give you guys the headlines on Grizzled Company, right? Because I did take Grizzled Company to a tournament this weekend. It was a GT, and it was a competitive event. Now, I will give you the headline right now as part of the super chat. I might circle back around to it and go into a bit more detail later in the stream. And I will be doing a dedicated after-action report as well, of course. So that will be coming out in a week or so. But the headline is this. Not only did I play Grizzled Company, but I saw lots of other people playing Grizzled Company. And, yeah, everyone had tons of fun with it. And I think Grizzled Company is really powerful, but in no way, shape, or form do I think it's broken. No way, shape, or form. It definitely has some hard counters, which if you're not ready for them, will just... Some games are over before they've begun. So let me go. That's like the headline. Let me go into a bit more detail. So I got 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. I got a win. My first game was against Necrons, and it was a draw. The game was... my opponent was using Necron Wraith spam, so he was actually using 18 Wraiths. I basically couldn't kill them. I just couldn't kill them. So I should tell the list I was running was 120 Cadians, 2 tank commanders with plasma cannons, 2 vanquishers, and 2 basilisks. And I tell you this, I didn't quite have the usual firepower that I could draw upon. And I did notice it. I noticed it a lot. I said this about Grizzled Company from day one. You are going to miss lethal hits. And I missed lethal hits the entire weekend. I like the rerolls. I like that everything in my army had the same rule. I like the stratagems, which I made prodigious. Number 1 stratagem I used every single turn, snap to it. I didn't care about ignore. You know what? Didn't care about ignore cover. Everyone going on about the ignore cover stratagem? Didn't care. Didn't use the ignore cover stratagem once. Why? Because everyone had there was too many invulnerable saves. From every single game I played, I either ran into units which were relatively fragile, relatively squishy, so I didn't need big AP. The big AP was just cutting straight through them anyway, I should say, or I hit an invulnerable save. So the ignores cover stratagem, whilst very good, is actually the one I never needed, because I just brought the AP that I needed. But snap to it and sticky objectives with Jujin on it, every game. And Mordian Minute, every game. Never failed to use them. And Armor of Contempt, every game. The two stratagems I didn't use the damage dealing ones, which you might be like, but Mordy, that would explain why you didn't do as much damage. Maybe, but I don't think they would have made a difference, frankly. It's not going to make a difference when you fight an 18 raids, is it? It's not going to make a difference. So, yeah, 3. So, in that game, basically, what I did is I just had so much more objective control. And I would say my opponent massively overestimated the damage output that I had. I had enough firepower to hold people off, but not really enough firepower to, like, you know, to beat a stat check, essentially. So what I did is basically I threw my guardsman units forward and made them really tanky with, like, I'll have take cover on them. And then I had go to ground. They were in cover with take cover on them. And then I had Armor of Contempt in the back pocket. And then even if they were out in the open, I had go to ground stratagem, which is in the core rulebook. So I basically ran out onto the objectives, stickied them all because of, you know, this is my go-to tactic for most games. Ran out of sticky objectives, and then my opponent had to try and clear off all the guardsmen, right? So the first game, basically what I did is I flooded the board with guardsmen, but I played it very cagey. I just sent in one unit at a time because I could see my opponent was being a little cagey as well. And then when my opponent started realizing that, oh, he should be pushing me a bit more with his wraiths, because actually I probably wasn't going to kill them, because by sort of turn 2, turn 3, it was obvious that I didn't really have the firepower. Then what happened is I just started bumper carring his wraiths, because I was like, well, I can't kill you, but you can't kill me if your wraith is stuck in combat with a Lehman Russ, because I hate being stuck in combat with vehicles. So I literally just, I threw guardsmen out there as a deception and to hold objectives. And then when he started pressuring the wraiths, I threw tanks into them. I was like, I will throw every tank I have into combat with you if it slows you down. And so that's how I got the draw. But it was a draw because basically it was a very low scoring game. It was like 63-66. It's WTC scoring, so it was a draw. Game 2, I played against Tyranids, and it was against Lewis. I actually played against him in the last tournament I went to with the Firstborn Marines, and he was using his Tyranids, and it was a really funny game. We both rolled terribly the entire game. The only thing was that he was running Horde Nids, and I was running, hordes of Nids backed up by big bugs, and I was running hordes of guardsmen backed up by tanks. And so basically we just crashed into each other. But I had slightly more Horde than he did. And so eventually there's like turn 1, stalemate in the middle of the board. Turn 2, stalemate in the middle of the board. Turn 3, stalemate in the middle of the board. Turn 4, I commit the last platoons. I start using my Stugs in like an assault gun kind of role. And suddenly we sort of overwhelmed the Nids and we managed to get a win. But it was a win. It was like 70 points to like 60. I think I got a 12-8 win. It wasn't huge. Game 3, I played against Orcs. I played against the guy on Team Wales who's very, very good running Orcs. And guess what? He proved something to me which I have been saying for years, probably all of 10th edition. If you're a combat army and you don't take shooting, you should expect to lose games. So this guy had the Gaz blob and 2 big units of knobs. He had a big blob of knobs, big Gaz blob, and then he had basically 25 flash kits. And he said the reason the flash kits are in there is simply to clear screens. And I thought he was going to rush Gaz out. I overcommitted my screening because I thought he was going to rush Gaz out, and he didn't. So what happens is basically I rushed my guardsmen out, and he just flash kitted them all down. But Gaz didn't come out till turn 4. But when he came out, he sealed the game. Yeah. He sealed the game. So it was a really, it was an example of what I've been saying for a long time. Aquilans were an IQ stat check, and as a combat army, if you bring shooting to just enough shooting to clear screens, you will have no problem dealing with, these fucking Aquilans and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I lost that game hard, but it was 19-1, so I got a point out of it. That was it. And then game 4, I played against Tyranids again, and I got a draw. It was actually a really, really good game. So I played against a chap called he was called his nickname was Full Send. He was called Adam, and his nickname was Full Send. And he ran 30 Gene Stealers and then loads of Hormagaunts. The idea was it was a huge pressure list. And what's interesting is we got to like turn 3, and it was very obvious the game was the game was going to be a stalemate. It was kind of a repeat of turn of game 2. And I was playing. I was a little out of practice. So I was actually playing very cautiously. It's a Sword and Smith. It was 5-point differential. Yeah, it's WTC scoring. So I was playing it quite cautiously, and Adam actually said to me, "I think you could win this if you were way more aggressive." And I was like, "You think?" He was like, "Yeah." He said, "If you want," it was really interesting because he's obviously a very, very good player. I think his team ended up coming second at the event or third. He was a very, very good player. And I was definitely a little rusty because I've not played in quite such a competitive event in about 4 months. So he actually said, if you want, I could tell you what I would do to take this to a win. And I want to make something clear. That wasn't coming from a position of arrogance. That was, he was proposing like an interesting thought experiment. And I was like, by all means, I'm always, even though, I've been playing 40K for a long time, but I will take every opportunity to learn from a player better than me. Always. You never, ever get too good at 40K that you can't learn from other players. Never, ever, ever. And so I said, I tell you what, mate, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a draw. If you think you can pilot this to a win, then we'll call, we pilot to win, then do so. And if you do end up piloting it to a win, I won't take the win. We'll call it a draw. And he was like, okay, fair enough. But I said, let's keep track of what I would do each turn as well, so that when we get to the end of the game, we can see what the actual result would have been and the result if you were in control of the army, and see if it was significantly different. And so basically he was like, what you want to do here is you need to be way more aggressive. I was like, Full Send is telling me to be more aggressive. He was like, yeah, you need to be way more aggressive. You're doing take aim. And yes, take aim will clear my waves out, but my waves are just buying me time. This is a bad matchup for me. And by being more cautious and sort of playing the screening game, you are actually taking yourself out of a win. And I'm getting myself a draw here. So I'm just playing time for the draw. And I was like, okay, fair enough. So basically he was like, from this point on, don't take aim. Move on all your guardsmen. Because the amount of firepower you've still got left, even on a move, even without lethal hits, because you're in Grizzled, you'll be able to clear out things like Gene Stealers and stuff. And so we went through the turns, and he said this is what he would do. And I said, okay, this is what I would do. We went through, and we kept track of everything. We were very, very much above board. And we got to the end, and he was right. He could have piloted it to a 12-8, and I would have taken it to a 10-10. The score, I think, when we... and this is the score we submitted, because obviously, we don't want to be taking points away from other players and whatnot. Or not points away from the players, but, influencing the rankings in an undue manner. because that's not fair on the other people at the event. Even though it's a teams one, there's still singles rankings, right? And the score ended up being 8. It would have been 80 to him. 79. He would have got 14 more points on primary, so it would have been 79 points to him, 77 points to me. So obviously in GW scoring, that would have been a win for him, but it's WTC scoring. So yeah, basically by him going move and being really, really aggressive turn 4, turn 5, it basically denied him, well, piloting the guard in that way, it denied the NIDs 14 primary points. And those 14 primary points turned it from a 10-10 to a 12-8. But obviously we submitted the 10-10 result because that's what I would have done. And so that was a really good lesson learned. And that was actually one of my favorite games of 40k I've ever played, because getting the opportunity to learn something like that and to have someone in a very constructive way like point out, you being too cagey and all this kind of stuff. And what's interesting is I immediately took that lesson and applied it into game number 5, where I played against a chap called Simon. Oh, one thing before I say that, if you ever get a good player, whoever gives you if you get fucking smashed by a good player, never be salty about it. If they don't offer it, and they often won't because they want to be polite, but they often will as well, because they want to, good players often want to help you become a good player as well. It's one of the great things about the 40k community. It's full of a lot of very nice people. There's very few knobheads, and those knobheads are so few that when they crop up, they tend to be headline news. But if you're a new player and you get fucking smashed, ask your opponent, hey man, I'm new. This was obviously a very one-sided game. What would you do differently, from army list building up to decisions that I made? And often they will jump in and give you lots and lots of really good advice. And you're never, ever, ever too old or too seasoned to ask for advice and to learn. You never are. Be like the mighty sponge. Absorb all the knowledge. So, and an example of this is I went into my last game and I played against a chap called Simon, who I've actually played against before. Last time I played him, he bodied me. And I played against Catan spam. 5 Catan. It was, and I actually managed to beat him. And the reason I managed to beat him was because I killed everything around the Catan, and then basically just flooded I went full send. I embraced the spirit of Adam full send. And I sent everything onto the objectives constantly, regardless of casualties. And managed to basically, because I killed everything around the Catan and then killed 1 Catan, so he only had like 4 units on the board. And basically because of that, anytime like an action objective came up, it was like, oh, fuck, I don't want to do that. So it really which, because you had like to have like Catan doing, you had to have like a Catan sat on an objective the entire game, and a Catan doing an action the entire, every time one cropped up. It actually cut down on the amount of damage he could do, and I was able to manage the casualties until we got we got the win. And that was an example of taking lessons learned and applying them instantly, and them having a massive effect. I think it was only a little win. It was a 12-8. But I think if I hadn't played Adam the game before, and I hadn't taken the opportunity to learn things the game before, I think it would have been a 12-8, but to my opponent. Because I was playing it very cagily. I was playing it too cautiously, because I was out of practice a little bit. Yeah. If I was to now, obviously, we're going to get into the details of what happened in the after action report dedicated video a little bit, probably a week or so away. But if I was to give three lessons learned from that game, I was afraid. All right, you want to break me down? I was afraid. Exactly. I agree, Soldier Smith. I think the 3 Catan lists are way scary. 100% agreed. And Simon, who was using this event as a practice for ITC, is a very, very good player. So, it was like I said, everyone I played at this event was very good, very experienced, knew what the fuck he was doing, And it was a pleasure to play against such good players. And I learned a lot from every game that I played, really getting back in the saddle. Like this weekend really restored my faith in a bit of competitive 40k and made me see what modern 40k is all about. Modern 40k is the competitive game, and that's the way you should approach it, and that's the way you should treat it, and that's what you should expect from it. In fact, this is kind of gets into one of my lessons learned, right? So I've been really, really salty about 40k, and the reason I've been salty about modern 40k is because I've been trying to ask it to do something it's not designed to do. It's not designed to be played casually. I'm sorry, it's not. From the ground up, from everything, from the way it's talked about, from the way it's designed, from the way that players approach it, it's just not designed to be played in a casual setting. It's designed to be played in a competitive setting, semi-competitive and above. And when you try and when you get upset with 40k for not servicing that competitive nature, you're asking it to be something it's not. And in many ways, that's kind of unfair. And this is where, like, my great epiphany, playing Oldhammer in the week and then going to that tournament at the weekend, it has been like, I think it's the final revelation, guys. We talk about, we've been saying that's in the 12th revelation, the 13th revelation. I think all of those revelations have come to this point, which is that it is the final revelation. And the final revelation is that there are two ways of playing 40k, and 40k players should play both. You should play an older edition and you should play a new edition. You should play older editions if you're looking for a casual experience. If you're looking for Vibe Hammer, those editions aren't going out of date. They're not made of milk. They don't go off. They're perfectly preserved. And then the new edition is for when you want to play something competitively, because you all want to. Nearly every player wants to both be able to play 40k beer and pretzels and play 40k competitively. There's something extremely satisfying and rewarding about testing your mettle in the crucible of tournament play. But sometimes you just want to chill. And this is the main lesson I would say I took from this tournament, is it completely reinvigorated my approach to modern 40k. It completely reinvigorated my approach to competitive play, and it's because I stopped trying to ask modern 40k new hammer, like new metal. I'm going to call it new hammer. It completely. I stopped asking it to be something it wasn't designed to be. And when I worked with the system, I think that was really good. And so now my approach to 40k is, when I want to play it for fun, I'll play an older edition. And when I want to play it for competitive, I'll play a new edition. That's the way it is right now. Now, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with 11th edition, but right now, it's like I said, it's the final revelation, and it's been great. I've loved it. Yeah, I've transcended all woe and all worry. Do you know what I mean? All woe and all worry. There we go. But that was the first thing. When you just approach 40k modern new hammer, when you approach new hammer competitively, it's really good. But if you want it to do something else, you probably better go into some other game, whether it's an old edition of 40k or something else. So that's the first revelation. The second revelation, that's very generalist. Second revelation I had, and that's a generalist revelation. That's the generalist lesson learned. I'm gonna have 3 specific lessons learned from this tournament. The first one is that Blob Guard is nice, but Mech Guard is better. And you guys know I love infantry, and running 120 infantry was great. I never felt like apart from in one game, I never felt like I didn't have enough infantry. I could be a little reckless with them, but Mech Guard, in every single game that I played, Mech Guard would have been better. That first game against the Necron Wraiths, just yeeting chimeras into them, would have been better. That second game versus the Tyranids, I wouldn't have had to worry about the Tyranid pressure in any way, shape, or form. Just scout mirrors with flamers on top and flamers inside. Just let the nids swarm around and burn my way out. Would have been better. That game 3 against the Orcs, maybe Gaz would have come out earlier, but I wouldn't have given a shit about the flash gits. Oh yeah, flash git away, my fucking chimeras. now I'm going to blast you. My 5 Rust, 5 Chimera Met Guard list was that I've been running since the beginning of 10th edition was and continues to be the superior take-all-comers list that I like to run. So that's that. And then every other game as well. Game number... so that's the first thing. So Met Guard... Blob Guard is nice, but Met Guard is better. Second revelation is Bulgrin. Just Bulgrin. Every single game I played would have been easier and probably could have been a win. I could have gone 5-0 if I'd had 12 Bulgrin. 6 isn't enough. 6 Bulgrin and 6 Ogrin, no. 12 Bulgrin. In fact, the team that won it had a guard player on there running Grizzle Company with 12 Bulgrin. Don't even question it. Don't even think about it. Don't even argue it. Bulgrin. And the third thing that I realized was third thing that I learned was fucking love basilisks. Everyone says you don't need indirect fire, but I think every guard player that I saw had indirect fire or pseudo indirect fire, and I was running double basilisks, and they're really fucking good. They're really, really fucking good, basilisks. And there's 2 reasons why. First one, AP -2 inbuilt. I didn't need to use the ignore cover stratagem because I had AP2 built in, and so I could use my stratagems elsewhere. I was taking them down and slowing the enemy and slowing people down with the basilisk. Amazing. So yeah, really, really good. But the main thing that I found them to be really useful for is the fact they could, in Grizzle Company, is the fact that they can move and shoot with basically no penalty because they hit on 4's base, and then when you tell them to take aim, they can still move and shoot indirect and hit on a 4. So what I actually ended up doing is I would once it was up, after turn 3, once there was basically no deep strike threat to my home objective, I just rolled the basilisk forward as assault guns. I basically used them as stugs. The Stuggalisk. Yeah. Other things that I learned. So that's what I learned from this event. Looking around at how other guard players did. I saw a lot of people running Rogel Dawns. 2 things. Every guard player there that I saw was running Vanquish and Lehman Russes. They were running the Vanks. After 2 years of shouting from the rooftops, Vanks, 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 it turns out that the competitive 40k community has finally started to pay attention. Maybe you can't lead a horse to water. Maybe they finally got to the water themselves. But vindication! Every guard player I saw had minimum of 2. Often they had 3 Vanks. 3 Vanks, 2 Dawns. 2 Dawn commanders seem to be a big way to go. Yeah. Big. Huge. So, yeah, it's Vanking time, baby. And you know what? One of the reasons for them was Catan. How times have changed. In the game that I played against Catan, the 2 units in the 2 models of my army that my opponent was most afraid of was my double Vank. That was the thing he beelined for. Because I snuck a Vank shell through and did 10 damage, and my opponent, which went down to 9 damage, and my opponent had a 5 at feel no pain. So I just did like 6 wounds to a fucking Catan in like one go. I think he got a little lucky, so I did like 5 wounds. That's pretty good. Big reason why I was able to like kill a Catan in one turn. It's like, poof, yeah, Vanked it. Yeah, so Vanks are really big. Rogel Dawns. So everyone was running Vanks. I saw a lot of people running Rogel Dawns. I think Dawns pair really well with Bulgrin. That seemed to be the magic combo. The ability to... I think that's how... so I saw a list that was running Rogals and no Bulgrin, and that list got pressured into oblivion by World Eaters. I then saw literally the next game, literally a guard player next to me on one game, guard player playing next to me on the game. Guard were really, really very powerful and really popular. And seeing the next game, I saw basically the same thing happen again. World Eaters going to guard, but this time there were 12 Bulgrin and 2 Dawns, not just the 2 Dawns. And this time, the World Eaters completely bounced. So, yeah, I think Bulgrin and Dawns go really, really nicely together. And it was really cool. I've been talking about Vanks a lot, and other people have been talking a lot about Rogal Dawns a lot. And it turns out that, it turns out that the Dawn versus Russ, Dawns v Russ debate is exactly what we all thought it was, which is both sides are right. Both sides are right. Having Russes in your list is good. Having Dawns in your list is also good. It's not actually an either or. It's both. Dawns plus cheap Russes plus Bulgrins. That's it. That's the winning combo right there. And then you just spend the rest of your points on action monkeys and screening units, like 10-man infantry squads and stuff like that. Yeah, that's it. That's the winning combo. Yeah, so it turns out that everyone who was saying Rogal Dawns were the best was right, and everyone saying that Russes were the best was right. And it turns out we were both basically coming from the same problem from different angles, and just seeing people taking both, that's where the magic is. That's truly where the magic is. Yeah. Which is really good to see, because, like I said, you have to be open-minded. And I've been firmly on Team Russ for for a long time. But like I said, you've got to keep that open mind. You've got to take opportunities to learn, because if you don't, you won't become a better player. And I took many opportunities to learn this event, and I learned that, of course, I don't know everything. I've never ever claimed to know everything. But I learned, a few of the things that I thought I was right on, I was wrong on. And some of the things that I was wrong on, I ended up being right on. Yeah, so the things that I thought I was right on, I was right on. Yeah. So there you go. Long story short, so I guess overall, how did it feel to run Grizzled Company? It felt good. It did. But I've never rolled so many 2s in my life before. That's... and it wasn't like, oh, I'm just noticing it. No, I was rolling a lot of 2s. And secondly, I missed lethal hits. It's a very, very good detachment. It's a very powerful detachment. But I think Grizzled Company is a very fun detachment. I think it's very powerful. But I think it will only be really powerful in the hands of the best players. And truth be told, the best players are going to be good with anything you give them. So it's... weirdly, I just don't think Grizzled Company is a problem. I don't think it's a problem at all. I think it's right. It's right where it should be. I think it's right where it should be. It's going to sound controversial, and there might be a lot of people that disagree with me on this, but I'm just going to say it. I think Games Workshop hit the bullseye with it. It rewards competitive players and allows them to do what they want to do and should be allowed to do, which is do well by playing well. And it also is just fun to use for casual players. Yep. And if I'm going to be honest, if I think there's areas that need to be looked at, it's probably Necrons, and it's probably Space Marines. I think that's probably where it is. But I do say this. I'm not sure Necrons are as... I'm not sure Necrons are as bad as everyone is saying they are. I think that's not necessarily true. I think Necron Catan spam is as bad as everyone is saying it is. But I don't necessarily think it's as overpowered as everyone is saying it is. So I was able to beat it with an off-meta list. It is absolutely beatable. I think the problem with Catan spam and why it's getting a bad rap is not that it's not beatable, it's that it's very skewed and it's basically a stat check. That's it. And it plays very, very well into the current doctrine, into the current meta. If you're playing elite infantry spam, Catan are going to just fuck you. They are. They are very, very good in that capacity. They're very, very anti-meta. But the thing is that if they need this, it's like fighting any monster mash list. There's a balance between having enough Catan to do damage, because if you only take 3 of them and you lose one, well, 2 Catan is eminently manageable. If you take 5 of them, then you've got poor objective play. I think 4 is the right number. I think 4, and then just if you lose one, 3 Catan is still a nightmare to deal with. And you'll probably will lose one early on, but then you get in amongst the enemy, and then you probably don't lose anymore. You probably don't lose anymore after that. So yeah, I think that's why Katana is such a problem. But, you know, I think if you're an army which has, I don't even know if you're a horde army, because you don't need to go pure. You don't need to go like Tyranid Swarm and take like 240 bucks, right? I mean, you could do, but you don't need to. I think just non-elite armies are better in Catan. Like, I would say Tau and Guard are better into Catan spam. Maybe Orcs, but you don't see a lot of Orc Horde these days, or Semi-Horde. So, yeah. But I think Tau and Guard, I mean, I know I would definitely say Guard, because I had that experience. I don't know about Tau, but as someone who's played Tau a bit recently, I would say if I took my Guard, I would be confident taking my Guardified Tau into it. It's not even about trying to kill him. It's just about Tau are so cheap these days. They're so fucking cost effective that I mean, I'm Catan Montcap, frankly, because you know that the Catan are coming at you. So you know that your first 3 turns you're going to be getting lethals, and you just fucking stack lethals on those bitches left, right, and center. I have no doubt that if someone took 4 Catan, 5 Catan, and just full sent them at a Tau army, expecting, sent them against a Montcar army, they'd lose. Oh, they might lose all. I don't know if they'd lose all of them in one turn. But if I faced that Catan list, and it did what it did to me this weekend, and I had my Tau, my Guardified Tau, I reckon I could have picked up a couple of them, maybe 3 in a turn. Just because of combination of lethals, Markalites, and just pure fucking numbers. At the end of the day, it's a 4 up followed by a 5 up, guys. They don't have damage anymore. 4 up followed by 5 up. I ain't got any problems with that. Yeah. So I think Guardify. So the answer to Triple Catan is be a bit less elite. The answer, as it always seems to be in this edition, is you need your shit munchers. I don't know. I don't think you go 60 strike teams. I think you have a balance, Scribbles. So I wouldn't say no to 60, but I think, yeah, you want a combination of quantity and quality, and Tau bring that massively. So yeah, that is my thoughts. I didn't play Ultramarines though, which I really wanted to. But do you know what was interesting? No one was... I didn't see anyone running Ultramarines in the teams that we played into. So we played 5 teams, so 20 players, and I don't think any one of them had Space Marines. If I was to say who... If I was to say what faction... When I looked across the hall, which factions were super popular... Guard, Genestealer Cult, and Necrons were probably the big 3 that I saw. Necrons, Genestealer Cult, Guard, and there was quite a lot. No, I saw one or two Chaos players. Yeah, but those 3 seem to be the big ones. Those 3 seem to be the big ones. Yeah. Any advice for custodians in that situation? I'm entering my first tournament. I've been trying to figure out how to deal with it. I honestly, I think the way you play custodians, Ethan, is you take what was it? 30 custodian guard. Because I don't know if Catan do that many devs. I think you take 30 custodian guard and just how many 4-ups can you make? Just bring a phalanx of custodian guard and you still have like 800 points left over after that. Someone on the team that came second was running, I think, 30 custodian guard and 3 land raiders, and then each custodian guard. And then he had like a couple of Inquisitors and a couple of Sister Silence units. I think that was his army. And they came second, and I think he came second and nearly 20-0'd every opponent he played. Yeah. So that's the custodian's meta. I mean, 30 custodian guard is like 1,200 points, roughly. He might not have had quite... I think he had 24 custodian guard. So maybe he had a few smaller squads, but he had a lot of them. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. So that was my little after-action report. But like I said, full pictures were taken. Full details will be covered in the separate video, which will probably not come out this weekend, but come out next weekend. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful and informative. Yeah. But like I said, full breakdown will come in the after action report in a week or so. All right, a few more super chats here, and then let's see where we are up to. So we've got the Cheese Master. Thank you for the 41-month member flex, man. Played the first game of Conflict 47 with Empire of Japan and had a blast. Yes! Triple X Force, baby! Rift Force, baby! Yeah, baby! Love it, man. Cheese Master is joining the Rift. Yes! Oh, my God. Amazing. Cheese Master, I'll tell you this. Empire of Japan. This is for all the Conflict players and the Empire of Japan players. You will be well looked after this year. Ooh. That's my workout alarm. You'll be well looked after this year. Right now, I'll say Empire of Japan is a bit of a sticky place. But you'll be well looked after this year. All right. I'm just gonna blast the super chats, then do a big Giga Chad. Tell them what they'll get. Why don't you? I wish I could. But unfortunately I can't. Not just yet anyway. Well, maybe on Friday. We'll see what Warlord reveals than what I can reveal in addition. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Update in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. I got a mini haul. Let's ready to rumble. Also, the third picture is my solution to all the winter storms and minus 40-degree temperature. Let's have a look here. Hey! Nice, man. Let's have a look. Cosmic getting on the fucking... He's getting on the Kodiak! Nice. He's getting on the Kodiak and the Jackal. Excellent, man. That's cool as fuck, bro. Nice. Rumbles. Fuck's sake. What's this? Your solution. Just a 99 pack of beer. Don't worry about the snow. We've got beer. I love it, Cosmic. Nice. That's brilliant, man. You are not going to be upset. The Kodiak is a beautiful, beautiful model. And it's a powerful one, too. I will find it difficult to leave home. Ever leave home without a Kodiak in my list. And Jackals are great as well. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? What do we got next? The Legend. Thank you for super chat, man. Have you looked at the StarCraft Wargame or Strike Zone / Battlezone Commander? I personally StarCraft, and the other looks neat too. I haven't looked at either of those games, but I have heard both of them. I heard of both of them, and I haven't looked in detail at either one. I'm keeping an eye on the general chatter around them. If they seem to be popping off, then it'll be something that I might do more than keep an eye on. But I'm not committing to anything more than that, because I've already got like 4 or 5 games that I play. And like, you need to manage your armies like your Magic games. You can't have too many, otherwise you end up spreading yourself too thin. So if it's a good one, I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, there you go. Simple Logic, thank you for the 10 gifted messages, baby. Yes. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. There we are. And you can not just 10, not 10, 11 gifted messages, because you did 10 and then you did another one. Hey, 007 Simple Logic. Thank you for all your support. You're a good lad, man. Fantastic. We've also got Potato. Thank you for the super chat. May I get your blessing for my army, sir? It would mean the world to me. Let's have a look, man. What do you mean, blessing? Have you sent some pictures in or something? Or pictures in or an army list, maybe? I mean, I can bless your army if you want. What army are we talking about? We're talking K47. We're talking bot action, old world, 40k. If you tell me what army it is or show some pictures off, I can give it my blessing. I actually, if it's 40k, I could do a 40k prayer actually, because I do have the Imperial Instruments uplifting primer. So there you go. Oh, 1 minute. There we go. 40k in Discord posted pics. Did you post the pics in stream discussion? Because there's a lot of channels in the Discord, so you have to post them in stream discussion or I won't be able to find them. Oh, I found it. I'm being stupid. It was just a little bit further up. Yeah, it's just a little bit further up. Let's have a look. And literally, as I was saying it, I found them. Majority printed, only 1 GW. Creed, who's hiding a bit. I love 40k, but don't support GW. Gonna go into Oldham with 4th edition or 1-page rules. Yes. Maybe 11th if the rules fleshes out 10th edition a bit more. Mr. Mordant, may I get your blessing for my army? Yes. It is the mighty vanquisher. This is making me very happy. Nice. I love a classic Cajun color scheme done well, my friend. I say it on this channel time and time again. There's something about that green and tan which just fucking slaps every day of the week. Every day of the week, man. It just works. Look at that, mate. Beautiful. B-E-A beautiful. All right. Hey, it's coming along, man. All right, let's get a blessing. This looks like a good army shot. Let me give your army a blessing. 1 second. I shall read from the good book. I will give you the prayer of adulation to the Emperor. O immortal Emperor, have mercy upon us, miserable unworthies that we are. O Master of the Galaxy, protect your flock from the alien. O Keeper of the Light, guide our darkened path with your radiance. We are your warriors, and we are servants to thee. We stand free from blindness of heart, free from hypocrisy, vainglory, and deceits, but captive to hatred, malice, and anger. To the filth, the alien, the heretic. By thy agony and bloody sweat, by thy golden throne and thy death, by thy destruction and re-emergence as the God of men, keep and strengthen us, we who fight for thee. Ave Imperator, the Emperor protects. There you go, man. There you go. You have now been blessed by the Emperor. Go forth and fight in his name. There you are, man. What have we got next? What have we got next? So Newbie, thank you for the super chat, bro. To get insight from someone else is a blessing that your eyes will never get to see. Being aggressive can put someone out of their comfort zone. You're absolutely right. Sometimes, you know, I didn't realize how passive, passive wasn't the right word, but I didn't realize how cagey I was being. And I kind of forgot the golden rule of 40k, which, you know, 10th edition, you can lose 99% of your army and still win. There's no points for having models left over. Yeah. So, so Newbie, being aggressive, it allows you to seize the initiative and put the enemy on the back foot. Allows you to be proactive, not reactive. Very, very true. Very, very true, sir. Ishmael Thompson, thank you so much for the super chat. It's fun, so GW is going to balance it out. I don't know if they will. I think they've got bigger fish to fry. Truthfully, I think they've got bigger fish to fry, and truthfully, I just don't think Grizzled Company are a problem. I just don't. I mean, what's the latest metadata on the whole situation? Let's look. StatCheck's got good metadata, hasn't it? Meta dashboard, 10th edition metadata. Let's have a look here. I mean, Guard are sitting at... Is this when is this? Player faction, date. The last couple of... I'm just looking at the general. It's the last couple of weeks. No, 1 minute. Last couple of weeks, Guard is sitting at 56% win rate with Grizzled Company. Okay, that is quite high. It is high, I'm not going to lie. Combined Arms is sitting at 50. But Combined Arms is sitting at 50%, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? So, Also, I've always found that StatCheck's numbers are a bit different to everyone else's numbers. So I'm not sure. But I'll say, 56 is quite high, but I don't know. I just don't think it's... I think in the right hands, it's very good. But I think for the average Guard player, it's not that bad. Yeah. I still think lethal hits is so very powerful. But hey, the data is the data. Data should always be taken as an indicator, but it shouldn't be taken as gospel. Yeah. I think... I don't think it will get nerfed for another... I don't think it will get emergency nerfed. if it's going to get nerfed, it'll be in the regular balance patch. So, hey, we've got 2 more months of joy. Right? Two more months. And by that point, at that point, 11th edition will be out. So, there you go. Not quite, but it'll be leaked at some point, right? Yeah. Trooper number 2102, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Bean Blade chat. Amazing, man. It's 4th edition and Catan spam is a problem. It's 5th edition and Catan spam is a problem. It's 6th edition and Catan spam is a problem. It's 7th edition and Catan spam is a problem. It's 8th edition Catan spam is a problem. It's 9th edition and Catan spam is a problem. It's 10th edition Catan spam is a problem. To be fair, I don't know if Catan spam was a problem. I don't know. I mean, Catan spam was a problem in 9th. I know that much. I can't remember if it was in 8th, to be honest. And I don't think it was in 7th, you know. Because Decurion was a thing in 7th. But yeah. Yeah. But it's Catan has, but I get the point of your super chat, mate. Catan spam has been a problem for about 6 years now. At some point, GW have decided they've spammed that they've sold enough Catan and they'll nerf them, right? At some point. There we go. All right, and then we've got it's Dicer, it's Chris, my boy. Chris, thank you for super chat, man. Is it mystery box challenge time, or am I painting another conflict army instead? I have some stormtroopers to work on. I mean, Chris, I'm easy either way, man. I have made a start on my Hungarians. I'll show you. So the free sprue of Italians, I have converted them over to with German equipment and German field caps, and I've painted them up in. I've got my color scheme nailed down for them, and yeah, they're so they were my test models, and I like the color scheme now. So yeah, so there you go. So I have started. I've got the color scheme done, and I also bought some new plastic glue because I'd run out. Well, I hadn't run out. I've run out of the good stuff, and all I had left was the fucking stinky shit. But I bought new. This is my old Tamiya. I bought new Tamiya now. It's in my bag downstairs. So yeah, I will. I'm ready for either. But you know, then again, but then at the same time, Chris, as I'm sure you will understand why. I have got 20 Totem Corp built. I say built, stuck onto a base. Built and primed. So I can go either way. Why not both? Yeah. There we go. Where are we up to here? 1 second. Dieter, remind me to bring you those Alpine tomorrow. So many zombies. I mean, oh yes, we are off tomorrow, 2 o'clock at Element, mate. Yeah. How will you ever feel about? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, should I? If I don't think I can give that away. I don't think I can give that away. I mean, I can run 30 in an assault platoon right now. That's the thing. Because, you know, I can, you know, you can take 4 squads of them in an assault platoon, right? So yeah, I could run 4 squads of 8 right now. No questions asked. I mean, I can't because they're not painted, but in theory, I could run an entire assault platoon of them. There you go. All right, what have we got next? So, dude, I mean, I'm easy, man. I mean, why don't we? I think how I'm going to approach it is I'm going to build the Hungarians whilst painting the conflict, and then I'm sort of working on both at the same time. Yeah. It probably only take me a week to build the army. I mean, I could. To be fair, most of my conflicts, I've kind of got all the conflict I need for now, because yeah. I will. I mean, I can go either way. I'm kind of enjoying conflict at the moment, but I also feel like I'm really excited to do the Hungarians as well. I can't decide. I'm going to work on both, Chris. I'm just gonna work on both. Why choose? That's what I say. Why choose? There you are. Crucible 76, thank you for super chat, man. I started TTC with 0 painted Templars. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. This is the Black Templar force that I painted over the event. Plenty more to go, but damn, that's a fully painted army. Dude, that's a fully painted army and then some. That is 6 months of painting Black Templars. Holy shit, mate. They look beautiful. They look beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, mate. Yeah. Really, really, really fucking cool. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I love it, mate. 10 out of 10. Absolutely love it. Beautiful models, beautiful army. So much achieved over the last 6 months. Fantastic. Fan-bloody-tastic, mate. Nice. Aren't you supposed to be working on Belgium? Belgium will be coming. But Belgium is going to go. Belgium will be coming. But I've got a couple of other bits I want to work on before the Belgians. Yeah. But don't worry, the Channel Belgium army is a thing. And will be a thing. And it won't take me that long to put together. Yeah. So there we go. In fact, I actually have I have a source on some cheap Belgians that I might get. So there we go. Some second-hand ones. So I have been looking into it, don't you worry. The legend, thank you for the super chat, man. Video on the StarCraft game stream discussion if you're interested. I can take a quick look, mate.
Oh.
1 minute. Give me a second. Tommy Gunn, do you still like the Creed Gigablob nowadays, Mordium? Yes. I ran it this weekend, but I just ran it in Grizzled Company and used Creed and 1 Platoon Command Squad to order. I took 6 squads Acadians, Creed, and a Platoon Command Squad, and they just ordered all 6 squads Acadians. That was how I used it. So I didn't really use it to order vehicles. I just used it to order a lot of infantry. All right, let's have a look here. So this is Hobby Homies, and this is StarCraft Tabletop Matrix Game starter set and price reveal. This video is doing very well, so I'm gonna have a quick look at it.
So, Archon Studios has had yet another Ask Me Anything, another AMA about the StarCraft miniatures game, which is getting released in mere months. Now, if you want to know
That's pretty close.
that we know about the game so far, Go back and watch our other video, link in the description, called Everything We Know So Far on StarCraft the Miniatures Game. This is adding to that video with new information. I got up super early. Again, you've got your...
Let's have a look. So 2-player starter box. Pre-orders, early bird shipping, game in the box. You're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like Zerglings with wings. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Zerglings without wings. And then you're getting the fucking basically tubey one, Queen. Roaches, I think, there. Got the Queen of Blades there. I'm not sure what these are. I've not played StarCraft since Wings of Liberty, so I'm not sure what these are. They look like bigger Zerglings to me, but I bet they've got a different name. Yeah. And then over here, we've got what looks like, you know, Marines without combat shields. Marines with combat shields. Fire Bats or Marauders, one of the two. You've got, that looks like the, is that Rainer? And then you've got the medics. Okay. Interesting.
Special things like a Nidus Worm in there. There's some
Nidus Worm, that's the one.
Very cool. Everything that you see is what you get there if you're familiar. So that can help you.
That's kind of interesting. I wonder what the scale is in comparison to things like 40k. I kind of want to know what the price is. Ooh. Protoss. That's kind of cool. Like, so you got some zealots. It's a 6x3 board. That's kind of interesting. Reasonably Primaris sized.
That one's going to cost 109 USD, they said. 99 euro. Probably.
Oh, a minute.
The Aussie.
199 US dollars. For that, I mean, it's pretty good. It's a lot of models. I mean, what did Leviathan? I mean, that is basically like Leviathan, right? Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Well, definitely keeping an eye on it. And then you've got the this one and that. I think that's all of them for the time being, isn't it? Which faction is the easiest? Probably the Terrans, I would suspect. Yeah. What's about the sprues? Okay, they don't look too bad. It does a building things. I will say they appear to be easier to build than Games Workshop miniatures. You know, back goes on there. So you put the head on there, back on there. Yeah, I mean, I reckon you could build these without instructions. It depends on the sprue layout, though. That's the real... It's not about the instruction. It's not about the bits. It's about where the bits are. Colored sprues. Can we get a look at the actual layout of the sprues? Because the reason the Games Workshop miniatures are hard to build is mostly because of the layout of them on the sprues. Yeah. Yeah. Roadmap looks cool. So, 10th of March for pre-orders. Wave 1, Wave 2, heavy support, psionics, and heroes. Narrative campaign, flying, Wave 2 in October. Ground Classic and Heroes, Wave 3, December. Wow, so they're bringing a lot out in 1 year. It's very interesting. That's really interesting to know. So, one thing I find quite interesting is we're getting games like this, which are sort of like games like StarCraft and Conflict, which are planning huge releases in the same year that an edition of 40k is coming out, which traditionally is something that that miniature games companies and model manufacturers have avoided, because 40k just sucks up so much of the air in the room on an edition launch. But I have been saying for a little while now, maybe send me to the black ships. Maybe send me to the black ships. But I've been saying for a little while now that miniature wargaming is so big now that there is room for everyone. And I kind of think that tabletop wargaming is now so mainstream in so many places that even if 40k launches an edition, whilst it will, of course, still be something that other companies in the same ecosystem need to take into account, it's not something that you necessarily need to. It means you can't launch your thing. Yeah. Ron Nicole, GW has lost its customer base at other games. I will say I think that is partly true. Partly. I think it would be very dishonest to say that Games Workshop hasn't lost any of its customers to other games. But I think it would also be dishonest to say that they've lost everyone and they're fucked and all that. Do you know what I mean? I think, as always, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, which is that a lot of people are coming out. I said this last week. There's a changing of the guard. I think a lot of people are dropping out of 40k, maybe temporarily, maybe permanently, but a lot of people are coming into 40k. And I think that with the new edition, if the new edition is good, a good game is a good game at the end of the day. A good game is a good game at the end of the day. A new edition of 40k, if I want 11th edition to do well, because 40k is the reason why games like StarCraft are being made, StarCraft war games tabletop games being made, Conflict 47. I wouldn't say it's the reason Conflict 47 is being made, but I think there's a bit of a difference there because War was obviously already around. But there's reasons that Conflict is being picked up by so many people is because there's just more people here now. That's it. We do love them or hate them. You've got to give GW some, love them or hate them, and you can hate them for a lot of reasons. But one thing you got to give them is that they have brought, from either through accident, happenstance, or savvy business decisions, whatever you believe, they have made tabletop wargaming way, 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 way more widely accepted and popular. Yeah. But I think the fact that there's a new edition of 40k coming out is a big deal. But no longer do I believe it means that other companies can't release their thing. Like 40k 11th edition will come out and I'll be excited for it. And then something for Conflict 47 will come out and I'll be excited for that. And I'll be able to enjoy both. I think the day of 40k being the only game that people play is long gone. It is. It doesn't. It's long gone because it is not designed to be a game that scratches every itch. It's not a game that's designed to be narratively played. Even with Crusade, it's not. Crusade just in many ways makes some of the problems with 40k worse with how unbalanced it can get. Yeah. It's like GTA 6 people are just going to give them a month. What, you mean 40k or something else? Oh, you mean they'll give it a month and then... Yeah, I think that's fair. 11th edition is June, July. They will just avoid those 2 months. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I think that's maybe. Yeah. Was K47 10 kits, 2 for each faction? Ooh, more than that. 2026 is going to be a big year. I mean, K47 was 15 to 20 plastic kits this year. But there's a lot of stuff that Warlord Games does that's not in plastic. I told you, 2026 is a big year for K47. Big year. And the thing is, it's not the only year because, like I said, I've been privy to some information. And this is not a game that they're doing for 3 months and then forgetting about. It's not a game they're doing for a year and then forgetting about. This is a game that already is mapped out, budgeted for, as far as I'm aware, all this kind of stuff for at least 3 years. And then there's more stuff after that. Yeah, they're building a universe. That's why that's why these books they're doing are like reminiscent of old Imperial Armor books. They're very, very lore heavy, very, very story driven, because the idea is that this edition of Conflict is all about building the world, laying down the foundations of the lore, of the fluff, because we all know how important fluff and lore is to a setting. It's the stuff that everything else gets built on top of. Everything else gets built on top of. Yeah. And I'm telling you this. My understanding is that there is not going to be anything in Conflict that suddenly just appears like the Rogel Dawn. We still don't know where it came from. And there's not going to be any... and whilst there is going to be retcons from the first edition of Conflict Lore, which, remember, was actually developed by a different company. Warlord has bought the IP, and that's why they're taking it in. They're respecting what came before, but they are taking it in a different direction. They said they wanted it to be weird, right? They're getting weird with it. But yeah, there's going to be retcons, but those retcons are going to be done with explanations. Like, why is there a difference between the weapon designs between some of the stuff that exists now and stuff, the new versions we've seen of things like the Panzer IV, and some of the other units that are getting redesigned as well? Well, that's because the early stuff was like the first iteration of those weapons, and now they've developed technology a bit further, and now they're getting the second iteration of those weapons. They essentially do the same thing, but then they're, maybe they're easier to produce now. That's how you do a retcon. That's how you change the eyeball turret on the Panzer IV to this style. That's how you explain, like things like the Spinner mech and the Vogel Spinner. Why wasn't that in version 1? Well, this is a new iteration of the similar design. And there's some cool stuff coming with the with Festung Europa, and it's going to be, there's some really cool stuff coming with the Totem Core lore. When Warlord said this is how this is how the Totem Core actually came about. So there's a whole origin story for them now, and there's a lot of deep diving the Totem Core program, as it's called, and how it's developed. So where, the origin story of the Totem Core, and then how it's developed, who's in charge of it. There's all sorts of stuff coming. So yeah, there you go. Did you get more insight into how they thought K-pop Zone would do versus how it's actually gone? I remember they were rather surprised, but I'm curious if you had more insight there. I don't have any specific information on that, Macon. But my understanding is that it has gone better than they thought. No, that's not even that. It has done even better than they hoped it would. That's a better way of putting it. Because it's saying better than thought. It's something they didn't expect to do well. They wanted it to do well. They expected it to do well, and all this kind of stuff. But I think the reception to it has been really, really, really positive. And yeah, it's been really positive. I mean, there's a rumor going around. I've no idea if it's true or not. There's a rumor going around. I didn't start it. I don't know where it's come from. It's not, maybe, I don't think it's come from Warlord themselves. But there's a rumor going around that since the launch of Conflict, like, Warlord's seen a 40% increase in their revenue in like 2-3 months, which is pretty fucking high. But that could be completely bollocks. It could be completely bollocks. Yeah. So who knows? Who knows? If true, damn. I mean, exactly. I can only hope it's true. I can only hope it's true. Yeah. All right. What have we got? What have we got next? What have we got next? Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. Oh, they're going to surprise the hell out of Simon. The Hungarians look great, sir. His reaction will be priceless. Yeah, I mean, the Belgians and Hungarians, I think, are going to surprise the shit out of Simon. I am very ready. Like, I've got... I need to get my... I need to figure out how to paint the tanks. Because I don't have an airbrush, and I can't really be fucked getting an airbrush. Because I don't really have anywhere for the airbrush. So, you know. But I want to paint my Hungarian tanks in the proper colour scheme. I think that'll probably require painting them by hand and using proper camo colour schemes. But I think I could basically emulate what I did for my Japanese tanks. I can't bother getting them down there, but I painted my camo on my Japanese tanks. They look pretty good, so I'll do something similar like that for my Hungarians, I think. All right, let's see what we got here. But yeah, I'm gonna because I want to paint them with the brown and I mean, I want to paint them like they are in the picture, basically. If I show you. It's like this crazy ass color scheme. Oh, a minute. I've not clicked on the right thing. Where are you bastard? Yeah, a bit like this. Well, it's a little tricky. Oh, they're not sell the Turan in a 1 anymore. They must do. Apparently not. Anyway. Doesn't bother me because I got mine as a 1. So yeah, this colour scheme, basically. So it's like... I've no idea how I would paint that. It's like... It's green and tan and brown. Maybe sponge? Sponging might be the way to do that. Bust out the makeup sponges. What do you reckon, chat? It's tricky. I mean, is that an airbrush color scheme? Is that an airbrush color scheme? Like a tiny little random patch there. I've never used an airbrush, but I figured they were pretty, quite a broad. They could be quite a broad cone. I imagine you can probably tighten the stream and whatnot, but yeah. It's a little tricky on the Toldy. Look at that. The Toldy's a bit tricky as well. So that's like a different color scheme to that. And neither one is particularly easy to do. See, I was thinking of just doing it. There are just some green. Do you know what I mean? There is just green. So the Zrini is just green, and the Toldy Mark 1 is just green. And I'm tempted to just do green. I want to, it's like green. That would be easy to do. Green plus that kind of top. But that's a bit of a mental color scheme. And that's a bit of a mental color scheme. I don't think it's in any different colors. Sometimes Warlords show them in multiple different colors. Yeah. I could do that green piece of piss. That green is basically just the exact green that I use for my American tanks. It's my American one is slightly. Is it slightly browner? Oh, a minute. That's probably the Agrax that I use. Oh. Scott Basham is comparing it up here. Yeah, I probably would. I'd probably do it in a slightly different green. Yeah, it looks slightly close to Russian green. I'd probably do it feels like that's it feels like I'd start with a base coat of like generic army green and then take it, over to like I'd then sponge. I'd say sponge on a lighter green. Like a forest green. Probably don't even need a shade on that. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'd even though it might not be technically correct, that's probably the color scheme I'd do it in. But I'll look at some historical pictures. I'll look at some historical pictures and see what I can find, because I want to paint a tiger up. And I don't know if they had different color schemes. But the Hungarians did get the tiger. But I don't know if it had a different color scheme. Apparently they did do it in the Hungarian camo. So that would be pretty fucking sick to have a Hungarian camo. To be honest, it kind of looks a little bit, truth be told, it does look a little bit like maybe the Warlord color scheme. It's very well done, but it's slightly hard the way they've done it. Like, if we look at this, let me like this picture, for example, or this one. No, not that one. That one's not great. Hungary tanks. Yeah, I think like this is quite a good one. And that one as well. If you look, it doesn't look, it just looks more like brown, green, tan. And it's kind of like faded. It's like, you know, quite lightly put on. You've got this one as well, which kind of shows that same thing again. It's quite chunky stripes like that. And then this one as well. That's like an actual World War II history photograph. So yeah, it definitely feels like you could paint it in a fairly... I think the way I'd approach it, I'd spray it tan. And then I'd probably sponge on some brown and some green. And see how that comes out. Yeah. Yeah. And see how that goes. I mean, this is very interesting. 1 minute. I've just found a website which is yes. I found the autism. Found a website which goes into excruciating detail on color schemes of specifically Hungarian tanks, of course. This looks like this would be easy. If you have a look at this looks pretty fucking easy to do. Literally, I would spray it green or spray it tan. And then just sponge green on, sponge brown on, transfers, done. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. All right, well, at least I now know how to do it. And I have a forest green, and I have a brown. I have the two colors I could use for that. So, sick, mate. All right, where are we up to? Dice Hate, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. I've just I threw my progress trackers to discussion for my painting. Let's have a look. My 2026 so far. 1 model per day challenge. Date 26th of Jan. Models painted 49. Current target 26. Status ahead. That's pretty cool. So you painted the US linebacker with twin HMGs. British Commonwealth Army, US Pacific Theatre Army. You've not painted the linebacker yet. You're behind on that. But you're ahead on the British Commonwealth and you're ahead on the US Pacific. A model a day. Infantry, sir. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good target. Mobile infantry made me the man. That's a pretty good target. Nice. Linebackers, they're beastly models. They're absolutely beastly. So, yeah, I'm not surprised you've not tackled the linebacker yet. I've done 1 and I've got 3 more. I definitely need to get on them a bit. Yeah. What have we got next? Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. I've just received the rest of my gift. Picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Guys, the rest of my birthday gift arrived. Amongst content I found that makes me internally shit myself just a little. Hey, the classic metal bloodthirster. Wow. That's a beaut right there. That's a beaut. Let's have a look. Got some more models here as well. Holy shit, man. What a haul. Look at all this stuff. What a haul, man. Holy shit, bro. That bloodthirster is a real treat. That's a real fucking treat. You better get good at green stuff pinning and super glue, because you're going to need it. Infantry, sir. What do we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, I'm Mordian. Nonsense in Discord. Due to my addictive personality, I may have accidentally, on purpose, bought a British military conflict set. These things happen. Don't blame yourself. Can't undo the past now. I have to say that Robo Soldier legs are not fun to put together. This is correct. And as soon as I get that figured out, I'm going to work on painting the Winston Churchill metaphor codpiece, aka the Percival. Also, have you convinced Warner Games to build the Doom Turtle yet? Do it. The gods demand it. The Doom Turtle? No, I haven't convinced them to do that. I do have some news, though. You know the big plasma ball mech that they built just for the scenic piece? That they built just for the photographs? I can confirm. They said they were going to give it some rules. And I believe those rules are now written for it. I don't know anything else. But as far as I know, it is no longer just scenery. It has rules. So basically, it's going to be the first like conflict titan. I don't know if there's going to be more. I have no idea. I don't want you guys to get the wrong end of the stick. It may very well be the first and last, the first and only. But and I don't know if they're going to make the model itself. Maybe it'll be some mental made to order, like, you know, Titan priced model. You know, I don't know. I have no idea. All I can tell you is that it has some rules, and I don't know when the rules. Well, the rules are being worked on. I don't know if they've been confirmed or anything yet, but Warlord has responded to the fan enthusiasm about it, and they are definitely wanting to put some rules out for it. Yeah. There you go. There you are. There you go, man. Bentley Kramer, thank you for the 3 months, man. Thank you for 3 months of member flex, bro. Thank you for supporting the channel. How was the battle port with Valrak? It was really, really good, man. It was really, really, really good. I think it's Woodimp. I didn't film anything. I was playing, so Woodimp filmed me and Valrak playing, and just twinged my neck. And it will be going out, I think, on the Valrak Gaming channel at some point. So keep an eye on that, and you'll see it. And Woodimp does much fancier filming than I do. I just film on my phone, and then, you know, I got a phone with a good camera. I'm going to get a new one with a better camera soon. But I got a film. I do the Winters SEO style, just phone camera, easy peasy, you know, FPV style. And but Woodimp had, you know, cameras up here, lighting, all sorts of crazy stuff, crazy stuff. But it looked good. So I'm looking forward to the final effect as much as you are. There you are. I just do it old school, man. That's my style. Just do it old school. The advantage of doing it old school is it means I can do it anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can go to Element, just play, studio, anywhere, and I can do it old school. Keeps it very flexible. Yeah. But, you know, some people, they like that style, some people they don't. For me, I like the Winters FPV version, but yeah, there we are. When's it coming out? It's not up to me. It's called what it is, lazy. Normally I'd take that joke on the chin, but I don't think it's lazy. I think there's a lot of things I can be accused of, but laziness is definitely not one of them. It's just the way I like doing it. It's that simple. I like filming them that way. And I know you're just busting my balls, but that is the way I like to do it. I like to film and be involved. Because the thing is, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke. But I'll tell you why. Because I like to also play the game. I'm a player first. Before anything. Before lore, before being a YouTuber, before anything, I'm a war gamer first. And so I like to play the game. And I feel like if you're fucking around with all the filming stuff, it takes you out of why we're there, which is to play the game, roll dice, and have fun. So there you go. All right, but don't worry, dude. I wasn't taking it personally. I was just thought it was a good opportunity to explain my modus operandi. Oh yeah, a guy who doesn't paint the bottom of his tanks is lazy. Why don't you show the bottom of your tanks then, legend? Go on. Give it in the big un. Give it in the big un. Haven't seen you put any bottom of tanks around these parts. You know? Haven't seen you do it. What do you what's going on here? You know? What's going on here? Look, right? I've just transcended painting. I don't even prime my vehicles anymore, apparently, according to chat. The legend, thanks so much. I do paint my tanks bottoms. Well, I will soon. Aha! Steve, I kind of want to see you play 4th edition, though. Well, Steve, I would highly recommend you go on the Morning Glory channel and look at the video which came out on Saturday. Because who knows, maybe your wish has already been granted. There you are. All right, let's have a look. Javo, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Did they show you any upcoming British Commonwealth rifle squads in K47? They did not show me any British Commonwealth rifle squads in Conflict 47 specifically. But that is not to say they didn't show me any other upcoming British Commonwealth units. Oh man, I can't say too much. I can't even hint at this stuff. All I'm gonna say is just every faction will be well treated this year. You know, every faction. And you guys, not everything that you wish will come true. Obviously not. But a lot of things that I'm hearing people be concerned about with certain factions, a lot of it I think is getting resolved. Not everything the way people will not everything, but I think by the end of this year everyone will have more tools in their toolbox. And for some factions, the tools they need in their toolbox. Yeah. If not all of my dreams, I want none of them. So yeah, I can't say anything. Or like I said, I can't even hint. I can't even hint. All I can say is every faction is getting something, and it's not like, and that's not like, oh, you're getting like just a mention. Every faction is getting new kit, whether they are entirely new units or they are remasters of existing units. Every faction is getting something significant over the next year. And that is going to be both from a model point of view, and it's going to be from a lore point of view. Every single faction is getting their lore expanded. Every single one. Oh, fuck no. I've not worked out. The workout streams have collapsed. We'll have to do like a big Giga chat at the end of the stream or something. There's too many super chats coming in. I'm suffering here. Suffering. Oh my god. I tell you what. I need a quick drink. Let's grab a drink, and then we should probably do a couple of sets or something, shouldn't we? Grab a drink, do some super chats, and see where we end up. All right. I know my steak is. This lobster's so damn buttery, Trooper. So damn buttery. But no, I need to work out because A, I promised that I would work out, and B, also fucking Mrs. Mordian's been going to the gym loads. And she's getting into shape. Now I look, I can't be outdone. I'm a competitive person, you know. I'm a competitive person, you know. I want to make sure that I'm not letting the side down. There you go. All right, so let me grab a drink and I'll be back in a moment. There we go. All right. We've had a flurry of super chats of gifted memberships coming here, so I want to say a massive thank you to Chris K, who has come in with it was 5 gifted memberships, and then another 1, 2, 3, 4 on top of that, so 9 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Chris K smashed it, man. That's like, is it 9 or 10? 9. Holy shit, bro. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. So an extra squad. I feel like it started off as a squad of 5 and 5 totem core, and then every gifted membership on top of that was another totem core rising from the dead. There you go. There you are. I also want to say, speaking of gifted memberships, I want to say a big thank you to Helens Jedi. Thank you to gifted membership, bro. Thank you for doing your part. And we've got Glenn Lee. Glenn Lee coming in with 5 gifted memberships. Oh, thank you for the 5, man. Extra fire team to hold the line against the hordes of the rift. And we've got Tiki Banzai. Thank you for the gifted membership, bro. And Chris K coming in with another one, rounding out to a nice 10, bro. Amazing. Huge shout out to Chris K, Tiki, Glenn Lee, and Halen Jedi for all the gifted memberships, boys. Fantastic. Just thank you. Thank you so much, boys. I fucking love the gifted memberships, man. Amazing. We've got some super chats as well and member flexes. So we've got a member flex from Mark of Talabetland, 27 months, double X boss, baby. My tech pilling slow release pill has dissolved in stream discussion. What? Wait, what does that even mean? Wait, we build for Gloria's Capella version 2. Tested the best Capella green plus some opposing forces. I feel like there's some Battletech lore that I'm missing, but hopefully the other Battletech people will be able to fill me in. This is pretty cool, man. Look at this. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7 there. It's like I'm seeing Inner Sphere lances and is it Clanner lances? Is it? They look cool though. That's a beast. Look at that beaut. Big old chonk mech. Yes. Then you got the Raven. I recognize that bad boy. And I don't recognize all of them. I recognize this guy. I feel like he's the Mad Cat. Or maybe that's the that might be the Mad Cat actually. But they look great, man. The different mechs, the different lances, different houses. Nice. It's cool. I'm so marked up. I didn't know you'd been going quite so hard on the old Battletech, bro. But that's sick as fuck, mate. Great to see. Love a bit of Battletech. Love a bit of Battletech. I don't really get to play it all that much. I mean, I want to, but it's one of those where, you know, it's one of those games that I kind of like to live vicariously. I want to play it, but I also enjoy living vicariously through people in the community that play it as well. Yeah, yeah. But Mark, that's cool, man. Death style! Awesome. We've also got Trooper, my boy. Trooper, thank you so much for the super chat, man. What was the name of that stream highlight where you reacted to minisodes? I can't find it. I'll have a look, mate. Let me just close a few tabs here. Alright, give me a second. Not sure myself actually. Was it what was it? Was it the it was Blood Angels, right? Trying to think. I know. I think it was a second edition battle report. That's too far back. Problem with putting so much fucking content out, I can't even fucking find my own past videos. I mean, it might be just one where I have to actually literally scroll back. Do you know what I mean? It's might be one that it's I can't remember what the title was, so searching for it might be a bit of a pisser. I reckon it was before. I reckon this is before a lot of the conflict stuff. Is my thinking. Yeah, my feeling is it was before the conflict stuff. Because I feel like I saw some of the old stuff and it made me go and buy books. Like the fourth edition book. So I did a stream highlight on that. But I don't think it's as far back as the Horus Heresy drama, is it? Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as maybe it was that far back. I don't feel like it was as far back though. I mean, I'm 7 months back now. It can't have been that far back, can it? Yeah, I'm feeling quite strongly like I've missed it, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more and scroll back up to the top. Yeah, I don't think it was 9 months ago. Oh, 1 minute. Aha! It might have been 10 months ago, man. Jesus Christ, time flies. I think it was versus Tyranids, wasn't it? I think it was Ultramarines versus Tyranids. That sounds right. Okay, I found it. There's the link. There you go, man. It was 21st of March 2025, so it was 10 months ago. That's pretty crazy. It was that long ago, man. And
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
that's cool, man. All right. Cool. Let's have a look. All right. Hope that helps, Trooper. Hope that helps. What have we got next? Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Now it's 10. Doom Turtle. Okay, I can make you rules for the Doom Turtle right now. Okay, you don't. Here's the thing. You don't actually need Warlord to make you the rules, Chris K, because it's quite easy to make rules, to make units in bot action that you could then use in K47, right? So let's have a look. Doom Turtle tank, right? The T28, right? So what was it armed with? To me, it looks like it's armed with just one big gun on the front. Is that correct? Casemate. 105mm T5E1 gun. Right? Did it ever have a pintle mounted weapon? Like for point defense. I don't think so. Right? It might have done. Let's look at some images. I mean, it does in War Thunder, right? Okay, so that's easy. So, right, it literally just has one gun. Okay, so what you do is you make it a super heavy tank, so it's damage value 11 plus. Just use the rules for the Mao. Just use the rules for the German Mao. That's it. And I mean, I've got those rules. Let's have a look. Might have changed them a little bit. Because I think the Mao had like a coax light howitzer, something crazy, but yeah. But I think if you just basically use the Mao, that would be fine. Just so you've got the just so you've got that as a template, because it'll be super heavy, super slow, and then just say pay 15 to 25 points for an MMG or HMG pintle, respectively. 15 points to the MMG, 25 points to the HMG. That's what I would do. And if it's got a light howitzer coax, then just like take like 25 points off it and say it hasn't got that. But I think let's have a look at how. Maybe the Ferdinand. The Ferdinand might be the better option, actually. Yeah, that might be the better option. Right, give me a second. Yeah, you don't want the coaxial light howitzer. Where's the fucking Ferdinand? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Super heavy tank with a super heavy anti-tank gun. And you can give it a pintle mounted MMG or HMG for 50 and 25 points respectively. Yeah, there you go. Just use these rules with a slight adaptation. There you go. That's how much it would cost if you wanted the Doom Turtle. It would be 380 points. It would be a super heavy tank, which is the heaviest you can get. With a super heavy tank gun, which is the heaviest you can get. And you would just say, I think slow makes sense. I think unreliable makes sense. Because it's a prototype. And you just say, options. You just say, add one pintle mounted MMG for 15 points, or add one pintle mounted HMG for 25 points. There you go. That's it. That's the rules you can use for it. This is the great thing about bot action, because a medium tank is the same across all factions. A medium anti-tank is the same across all factions, and same for, So once you know what a medium tank does, once you know what a super heavy tank does, it's easy to figure out, a data sheet you can use as a count as for so many other things in the game. Things that maybe aren't covered by the game itself. And you can get a good point. You can even get the points value because you're using a count as. So there you go, man. You have got your Doom Turtle rules right there. The Legend, thank you for the super chat, man. Short Fallout vid in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Fans of the day amused me more than it probably should have done. Let's have a
I'm a man. I'm a kid.
Right, one minute. Let me find this. Right, put this back to the beginning. And let's have a look.
I'm a man. I'm a Canadian. I am a Christian. I'm for real. I'm a white guy. I'm ready to kill. I'm a primitive. I'm like a raccoon in the garage. I basically am a fraud. I'm a I am 1776. I'm a liberal. I'm a reptoid clone of John Wayne and Elvis. I'm in a scientific matrix grid in the early phases of being inserted into an extermination system. I'm a man. I'm a Canadian. I am a Christian. I'm for real. I'm a white.
That I get what you mean. You shouldn't laugh that much. It's not. It's just silly. It's just silly, but it is funny. Oh man. All right. What have we got next? Zigrick, thank you for the super chat, man. Mordian, thanks for the video on female custodies. Good insight and made me think. On another topic, I'm thinking about combining Kazakh arms and Krieg engineer torsos to bring grenadiers back in my list. Nice, go for it, man. Yeah, go for it. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea on the cross compatibility between Kazakh arms and engineer torsos. Maybe to make grenadiers. I'm not sure on that. I do know, however, that there are some 3D printing alternatives that basically could very easily serve your grenadier needs. So if 3D printing is an option, maybe that's one way to go. Biggest history nerd is saying that that conversion been done before. It looks pretty good. There you go. Yeah, I reckon if the arms can line up, maybe with a bit of green stuff or milliput or something, but if the arms and stuff can line up, then I say go for it. Yeah, I say go for it. Yeah, because grenadiers are cool, right? I mean, they're just cool. There's no other way around it. They're just cool. Yeah. Have remakes, but I wanted a tournament-ready unit. Well, Zigrick, it is important to note that unless your tournament specifically bans third-party alternatives, you are allowed to use 3D printed models and alternative third-party models as well. The only places that you can't use them are if your local tournament specifically says you can't, which is a bit annoying, and very few do it. And I'm not going to pass judgment on those who do it, but the logic's always a bit squiffy. Like, oh, well, if it's not official GW plastic, you might, you can't use it. It's like, if you don't buy it in our store, 3D printing threatens our store. It's like, well, what happens if I buy? What happens if I buy some Games Workshop plastic not from your store? Am I not allowed to use it? Anyway, we won't get into it. It's a bit stupid. But the only other place you can't use it is in Games Workshop themselves. So yeah. As for the female custodies thing, I want to say I appreciate your feedback on that, and I appreciate your support. I'm not going to go too much into it because, I said my piece. It's not that I didn't want to talk about it because it was an important. I didn't really talk about it the first time it came around. I kind of sort of brushed it off, saying I don't give a fuck kind of thing. But I felt like it was significant enough event that it should be talked about, but it was not something I wanted to make my whole channel about. There are other channels that talk about it better than I do. But what I would say on the female custodians thing, what I would add to it since that video is, firstly, genuinely thank you for the support. And secondly, one thing that really has stood out to me from that video has actually been the longer term response. So initially, the response that I got from that video was, it actually wasn't great. Although it got lots of views and although there was lots of people, there was the comment section was a mixture of positive and negativity. It actually lost the channel quite a few subscribers, which was interesting to note. But I had a feeling that the lost subscribers was more of a reactionary thing. And so I held my nerve. Not that I would ever take a video down the channel. The only content I've ever taken down this channel was literally the old gaming content, which wasn't really relevant. And even then, some of it's still up, right? That was more just to try and make the channel more, let's keep it focused on tabletop wargaming. But I sort of held my nerve because maybe I'm a psycho. I had a gut instinct about this. What's interesting is not only you have all of the subscribers that were lost basically on the first day, which it wasn't many. It was like a dozen. It wasn't many. But, you know, I don't like losing subscribers because who does, right? But not only have all like the subscribers that were lost, it's balanced out, but it's actually gone it's more than balanced out, and it's gone, and actually now I've gained quite a few subscribers from that video. And it's made me realize something, which is I think is something which I kind of alluded to in the video a little bit, which was I have a strong, but don't worry guys, we're not getting into female custodies now or anything like that. We're not getting into that. That topic has been talked about, and we're not talking about it again here. I think everyone is sick to death of it. I think they are, right? They're bored of it. So we're not going to talk about female custodies because it's been taught to death from every angle. And either you're for it or you're not, and nothing I say is going to change that, right? And I'm not here to change your mind. But what I will say is this. There's a lot of people on one side of the... And I alluded to this in my video. There's a lot of people on one side shouting and yelling. And there's a lot of people on the other side shouting and yelling. And my suspicion has been that both of these sides in this conversation actually represent
I only have one rule.
a tiny minority
One fights, no one quits.
of the
Your job, I'll shoot you.
of the wargaming community, and they seem like they are they're much bigger than they are. And I suspected that most people kind of felt like me about the situation, which was not happy about it because of the way Games Workshop kind of went about it, but not also like just they were somewhat, they were sort of the silent majority lay in the middle. And there's a little bit, I think people are kind of tired of maybe a little bit tired of the extremes a little bit. And I'm not talking about, I want to make something clear, I'm not talking about in real life or the wider picture. I'm talking about within Warhammer, because Warhammer for a lot of people is to get away from the real life stuff. And that's why I said I really didn't like that this conversation had been almost brought into Warhammer. And one of the criticisms I had against Workshop was because it encouraged this battling to happen and this conversation to happen. And I feel like the way, I feel like the long-term reaction to that video, initially there was the initial outrage, and the longer term reaction seems to have been that actually the video has, it originally had a very bad like to dislike ratio, and it's completely reversed now. And my belief is that the majority of people just want to crack on, just want to crack on. So yeah, that's and it's still mastery ratio. So yeah, I will show you the stats right now, man. It's not what you have to understand with the like to dislike thing on YouTube on the extension is it only shows like the results of people like with that extension and stuff, and it doesn't always return the best results. I've noticed it's not super accurate because obviously I have it myself, so I'm happy to be fairly transparent about this, right? So let me just get a picture of this for you guys. Hopefully you guys can see that quite nicely. So there you go. So I don't know if you can see that, but it says 87.5% of likes to dislikes. You can see the bar there. Now when this thing first dropped, it was significantly lower than that. Way lower than that. And over time, it's actually, like I said, literally, when it first dropped, it was actually probably mostly, I didn't watch it, for the very minute when it came out, watch the stats all in, but I did keep an eye on it from, relatively, maybe like for a couple of 2 or 3 hours after it dropped, because obviously I was aware that it was a spicy topic. I'm not, like I said, I'm happy to be transparent about this. And so when it initially dropped, it was much closer to like 50-50. And you can see now it's recovered, and it continues to, every day that passes, it continues to go up. So these stats here are from my YouTube studio, by the way, which probably, Syriade, if you look at what your stats might say, I meant the original vid, not yours. Oh yeah, no, that's different. But if you probably look at if you've got the like to dislike ratio on my on your thing and go on my channel, your stats will probably come out to different than that, because as far as I'm aware, it's the stats that the like to dislike extension gives you are not 100% accurate. But anyway, the point is that I'm getting the point of what I was saying is I think that I just want to say I appreciate the support from Zigrick, and I appreciate the support from everyone in the community, and I also appreciate everyone who challenges that video, because content is out there, and the moment your content goes out there, it's public, and it's for people to do with what they will. I've seen some people react to it, and specifically react to my video and stuff, and that's obviously fine. I react to people's content all the time. Like you can't have it one way. You got to have it both ways. But the point is that I think, and I said it in that video, a lot of people are tired of it, and that is going to do. It's the tiredness which is probably going to do more to drive people away than anything else. That people just don't want to deal with the bullshit. There's enough bullshit that goes on in real life. Don't really want the bullshit in the thing that I like to do to get away from real life. And getting away from real life is important. You shouldn't do it all the time. Real life is more important than Warhammer. Of course it is. But you also having a break is important. It's something that I've learned, from a work perspective very recently. I mean, how burned out was I getting by the end of last year, guys? I mean, I feel like I'm almost unrecognizable beginning of this year to the end of last year, right? So, much more chill. Yeah, much more chill now. And so, my thoughts on the whole thing, obviously I said in that video and everything. But I think it's interesting to see how, as time has gone on, the video has actually, it's reversed from its initial position to where it is now. And I think that, like I said, that just represents, I think, that the vast majority of people within the Warhammer 40k community they're tired of the conversations, they're tired of the bullshit, they're tired of 40k being a battleground for real life stuff. The reason they play 40k is to get away from this. And I'm not taking a side in this because I love sitting on a fence. But I think, that's the truth. That's what I believe it is anyway. Could be wrong. Yeah. But I think more than anything, it's the battling, the real life battling taking place in 40k is what will drive people away from 40k. This might sound crazy. This might sound controversial, but to sum it up, I think the battling over female custodies will do more to drive people away than the concept of female custodies itself. I'm not saying female custodies won't drive people away for both the right and the wrong reasons. I think you can be perfectly justified in not liking female custodians being in the game. But I also think you can be crashing out about it, for less valid reasons. And likewise, you can be perfectly happy for female custodians being in the game for the right reasons, and you can be perfectly happy for female custodians for being in the game for the wrong reasons. But the point is that the topic itself is probably going to drive less people away than the people battling over it. New players and old players alike. Yeah. That is just like my opinion. But I think people, yeah, that is just like my opinion, man. But there you are. And that's it. I'm not going to say any more on it. And I hope that you guys can see that wasn't me, going back over old ground, but actually sharing a little bit of thoughts on the situation. Not even the custodial situation, just the thoughts on the reaction to that video and what it means for the wider 40k ecosystem. There you go. Let's have a look at what people are saying about it, because we're having a bit of reaction in chat, and it seems like it's a very reasonable reaction, so that's kind of cool. Let's have a look. Zigrick, yeah, I didn't want to get into it, but to say thanks. I appreciate your genuine desire to be truthful, and you're right. Most people feel like you from what I see. Yeah, I mean, Zigrick, I've always... Here's the thing. There is this weird thing going on, and I don't know if it's in the world in general, but I do see it happening in real life and in 40k, where you have to, it feels like there's this pressure or this desire. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll say it from my perspective. I'll say it from my perspective, right? As a content creator, as a YouTuber, if I give my opinion on something, if my opinion isn't the most extreme one way or the most extreme the other way, people get quite angry. And I think what's the truth, and the truth is that I don't feel extreme one way or extreme the other way. But that upsets people. They're like, you should be angrier about this, or you should be happier about this. And it's like, well, I'm somewhere in the middle. No! You cannot be in the middle. You must be completely to one side. If you're not completely to one, anything less than ultimate dedication to one side, it's forbidden. It's forbidden. It's not allowed. And it's like, but I'm telling you the truth. If I was to do that, I would be being dishonest. Now, I'm not saying that I'm in the middle. I know I said before I was, but I'm not saying that I'm in the middle. That was just like, we're just chatting shit, right? I'm not saying that I'm in the middle. I'm somewhere on the scale of either left or right on different topics. Some topics I lean more left, some topics I lean more right. Okay, I'm somewhere on the scale, either left or right, but I'm just not all the way down that end or all the way down that end. But apparently, only being like halfway down one side is just not enough. But I think the thing is, that's the perception. But I think the reality is that most people do actually, they're not on one far side or the other far side. They're actually, and I think it's topic by topic. I think you'll find some people that that lean left on some things and lean right on other things. And that might seem like a contradiction, but I don't think it is. I think that's just normal. And it's made out to be wrong. But I don't think it is. I think the vast majority of people are actually overall fairly balanced. Yeah. Just to pause, I'm fairly confident that most 40k players have too many things going on in their lives to spend much time on whether their grey plasma models have ponytails or not. I think there's a huge truth to that. I think the average age of 40k players is probably higher now than it was in the past. And I think I would say the majority of 40k players that I know who play the game have families now, or are getting into the family game, or just getting a bit older. I don't know if that's something GW should be worried about, that it seems like only people in their 20s and 30s are playing the game now, because it wasn't like, I mean, or maybe it's just people I hang out with, you know, but even when I'm going, like, you know, when I'm in like, you know, I'm in like Element Games a lot, there's always people in their 30s and older, late 20s and 30s and older. Yeah. But I suppose it makes sense, because people younger than that would probably play in their homes or play in school clubs, because that's where I used to play. I used to play in my home when I was younger. I used to play in school clubs. So that's probably why. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Gabriel, they added real world social political issues in my escapist fantasy universe, drawing it for me. Didn't talk about it, just sold my army, started buying K47 and watching you. Gabriel, I mean, I think the reaction that you have there is probably the one that this is kind of what I'm saying, which is, you know, it's not the specific, it's how to put this, Gabriel, because I think what you're saying is slightly different to what I'm saying, but it's in a similar vein, which is Warhammer was a place for you to get away from the bullshit. And I talked about this from the conversation, like the battling that was going on. But, and please, I'm trying to interpret what you're saying, but don't let me put words in your mouth, of course. But the idea is that this was escapism for you. When it became not escapism, it's not that it was specifically female custodies. It was the idea that, you know, female custodies is an example of the real world stuff that's being put into 40k, and that's what's driven you away. It's that simple. Yeah. It could have been one of a number of real world things that, you know, that could have had the same effect. Yeah. So, but you know, like I said, Gabriel, you know, if I've got the wrong end of the stick there, please let me know. The legend. Wait, was that video its own thing? I thought it was a stream highlight from a stream I'd seen. It was. So I did it as a stream highlight from the stream. Yeah, but I did the stream, and then I did the highlight and released that as a separate video. Yeah. Yeah. Let me have a quick look here. Let's have a look. Sorry, my thing's being a bit stupid now. 1 minute. Come on. The back end's failing. My back end's falling off, boys. Anyway, we have some super chats coming in here which are relevant, so let's have a look. I'll do the ones that I read. Oh, we're back now. This was a good one. Games 2 got, honestly, I've lost a lot of enjoyment for 40k since 6th edition, and I want to play 40k, but I've no real drive to play the newer edition. I mean, I think there is I think it kind of comes back to what we were saying before. New Hammer, and I would probably include 7th edition in that. But New Hammer is very, it's just a different game, and the intent behind it is different. The push towards competitive play is has been very good in some areas, but it has been but people have been left behind by it. Straight up. people have been left behind. And it is only logical. It makes sense. It's not inexplainable. If a game changes as much as 40k has changed, and you are someone who has played it from before Newhammer, then of course at some point those changes are going to accumulate into the game being essentially a different game with it. It's a different game set within the same universe, at which point either you're happy with that accumulation of changes or you're not. And if you're not, then it, and it makes sense. Some people will love the changes and some people will hate them. Oh, hate's a strong word, but will dislike it. Yeah. Yeah. So it makes sense. As the game has continued to change, and those changes have gone only one way. They have gone more. The game has got more simplified. The game has got wider but not deeper. And the game has become more competitively focused. And if none of those things appeal to you, or if not all of those things appeal to you, then you're going to derive less enjoyment. Yeah. And it's not wrong to not like New Warhammer, but it's not wrong to like Newhammer. It's in a funny sort of way. People often say Games Workshop was trying to make the game appeal to everyone, and I actually really strenuously disagree with that. I think weirdly Warhammer probably appealed to more people back in the day than it does now. Not obviously in raw numbers, but I mean in terms of like in terms of the type of gamer that could enjoy it. Lore-focused people, casual players, stuff like that. Now it's very much competitively focused, and weirdly, again, and weirdly, people say, "Oh, well, a game for everyone's a game for no one," and Warhammer 40k, the game, is not a game for everyone. Yeah. It's not. It has become increasingly less a game for everyone. Yeah. That's the weird thing. I'm not... Obviously, Warhammer's become way, 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 way more popular. But it is not appealing to as many types of wargamer. Now, perhaps it's appealing to... I don't even think it's appealing to... People think it appeals to non-wargamers, and I just don't think it does. I think just more and more people are finding out they enjoy wargaming. But I feel like more and more people are finding out they're enjoying wargaming. It's probably and Games Workshop has done, and 40k has definitely become more. I think 40k has just become more well known. More than anything else. I think there's an element of maybe they've sanded down some of the edges. And there's an element of they've tried to make the game more, like I said, shallower and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's more of an awareness. Like, you don't know you like something until you try it. Yeah. Let's have a look. Ishmael, my boy. Thank you for super chat, man. The size fighting in 40k, the woke injecting them into it, the right's reaction to constantly hating it is driving me away. I want to escape and force march my dudes into untold horrors. I think that's absolutely right, and I think that's a very good assessment of the situation. I think that's a very, very succinct. I think that's a very, very succinct assessment of the situation. I think it is because people. One of the criticisms that I had of the video is that people were like, well, you're sort of saying both sides, Mordian, but obviously one side kind of started it, which was this idea that Games Workshop is going woke. I think Games Workshop is woke now. You guys know anyone who's watched the channel for a long time will know I don't really like the term woke because I feel like it's overused. And I feel like sometimes people can react to things too quickly. And an example I often use of this is the film Alien. So I often say that the film Alien today, if it was released, and we all know the film Alien is great. It's a badass film. And a lot of people who would say, you know, they're not woke, would say Alien is a great example of how you have a female character in a film done right. But one of the things I have said is that there are people who would, if Alien came out today without watching the film, just because it has a woman lead, their initial reaction would be, it's woke. And then maybe they would change that position on that upon watching the film, but maybe they never watch it because they would just assume it's woke. So and I've always said that, you know, something can, you know, a bad film is a bad film, a bad game is a bad game, a bad thing is a bad thing. It can be bad and woke, and it can be bad because it's woke because they focus too much effort on that. But a film, you know, it's not necessarily bad. It's not always bad instantly because it has woke elements. Rodney Gold, wrong. Ripley is not a Mary Sue. No, Rodney Gold, you're getting the wrong end of the stick. Let me just clarify. I'm not saying Alien is woke. I'm not saying Ripley is a Mary Sue. What I am saying, I'm being very specific with what I'm saying, is that if it was released today, the initial reaction from some people, not all people, the initial reaction from some people would be, it's got a woman lead, so it's going to be woke. That would be, and then if they watched it, they would then see that, no, Ripley is a badass character who is good because she demonstrates awesomeness throughout the film, and it's not just like, she's not just awesome from the beginning. You know, she fucks up and makes mistakes and learns, and she earns the awesomeness, right? But initially, people, if it was released today, there's definitely a subsect of quite vocal people, I would say, who would go, woman, lead, woke. But they would check, you know, but upon watching the film, you would see that wouldn't be the case, right? So, and I think there is absolutely a case of sometimes, we all know what a Mary Sue is, right? Let's not get bogged down into it. We're getting bogged down. I've stated my position. You've stated yours. We're going to move on. Hopefully I've explained myself a little bit better. Zigrick, it's all right. The conversation, Zigrick feels like he's derailed the entire stream, but I feel powerful now. I mean, no, because we had the initial conversation. Now we're having some reactions from it, and that, you know, we want to discuss that. But you know, we're keeping it pretty chill. Joe, thank you for the super chat, man. What you said about GW being the ship of Theseus resonated with me. I've come to accept that modern 40k is just not the game I grew up with. Dude, totally. I mean, I had that revelation. It's not something, you know, I don't want you to think I'm some font. No one would do, but, you know, I'm like, I've known this for forever. This is something, it's something that only really popped into my head kind of during that stream and that highlight, and then a little bit before it as well. It's just not the same company. It's just that simple. It is the company. It's the company of Theseus. It's yeah, it's just that simple. Don't really need to expand on it, but it was definitely a moment that it was a light bulb moment for me, and when I had that moment, so much like clicked into place, because it's interesting, people have said for a long time, oh, Games Workshop, they've always been this way, Warhammer's always been expensive, blah 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 blah. And I think the traditional complaints about Warhammer, the price and stuff like that, they still exist, but they're not really the number one. The price is definitely the number one complaint I think people have from Warhammer, but it's not the main topic of discussion right now. about Games Workshop, but it's probably not the main reason right now people are... Well, I'm not explaining myself better. I'm not explaining myself well at all. Because obviously price is literally the number one thing that people complain about with Warhammer. But what I'm trying to say is we have the old problems, and now we have a whole new set of problems with Games Workshop. And those new set of problems are coming from the company, company basically being staffed by entirely different people. And not just one generation of staff removed, but I would say 3 or 4. Yeah. But let's move away from Muggy Fist. Thank you for super chat, man. War games are getting older because kids can't afford the shit. Well, this actually leads me on to the next bit I want to talk about. Okay. So, because we've talked a little about female custodians. We've expanded a little bit about, some of the effect that not this specific conversation is having, but like I sort of covered in my stream highlight, it's the tiredness of this constant battling going on. The battling is what is doing the most damage. But let's get to the let's get to one topic which is as old as Warhammer itself, and yet one which and one which if I'm not careful will sound like I'm just repeating what I've said in the past. But the cost of Warhammer. Since the last price rise, I have seen a significant increase in people saying they are now priced out of the hobby. And not just in my community, not just on my videos, but everywhere. In real life, on other people's videos, because I'm a content consumer as well as a content creator. I've seen a huge uptick in it. And it's interesting because obviously Games Workshop released their financial report where they've made more money than ever before. So clearly, we won't find out for 6 months if it's true, because the last price increase sort of came before, it sort of came after that report was based on, right? But so I don't know. Only time will tell if people are actually priced out of the hobby. But I have seen a really significant uptick. And do you know what was actually interesting? Probably one of the most common comments on the why are people quitting Games Workshop video, why are people quitting Warhammer, and also the Custodians video which came after it as well. I'd say the most common comment across those two videos was, it's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. I'm just priced out. And I did say, not to wank myself off a little bit, but I did say at the end of last year, and when the price increase happened, I was like, I feel like it's intangible. You can't put your finger on it. You can't gauge it, and it doesn't seem to be reflected really in the numbers, right? It doesn't seem to be reflected in the numbers, but it just feels like there's something in the air. Like there's something in the air. It just feels like a line has been crossed. You know that I think it's the second Eisenhorn book, Malleus. Throughout that book, there's this theme of crossing the line, going from, not necessarily Puritan, but going from like a normal Inquisitor to becoming a radical Inquisitor. I suppose it is more of a Puritan radical divide, right? And there's this point where, I'm going to spoil the book for you if you've not seen it. There's this point where Eisenhorn is chatting with Pontius Glor, And it's after everything that's happened on Chin Care with the Lith and all that kind of stuff. And he says, you know, let us talk about like demon hosts, because he wants to learn how we can make the weapons that he has actually able to fight demon hosts, because he's tried, and he tried with a power sword, basically a lightsaber, and that didn't work, and that weapon had never failed him before. And then he tried with a regular sword that had like symbols of, like, you know, of holy symbols on it, but that didn't work either. So he has to basically go to Pontius Galore, who knows about demon hosts, and be like, okay, you need to tell me, you know, you're my prisoner, you need to tell me how to beat these things. And then after he's had these conversations, he's talking to one of his close friends, probably his closest friend at that time, which is Fischig, who's the ex-Arbeits guy in his retinue. And Fischig says, I'm worried we've crossed the line. And this theme of crossing the line, going one step too far and then it all falling apart. It feels like that crossing the line moment has kind of happened with Warhammer pricing. You can't really put your finger on it. You can't really explain it, and maybe none of the data points that you're seeing reflect it, but it feels like it's crossing the line. But who knows? Warhammer GW's financial reports are better than ever. They are better than ever. And if they get a bunch of people, the thing is, if they hook a bunch of people in with Armageddon, which is going to be the new box set, they do. I think the Armageddon box set is going to be hugely affordable. I think it is. I think it's going to be like Leviathan, but even better. It's either going to it's going to go one or two ways. There won't be any middle ground. It's going to go one or two ways. It's either going to be a joke. It's going to be like 10 Marines versus like 20 Orcs, right? Or it's going to be even bigger than Leviathan, and for basically the same price, right? I think it's gonna be one or the other. And I wonder if Games Workshop will make it. I'm talking Games Workshop. Maybe if it's already been confirmed, it's £200. Then I think maybe it's going to go the shit way. But I reckon it'll be like 150. Whatever Leviathan was, I reckon it's going to cost that. But with like as much stuff in. And the reason why I reckon that's going to be the way is because they're going to make it super cheap. Because I think Games Workshop knows it's a changing of the guard. I think they know there's enough people who have decided I'm out with everything that's happened over the last price increase and other drama. And so they need to get a new crop of people in who they get them with this new box, and then the sunk cost fallacy kicks in, and they're like, oh, well, you know, I've got like, it's new blood time. Yeah. So once they've got them in, then they're going to buy more. They're going to buy more stuff. That's what I reckon. I think the well needs replenishing. And I think Armageddon will be the attempt to replenish that well. That's one way it'll go. The other way is that Games Workshop will maybe suffer from some hubris, some arrogance, and they will go, well, every other box set we've put out, we've FOMO'd the shit out of people. We've made every combat patrol worse over the course of 10th edition. I mean, if you're Games Workshop, think about it. If you're Games Workshop, you made every single box set that you released worse over 10th edition. Every combat patrol got worse. every Christmas box got worse over time. Look at the Krieg one that came out this Christmas versus the Double Dawn one that came out last Christmas. And yet, despite that, they've made more and more money. So maybe, if they were Games Workshop, if you're Games Workshop, you're going to think, they just buy whatever fucking shit we put out. We could charge 200 quid for 10 intercessors and 20 orc boys. Slap a fucking rulebook in there. It's not even a rulebook. Slap a code. Slap a digital code for a rulebook in there to direct them to our app. And they'll fucking hoover it up. It'll be one of two ways. It'll be either they know they need to hook in a new wave of people, or they'll be too high on the smell of their own farts. I don't think there's going to be an in between. Yeah. Every box got worse because graph must go up. Also, wargamers enjoy the slop. Really, look. I'm going to say something, and I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. And it always pisses off some people. It always pisses off some people. If you are looking for the reason why Games Workshop does all of its shit behavior, you need only look in the mirror. Sorry, I've got to quote V for Vendetta, but that's the truth. Okay? That's the truth. Games Workshop has made more money every half year. Every financial report, the line has only gone up. And the line can only go up despite the fact that irrefutably every box set that they have released has got worse over time. Remember at the end of last year, I showed you guys the old Cadian Defense Force box sets. And I'm not even talking about the ones from 4th edition. I'm talking about the ones from 8th and 9th edition. You know, the one where you got a Lehman Russ and a Chimera and 25 Guardsmen and a heavy weapon team and a Sentinel and some Ogrins. And you got all of that for 100 quid. Something mental, right? Something unbelievably. And at the time, that was not actually a discount. That was just a bundle. It was just a bundle. Okay? How you got the old Tyranid Swarm box where you got 100 models for £100. Something close to that. It's like 89 models for £100, but one of those models was a fucking Hive Tyrant. Okay? Right? And how every single box set over from 8th to 9th to 10th edition, from start collecting to the first wave of combat patrols to boarding actions to the second wave to the second wave of combat patrols to the third wave of combat patrols that are now, every single one has got worse. Every single one. And yet the line keeps going up. Why does the line keep going up? Because people keep buying it. The worse GW behaves, the more people buy. So why? So I reckon there's an 80% chance Armageddon's gonna be a fucking joke of a box for £200. I'm just saying. I'm not even salty about it. I'm not even salty about it. Yes, more salt. The salt rising. The salt is surging. I feel it in my arteries. Yeah. Nah, I'm not even being salty about it. Here's the thing. I've transcended the salt. There's no point. I don't even complain about GW prices anymore. I don't really complain about anything GW does anymore because despite what they do, they just make an infinite amount of money. Oh, yeah. There is an answer for this. Bot action in K47. Yes, actually. The only time, well, not necessarily bot action in K47. They are part of the answer. They are part of the answer. The only time that Games Workshop will change their behavior is when the line does not go up. When the line goes down. It do go down. It don't go down. It do go down! And I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, when for the first time in GW's history, the line went down. It went down bigly. And that was 7th edition. 6th to 7th edition. That's it. That's the only time the line went down. And their response to that, their reaction to that was, I mean, if you weren't there at the time, you wouldn't believe it. Games Workshop, the way Games Workshop is now is in many ways as bad, if not worse. But we'll say as bad as it was in their behavior during 6th and 7th edition. I actually think their behavior in 6th edition was probably worse because they were purposefully breaking the game to try and drive sales. They were like, hey, buy this new formation and it will make you like utterly broken. Like it was, yeah, like I think it was probably worse in 6th and 7th. Because now like imagine if Victrix spam came out the way it was and it was that way for 6 years. 5 years. That was how long 6th and 7th lasted. 5 years. Imagine Victrix spam coming out and you had to deal with it for 5 years. And imagine over the course of that 5 years, the game got progressively worse, where Victrix spam didn't change and yet got considered trash because the game was getting so out of control. That was 6th and 7th edition. So Games Workshop isn't as bad as they are now because they do fix the brokenness. I still think they release broken things to drive sales, but they still at least they fix it. Yeah. Yeah. But the way Games Workshop is now is when they were that bad and the company went, yeah, 7th was fucked, Mad Larkin, 100% beyond fucked. 7th will never ever not be the worst edition until something, even no matter how bad GW is now, 7th is still the worst edition. But the point is that like the line went down. It had never gone down before. The line went down. And what did Games Workshop do? They completely changed their behavior, came crawling to the community on their hands and knees, released groveling Warhammer community articles, and they fixed a lot of things. They are, for the first time in Warhammer history, well, recent Warhammer history, they offered discounts. They never used to do that. They never used to do it. But yeah, so but apparently the line's going down now. People, I don't know if it's recovered yet, but GW stock price did go down. I don't know if it's still going down. I feel like it must have recovered. Oh, it's flatlined now. 1 minute. It's recovered. Shame. Oh, no, maybe not. It's recovered a little bit. But it's still down overall. Jesus, guys, look at that. Fucking hell. I mean, the line has really gone down. 19, that it's down 6%. But I think it's still hugely up. What the fuck happened in November? What the fuck happened in November? Was that when was that the price increase? Oh, oh, terrible. That was the price increase, wasn't it? Everyone fucking bought in when they upped the prices. Yeah, so you have to look over the 6 months. How was Games Workshop like? Look at Jesus, man. Or was that Space Marine 2? Was that Space Marine 2? When did Space Marine 2 come out? Was it look, Warhammer had a pretty bad dip then, didn't it? Jesus, man. What the fuck happened there? I mean, the line's definitely been going up for a little while now. Fucking hell. Yeah, so it's gone down a bit over the last month, but it's still at a massive peak. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. The line is currently down 6%. I will wait to see if it continues to fall. I reckon it'll recover. But yeah. Yeah, 3 days till conflict pre-orders, I think. Yeah. Something like that. Whatever date Warlord put out on their social media is the one it was. I think this is the 31st. Yeah. Let's have a look at some super chats we've got coming in here. Marshall, my boy. Marshall, thank you so much for the super chat, man. New terrain tile in stream discussion. Yeah, baby. Let's fucking go. I am Quarius. Nice. I'm loving the Grimsicle. That's cool, man. And the river. Release the river. Break the dam. That's good. That's a cool way of doing the river, bro. I like it. Nice. The Quar board. The Quar board is it's such a beautiful thing. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite hobby updates. Just seeing what tile you've done next, and I mean that wholeheartedly. It's great, man. It's like it's epic. You just never see anything like that these days. It's great. We've got next we've got Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. 07, you magnificent bastard. And also thank you for the super chat. 007. Technicality aside, keep doing what you're doing. Dude, thank you so much, man. And I will keep doing my best to be as honest with you guys as possible. Even if that means sometimes going against you guys or going against the pressure for what people want me to say. I'll just keep doing what I do. Yeah. There you go. There's a brand new store opening up nearby. I'm donating 40k and putting them up to Quar. Nice. Nice. You will eventually get everyone Quarius, Marshall. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Again! My songs vids are nonsense. Work your magic, brother. Wait, what is this?
I don't want to.
Wait, what is this? Right. 9 years ago. God, it's one of the ancient scrolls. It's one of the ancient scrolls. Let's have a look.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, and with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing.
What is this?
Succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins.
What's wrong with goblins? I like goblins. I collect goblins in Old World. Dump it.
Goblin vomit and slop and blood on it. Especially up to his ankles. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus Incubus with goblins. In bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin. In bed with a goblin. In bed with a goblin. In bed with a bed. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Bed with a goblin.
This video is mad. The ending was pretty good. That was good. Chris K, this bit is actual unrelated nonsense to me, comedic and nothing else. I was speaking in the context of songs that I make. It's all good, man. Hey, bro, a lot of people get very upset about Alex Jones stuff. And I'll be honest, I'm not American, so it doesn't quite hit the same. It's not quite... It's not quite the same controversy or controversial impact on myself as it probably has on some people. I thought that was funny. Yeah, there you go. All right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. A longer handle. Thank you for the super chat, man. Back to painting in stream discussion. Hey, here we go, X. Autark, Lady Estella for a sort of Unari Eldar warband. My previous Autark boy got promoted into being a fake Prince Uriel. Nice. You know, I think that looks really good, man. I really like the cream / bone armor and the red cape. And actually, you've kind of reminded me I might be getting an Eldar army for 4th edition. For 4th edition. I basically have everything I need infantry-wise, thanks to the Wall Ario. But there's no way I can keep up with a modern Eldar meta. There's no way. I don't have the time, inclination, and I'm trying to cut down on my mod. I'm actually cutting down on my modern 40k armies. I'm actually, no word of a lie, I'm basically committed at this point. I'm gonna sell my modern, sell or convert in some capacity my new Black Templars. I'm just going to keep the firstborn bit, use it in 4th edition. And likewise, probably going to look at doing something similar for my Gene Stealer cult. When 11th edition comes, if it basically comes down to granular war gear. If 11th edition contains granular war gear, then I will keep this stuff because I'll just use what I have. And if I don't have the most optimum loadout, I won't be paying for it, so that's fine. But if 11th edition does not have granular war gear, then all my Primaris for my Black Templars goes, because I only got those for tournament playing. That's fine, that just goes. And for my Gene Stealer cult, anything that can't be used in the old 3rd edition rules, that just goes. That just fucking goes. I'm not keeping it. And actually, weirdly, I'm not. I had a thought the other day. As much as my Gene Stealer cult a passion project, it was a long time ago. And if I want a Brotherhood of Nod army, I'll do it in Conflict 47. Someone did a Brotherhood of Nod style. I think it was Solarius. Brotherhood of Nod style Axis army, and it just made me think, I'm already fucking there. My look at my fucking Vogel Spitter. It looks like the grave from the original Brotherhood. The original fucking Command & Conquer game. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm looking into what to do about my Tyranids and stuff. Because I want to be able to... I want to run my Tyranid Swarm. But I can't run my Tyranid Swarm right now because it just gets fucking mashed every game. It turns out... Do you want to know how lethal 40k is these days? You can run 240 Hormagaunts, 120 Hormagaunts, 120 Termagants, and get tabled in 3 turns. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking at. See, remember, it's my job to do Warhammer. So if I'm trimming things down to be able to concentrate on factions, it goes to show. Yeah, I can only keep up with one army now, which is my god. I can literally only keep up with one army now, which is my god. Positive note though, really positive note, like genuinely positive note. This weekend, for the first time, I actually got to use my guard army in a mono color scheme. So it was all my Mordians in their green and blue, and it does look so good when your army's all in one color scheme. It does. I know that mixing and matching things could work for things like Bretonians and stuff, but I'm so glad that at the beginning of the TTC, I just knocked out like a dozen guard vehicles that I needed just to fill all the gaps in. Yeah. So now my Mordians really can cover everything. It's making me think, do I even need my Steel Legion anymore? But I do, because I love them. I do love them. Yeah. What do we got next? Merlin, thank you for the super chat, man. Small update to my 5th edition Praetorian army in stream discussion. Dude, look at this, man. This is sick. Let's look at the pictures first, and we'll go back to the text. Look at that. That's a beaut right there, isn't it? That is an absolute beaut. Hey, that's cool, man. That's so cool. Now that is guard right there. That is guard right fucking there. That's really good. You know what? It's gonna sound a bit weird, and so I'm really genuinely sorry if it comes off a bit weird. But I actually feel quite bad for people that didn't get to play Warhammer when these kind of models were around. Like, you know, not necessarily specifically just the Praetorians, because they were very limited, but things like the old metal Mordians, the old metal Steel Legion, that kind of stuff. I actually like. I think people. I mean, I suppose the term for the Matrix is true. Ignorance is bliss. Like, if you don't know what you missed out on, then you don't know, right? But I count myself to be so lucky, so lucky to have grown up, to have been playing Warhammer when I was old enough to appreciate, when I was old enough to understand what was going on. So I played. Well, let me explain that. I'm so grateful that I played Midhammer and I was old enough to know what was going on. I was, because obviously anyone playing Warhammer in the 30s now is old enough to know what's going on with Warhammer right now. But what I mean is that when I was playing my Warhammer from the ages between sort of 16 to sort of 21, 22, that was like, from sort of 5th, 6th edition, kind of sort of 4th to 6th edition kind of times. Like, I'm so fucking grateful that I was old enough to know what the fuck was going on with Warhammer at that time, because it was just the peak of Warhammer. It just was. It just fucking was. And look, this is gonna it's one hell of a pivot, okay? It's one hell of a pivot. I know instantly people are gonna be like, Mordia, just get a Warlord t-shirt at this point. But this is that feeling, right? I won't just use Conflict 47 as an example, But that feeling, right, is the best. Is why I'm so excited about Conflict 47 and why I was so hyped and still am hyped. But at its initial release of Old World, because I was like, guys, this is you. You know, if you join Old World now, it's still a great game. It is. Okay, it's still a great game. And you should play Old World if you don't already. Like, you just should. But it's not quite as unequivocally awesome as it once was. It's like 90, it's like a 99 out of 100 rather than a 100 out of 100. And the reason is because you know, like Cathay and the Match Play Guide have come out since. But that sort of but if you just play with friends, or you just don't worry too much about getting filled in about that, you know it's gonna be like one game every so often, you're gonna get bummed by Cathay, right? Then you're just in at the right time. I think especially at the beginning. Especially at the beginning. Getting in the game at the beginning is and that game then taking off. If you get in at the beginning and then it fucking dies, then that's tragic and awful. But if you get in at the beginning of a game and you kind of know it's gonna fucking pop off, there's nothing better than it. It's nothing as a war game. There's nothing better than it. Yeah, it's kind of like I'm gonna use a video game example now, and it's kind of niche. But did anyone here play, probably about 10 years ago, a game called Insurgency? Maybe. Well, I can use Insurgency as an example. What about Chivalry? The hack and slash medieval game Chivalry, or Mordhau? Anything like any of those two? Maybe Chivalry 2. But the point is, right? When Chivalry / Mordhau / Chivalry 2 came out, it was really fucking good because everyone was like, you know, respecting the one-on-one and getting into the cool fight, and they were kind of playing it semi-role, not role play, but like semi-role play. They weren't like gaming the mechanics. And that was the best time to play the game. I remember buying Mordhau like first day it came out. I literally saw someone streaming it, watched them. It was amazing, and just went and bought it. My computer could barely run it, didn't care, loved it. I bought basically a new computer to be able to play it. But then, as time went on, people learned the game mechanics better. And so rather than getting into the one-on-one duels and doing the parrying and stuff, they do this like, I think you do this in Chivalry as well, where basically like, you can like, if you duck down and then like fling yourself backwards and then swing at the same time, basically you can dodge everyone that's attacking you and just like do like a 360 like whirling dervish maneuver, crouch spinning, yeah, that kind of thing, right? And it was bollocks, and it just completely ruined the immersion of the game, and it's why I stopped playing. Because I was there for it happened in Chivalry, and then I moved on to Mordhau, and then it started happening a bit in Mordhau, but wasn't quite as bad, but it still was. But when you were at the beginning of it, it was perfect. It was perfect. And so playing Old World at the beginning of it was perfect. And it's still very, very, very good now. And you still will get that experience now. But you know, you are going to have to deal with the match play guide shit. And you are going to have to deal with the Cathayan shit, right? So it's like, it's like I said, it's a 9 out of 10 now rather than a 10 out of 10. But going over to Conflict, for example, this is why, like, despite, you know, models being made out of metal and, you know, and resin and stuff like that, this is why Like, it's such a beautiful time to get into the game, because this time will only come once. I'm not trying to FOMO here. I'm not trying to FOMO here, but it will only come. It will only come once, and this is whether it's this game or whether it's another game or whatever. Maybe it's a StarCraft game, right? This is the time when you just get to get into the game, and it's the most beautiful time before everyone starts figuring everything out. Yeah. So Newbie's got a great example here with Hell Let Loose. I played Hell Let Loose on the day it came out, or the week it came out. At first, it was all fun and giggles. Now you have to have selected loadouts, metagame deployments, and if you don't do what the sweaty gits say, they kick you from the match. Yep. Yep. Like, yeah, Hell Let Loose has become quite tryhard, from my understanding of it. Yeah. And it's difficult because I want to share like that enthusiasm that I have for a game like Conflict 47, but it is difficult because at the same time I don't want to think. I mean, I obviously shill for the game, but I don't want to I don't want how to put it. I obviously am a shill for the game because I love the game, but I love the game because it's a good game. And I just want to share my excitement with you. That's it. But I know it comes across as fucking hell, Mordian shilling it again. Yeah. There's no way. I don't think there's any way to avoid that. Might as well embrace it. I'm a shill, but I'm not on a shill. I'm gonna go back to the text now. Don't worry, Merlin. I'm going back to the text now. First week update of the 5th edition Praetorian Guard Army. I fucking love it, man. I fucking love it. In fact, I know I've already got the text, but now I'm gonna. Guys, I've just had a thought. Merlin, you're a genius. You keep prompting thoughts in me. Let me shill this to you in another way that isn't conflict, because I know you guys. I know I can overdo the conflict stuff a little bit, right? I think enough time has passed now that if magically there was a huge renaissance, a huge resurgence of Warhammer 40k 4th edition. Okay? It would be as good as it was getting into it the first time back in the day. Because nobody knows what the fuck is good in 4th edition. There's no established meta. No one has a fucking clue. You've got you've got like Gandalf going through the scrolls, like trying to find stuff. But that's about it, really. You gotta find a way back machine of Warseer and try and find someone who was and probably they were complaining about because they were just shit at the game, right? So it's not even accurate information. But the point is, if suddenly thousands of players went back to, well, it started off as dozens and then hundreds, and it became thousands of players just would like, fuck it, 4th edition, we're in. It would be as peak as it was back in the day. That's how good it would be. As peak as when Old World first released. It will be as peak as Conflict is right now, and Conflict's only just started. It's not even halfway up the mountain yet, guys. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. I remember 2 Lash Princes with blast templates at the ready. I'm literally traumatized 6 layers from it. Yeah, but you're like one of 2 people in the world, and me being the other one, Reaver, that knows about that. There you go. So that's my point, right? Like, it doesn't have to be, whether it's video games or war games, there's nothing like being there at the beginning of the game and then being able to look back on it and be like, this was when it was legit. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the text. Once squad finished, though, I might switch out the melter gun for plasma gun instead. The majority of them are 3D prints of 3D scans of the original models, as I'm not spending 90 quid for 3 models for eBay. Very understandable. No way in hell. I touched up the lieutenant, changing the cost from brown to blue-grey because it made the weapon blend into the background. I also made this banner for the regiment and wanted it glued to the standard bearer, but my printer ran out of ink, so I have to wait till tomorrow to do that. I've worked out the army list I'm going... Printed banners is cool, by the way. I've worked out the army list I'm going with. It's mostly full infantry and based on modern British company organisation. 2,000 points. Well, 5th edition was actually played at 1750, I believe. So, maybe even 1,500. But if you want to play 2,000 points, that's okay. Unless you're... I mean, I'm saying it has to be 5th edition. I thought you might be using 5th edition style, but 10th edition points. But yeah. But no, you're not, because you got the massive ordnance. Company commands called Regimental Banner, Medipack, Power Weapon, and Cape's Armor. Nice. Like that. Massive Ordnance, just because he's awesome. 2 bodyguards. The old fucking bodyguards, not Ogun bodyguards, but just like the random guardsmen. I'd totally forgotten that, Merlin. I forgot about the random fucking bodyguards. Brilliant choice, sir. Brilliant. 2 platoons, a platoon command squad, 3 times every squads of meld/plasma guns, 3 times heavy weapon squads and mortars, bolters, and missile launchers. Cool. So 3 mortars, 3 bolters, 3 heavy bolters, 3 missile launchers. Cool, 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 cool. 2 veteran squads with card-based armor, shotguns, and melter guns. Amazing. I like to save this for close encounters. 3 armored sentinel squadrons, what I'm calling heavy dragoons. 3 sentinels per squadron, 2 with autocannons, 1 with lascannons. If you're taking 3 by 3, you should probably just take a squadron of 3 with autocannons, a squadron of 3 with autocannons, and a squadron of 3 with lascannons. But you can mix and match wherever you fucking want, it doesn't matter. And that's it. Over 100 infantry, a couple of sentinels support them. Just pure theme and could be removed from the table very easily, but I don't care. It's what I want to do with them. Good for you, mate. And I mean that sincerely, in no condescension or patronizing in any way, shape, or form. I agree. Like, that's kind of my approach with going back to the old editions. This is the way I want to play it. I want to play Montonian Swarm. I nearly picked up a Carnifex Brood from Element, but I decided that I have enough in my pile of shame, and I can probably run my Tyranids. I can probably run my Tyranids without a Carnifex Brood, but I kind of want one. Yeah. I was going to say, does anyone know when Tervigons turned up? Was that 5th edition? Because if I had Tervigons, I wouldn't need Carnifexes. And I have, if I can get, there's no Tervigons in 4th edition. Yeah. But I could probably... I remember them in 5th. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, Merlin, I still have my old Caden helmet from the time, but it lent too hard into cheese. I'm trying to be non-meta, try hard. I've had my fill of that mindset. I just want to relax now. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Me too. Me too in more modern times. But yeah. You get burned out on the cheese. You really do. And you have to touch the proverbial grass and remember what's important. Yeah, you do. What have we got next? Chris K, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. And Chris K, you've been doing a lot of memberships tonight, so I want to say thank you, man. Really appreciate you smashing out of the park, bro. Amazing. And we've got Toes, 15-month Overflex, X-Force, baby. 07, love the Midhammer hype lately. Goodies in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Wow, you've been busy. Let's have a look. Brutal Canadian weather has been ruining all my games lately, so I've been a busy boy. Question for you. How are the Japanese getting their new freaky little powers to the enemy? Ho-ha, trucks, I want to send them straight into action with a 5-man command squad. So, I have no idea on the new Japanese bot action meta. Truth is, I don't really play bot action competitively. I suspect you'll probably go vets in trucks. Ho-has are kind of expensive. Well, if I were to do it, I'd put them in a truck and I'd run that truck. And then if the truck died, I wouldn't care because then I'd get out. And then I would be where I needed to be. Yeah, I think trucks are generally more favored over half tracks for the Japanese because they're kind of seen as a one-way delivery mechanism. But that's me basing this on historical, traditional approaches to the Japanese in bot action. Look at that thing. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous model, man. Mate, you've knocked out the park with that. That is something else. Hey! I forgot the old Weaver jet bikes with the fucking or is it a ball gag? It feels like more like a tubey gaggy thing. It's a gaggy thing in one way or another. Someone will probably know the scientific term for it. Fucking hell. Hey, I liked the old Dark Elder Warriors back in the day, the Cavalite Warriors, because they look like glam rockers. You've done a beautiful job on them, mate. You've really that is very, very old Hammer, very 3rd and 4th edition. My God, sir, look at that. They're old school, mate. They're proper old school. What's kind of interesting is I could never hope to collect every army in Warhammer 40k New Edition. But I absolutely could see myself collecting every army from Midhammer. Just 1,500 points and then stop. Still mate, full-blown still mania it. That's it, like, just collect what I want for vibes. Get the old models. It'd be dirt cheap. Literally, yeah. Yeah. I think that's the just have just have 1,500 points of each army just for like battle reports and stuff. Hey, I love the camo you've done on those, man. I mean, I actually really like the plain green one. I've not seen a plain green one before. But look at those the mighty Hargos, aren't they? Yeah, man. I fucking love the Hargo. It's still my favorite tank in bot action. It's still one of my favorite tanks in World War II. It was this tank here, the Hargo. It's the one that convinced me to collect Japanese in my first army. Yep. It's just cool. It's so terrible. Its terribleness is why it's endearing. Yeah. Yeah, man. Amazing. Toast, they look great, man. All of it. It's cool to see you playing different game systems as well. Bit of old world, bit of Midhammer, bit of bot action. I do think in some ways that is the way to approach wargaming these days. Yeah. The Lee is the original meme tank. The Lee is great in bot action. Like, actually meta. I will say is unironically Lee meta in bot action. Double anti-tank gun. Pop. And it's got improved HE on the medium. Literally. I saw a Lee go toe-to-toe with a Tiger tank in the Curse game. because the Tiger tank, because if the Lee would fire, and it was guaranteed to hit the Tiger tank every time. 2 3-ups, pop, pop. Even if it did no damage, pop, pop, does a pin. And basically, between that and an AT rifle, or a couple, that and a couple of AT rifles, the Lee guaranteed that whenever the Tiger shot, it basically missed. Because it was like, okay, you're hitting on a 4. If you move, you're hitting on a 6. No. Yeah, -1 for moving, -1 for pin. And the Lee just basically just kept the Tiger pinned up. Yeah. And then whenever the Lee needed to shoot something else, like infantry, it's got the medium AT with improved HE and the MMG on top. Yeah. There you go. Lee's not a meme tank in by action. No way, sir. No way, Jose. It's the old 1-2 punch. The old 1-2 punch. Dexter Gaming Corner. Conflict tonight, and my opponent's rolling was hilarious. He rolled bad and I rolled good. He put enough shots into my Shrek Wolfen to kill them 5 times over. I passed almost every hard to kill roll. You see. Well, you mean you didn't not cover save, like 5-up hard to kill. Why is it, no matter what game system, a 5-up always feels like a 2-up? How many times? Just put your hand up in chat. How many times have you played against someone who's got a 5+ feel no pain, and they only need to fail one of them for you to take the for you to do what you need to do, and they pass both, and then you make them take another feel no pain, another 5-up from another source, and they pass that one as well. Just, I don't know what it is. It transcends borders. It transcends editions. It transcends game systems. 5-up feel no pains are the bane of my life. It's me. I'm someone. Every fucking time. I shot a Vanquish cannon at a Catan this weekend. Now one of the times, was it? No, it was a las cannon. Did maximum damage on our las cannon, so 7 down to 6. Opponent made his rolls final pace, passed 5 out of 6 of them. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Dexian, I honestly think that 7+ hard skill infantry need to be limited to 3-man squads. I don't think you'll need that. I'll tell you this right now, Dexian. We do not have all of our tools yet. But do not worry, good sir, kind sir. We shall not have to wait long. We shall not have to wait long, sir. Not long at all. You know, everyone is out here worrying about Shrek Wolfen. That ain't the thing you got to be worried about. You're going to be begging for Shrek Wolfen. You're going to be like, oh, thank God my opponent brought Shrek Wolfen. Okay, I'm exaggerating quite a lot, to be fair. I'm exaggerating hugely. In fact, if anything, in the coming zombie apocalypse, Shrek Wolfen are going to be quite useful to, and Ursas are going to be quite useful for dealing with them. But you're going to be like, is anyone got any more Ursas? Sorry I'm late, comrade secretary. I got a little held up back there dealing with the style trooping. You got Ursine Fury, comrade? I'm armed and packing. Oh, man. Does Dexon say, stop teasing me? She's getting jealous. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't tell you what's coming because I will get in trouble. (31st of Jan). 31st of Jan. And then I can tell you some stuff. Okay? Then I can tell you some stuff. I can tell you what's coming on well, I can give a bit more information about what gets revealed in the roadmap, because the roadmap's coming out, and the first sort of 2 quarters it's very specific, and the second 2 quarters it's a lot more generic. It'll be like X unit X faction walker or X faction commander, something like that, right? Yeah. But man, I was chatting with Tom from Warlord. Do you remember Tom, right? He said you can go ahead and spill the beans on K47. Bro, sure. And you know what? Tom could tell you himself. Oh, man. It's going to be good. It's going to be very, very good. It's so hard. Like, in some way, you see, in some ways, it's great having the NDA, because just being able to see stuff that's coming down the line and just being so excited for it is amazing. In other ways, it's as torturous for me. In some ways, it's even more torturous for me, because I just want to tell you, I just want to be nice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm too honest for my own good sometimes. That sounds really arrogant, but I don't mean it in that way. Like, I just like talking about Wargaming. I just want to tell you guys. So not being able to do that, you know. I'm the person who, you know, the poster "Loose Lips Sink Ships" would probably be made about, right? But so in some ways it's torturous, because I just want to tell you guys what's coming, and I don't even know everything. See, Warlord knows more than I do, obviously, right? But like, they're not sharing everything with me. So, for example, whilst I was there, they had a bunch of the new stuff that's coming out. Not just the stuff that's coming out with Festung Europa as well. Way down the pipeline. And there was a mini on there I wasn't meant to see. It was very, everything else was like out on display. And there's this one mini that was actually underneath one of the new walkers. I'm not going to tell you more than that. It was underneath one of the new walkers. It was in the shadow of it. And I went, what's that thing down there? And you could see on the Warlord's face, and one of the guys from Warlord was actually in the stream on Friday and confirmed it was not meant to be out. And I went, what's that thing down there? And he was like, oh shit. Like, and then he turned to his mate, unless it was very good acting. If it's acting, it's Oscar worthy. And turned to his mate, to his colleague, and was like, Mordian spotted the XYZ. And I was like, what's that? And he went, it's the XYZ. And I went, what are those things going to be like? And he went, well, here's a particular stat about them. And I was like, no way. He was like, yes way. I was like, fucking hell. Fucking hell. But I've no idea when it's coming out, if it's meant to be sooner or later. I have no idea. It could come with. It could come like it could be something that comes with the newer stuff, or it could be stuff that with the it could be stuff that comes Q1, Q2. It could be something that comes Q3, Q4. I've no idea where it's meant to be because, like I said, they're not sharing everything with me because I think they're also acutely aware that I go right up to the fucking line and hover a foot over the line of the NDA. So they're probably being a little cautious with me, which makes sense because like I said, I have loose lips and I will I will sink this ship. I don't think it would do, to be fair. See, but I don't have the same appreciation of like some of the risks that like Warlord has. Like, if someone, if I blab about something, could someone make a 3D print of it or a plastic alternative of it or something like that? So I have to be very, very careful because it would tear me up if I actually did through my own excitement and with the best of intentions, like caused harm to this game, to this universe, and upset the people at Warlock, because I don't like upsetting anyone. Apart from Tau players, obviously. Yeah. So yeah. Dexter's Gaming called Amon Glories. Ward aware the issue where non-power weapons are quickly becoming irrelevant. Well, it depends on. I've talked about this before. With there's definitely an element of them being aware that basic infantry needs some love. Yeah, it's definitely an element of that. I don't know what form it's going to take. But I'll tell you this. Because Dexian, I know you're someone who's been very much leading the charge on conflict, and especially someone who's probably played the most games that I know of the game. You've played way more than me, right? I've only played one game of the British. You've probably played a dozen, and probably play a dozen games with or against every other faction there, right? So it's you know more. So I got distracted in a second. So you know more than me in terms of the gameplay stuff, right? But I will say this to you, and it won't give you any information, but it will hopefully allay some of your fears or worries or almost demands. Not demands in a bad way, but like wants for the game, right? Because you can see. So what I would say is this: you can see there are capability gaps in factions, right? Like a good example of this is like the British don't really have a lot to deal with hard to kill troops in heavy cover. Your sort of three choices are like the big Tesla cannon on the Percival, the big Tesla cannon on the Cromwell, or the dog squads, right? They're your three options. And if you the Mark 1s or the Mark 2s and all that kind of stuff, like they're great, but obviously they're using they've got good pen, but they don't have the ability to ignore cover. So you're looking, when you come across Ursus, when you're coming across Schreckwolfen, especially, basically it comes down to you having those couple of Tesla cannons and the dog squads, and maybe like punching them to death with like light walkers, but it's not super reliable, right? The thing is, and then then you go over to the Japanese, and there's some very obvious like capability gaps with the Japanese, and there's things like that they don't have in their toolbox, which obviously they need, right? And what I would say is that we are currently only playing with half a toolbox. We're currently only playing with half a toolbox, and I have been blessed. I have been fortunate enough to have a glimpse, not the full picture, but a glimpse of what is coming down the pipeline, and not even for the whole game. Just for the first 12 months, I've had a glimpse of what's coming for the first 12 months. And our toolbox, every single release that goes by, and bear in mind, they're going to be, they've got things planned for Q1, Q2, Q3. Every single release that comes by, our toolboxes will get more and more full. And so, but I would say in 12 months' time, and the journey to get to that final 12 months, the journey to get to the end of this year is going to be a good journey. It's not like, oh, I've got to wait 12 months. No. The journey is going to be really, really good. Don't worry. But where we will be in 12 months, we will not have the same capability gaps as where we are now. And so it won't. And 12 months sounds like a long time. Like I said, it's going to be quick. It's going to be, each release is going to be adding significant tools every time. Yeah. Yeah. So that hopefully that will assuage, is that a word? Assuage some fears or worries. Yeah. There are, issues like you said where some weapons are becoming quickly irrelevant. I don't know specifically about non-pen weapons, but what I can say is that as time goes on, some of the gaps will get filled. And I'm confident. And talking to the guys, they're switched on. I now believe in the vision that Warlord has for this. As based on the information I have, which isn't complete, I now believe in the vision that Warlord has for this, and I think it's going very much in the right direction. Yeah. But it's it's like a jigsaw. As each piece goes in, it will answer some questions, but probably create more at the same time. But each piece will eventually create the whole. And not everything will be sorted. Well, sorted, you know what I mean. Richard Patterson, I think every faction needs pen weapons on the basic infantry, be it flamethrowers, grenade launchers, HMGs. I would make the little guys have some threat even if they die fast. I mean, everyone can take flamers on their basic infantry. And the Japanese can get power blades on their basic infantry. So, yeah. Greater Glory. The axes needs to be toned down. You can make a whole army immune to small arms. I will say this. The axes will not be toned down with this initial release. But they are getting... The Axis and the Americans are getting the first love. But everyone else is going to get a lot of love afterwards. It's just obviously, if it all dumped at once, it would be great. But obviously, Warlord only has so many resources available. So, and Warlord even said this, literally, this is how in touch they are with the game, right? So, Greater Glory is going to be like, fucking hell, more Axis. Yes, absolutely, probably a bit of a pisser in some ways, right? But this is how in tune Warlord is with their game. Without me even mentioning it, they actually said to me, we know that people are going to see Festung Europa, and whilst there's going to be a lot of hype around it, there's going to be a bit of an element of more stuff for the Axis, more stuff for the Americans. When, what about the other factions? And they, one of the guys at Warlord, Jim, said to me, like, we are aware that it looks like there's a lot of favoritism going here. These were just the two launch factions, and these are the two factions that are getting the first book, essentially. After that, everyone else is going to be well seen to as quickly as possible. So it's just like the best way of putting it is it's just like at the beginning of a 40k edition, the Space Marines and one of the faction, they get the first codexes, and so it looks like they're getting all the favoritism. But actually, as time goes on, everyone gets their time in the sun. Yeah. And with there only being 5 factions, it doesn't take that long for everyone to get their time in the sun. Yeah. Are we going to get giant rift spires for Australia? I don't know. I don't know the difference between advanced and specialist infantry either. I suspect that will become... I have no idea. I suspect it will become more relevant as time goes on. Yeah. Yeah. Right, I'm probably going to have to wrap up in a minute. I know we've got a good conversation going on here, but there you go. Does it say 30th? 1 minute. It's the Friday. So that's the 30th. I think you're right, Michael. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping... I'll check. I'm just going to see if I've got an email. No, I've not had anything just yet. Just nothing just yet. There you go. Kilroy, well, now you've got me hyped for this year's K47 releases. Bro, this is going to sound like pure fucking cope. Okay? I don't think it's possible for me to hype this up enough. I don't think this is possible. I think, obviously, there will be 1,000 different ideas from 1,000 different people, and saying something like that is going to make people think every idea they have is going to manifest itself into reality, which obviously isn't the case. But I don't think I can hype this up enough. I think I've only seen the first glimpse of the first book, Festung Europa. I know what the next book is called and what it's going to be focused on, and I know what what's coming after that as well. But we're going to be eating good. Anyone who's in, I would say this. Even with 11th edition on the horizon, anyone who's looking for a new game, you're going to be eating good. It's so fucking hype, man. Having played a game at my Axis, I am hyped. Simple logic, bro. The Axis are probably going to be eating the best at first, not throughout the year, but at first. Yeah. Oh, the new dude. There's definitely look. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. And in a funny sort of way, I'm gonna revel in it a little bit. I bet you some people are gonna complain about the Axis getting too much love. I bet you. And you know what? They're probably not gonna be wrong at first. Like I said, it will definitely balance out. But you know what? I love it. Because that's part of wargaming. That's part of wargaming. It wouldn't be wargaming if people weren't on the forums somewhere. On the MG Discord somewhere. You've almost had, it's funny because coming from, obviously from 40k and then and seeing and you almost have to do it. It's almost like doing it self-aware. It's almost like doing it tongue-in-cheek, right? Being like, complaining about the Axis and being like, you know what? This reminds me of the time when I used to complain about Space Marines. Yeah. Yeah, Dexter Game God, I already complained about the Axis being busted, and those complaints will definitely not be minimized in Q1 of this year. But I think they will Q2 onwards. Yeah, I think they will. I'll tell you what it is. Okay? I tell you what it is. This has just popped into my head. And it's very, very important. I want everyone who's interested in conflict right now, conflict curious, conflict confirmed, fully rift pilled, whatever it may be, I want you all to listen to this and take this to heart. Because when I say this, if you ever get, like I said, if you ever get a bit like, fucking axes are busted, right? Just keep this at the back of your mind. Remind yourself and remind your fellow players obviously in a nice, supportive way. The feeling that you will feel, with the axis being busted right now is actually very immersive. And it's going to sound kind of crazy, but bear with. Because Festung Europa and everything that's happening right now is actually it's set when the Axis become resurgent and they start pushing back and they start reversing what was a lost cause and all this kind of stuff, right? With what was certain defeat. And so if you're an Axis player and you have that feeling of unlimited power, you're actually subconsciously role-playing how your faction is right now in this timeline, in this story, which is the Conflict 47 world. And if you are a non-Axis player and you are thinking, they're coming out the walls! They're coming out the goddamn walls! We got to get the fuck out of here! You are feeling what your faction was feeling at this point in the conflict. No pun intended. But as more stuff comes out, the ebb and flow will happen with the factions. The ebb and flow will happen with us, the community. And we're going to be living it as well as reading about it. And this has literally just occurred to me right now. I don't know if this is true, but this is the vibe I've got. Send me to the black ships. This is what the visions are telling me. Okay, this is what the rift, not the warp, the rift is whispering to me. Okay, and so there is going to be an element of fuck me, like Warlord. You need to calm the fuck down on this fucking Axis love, and then the next thing will come out, and you'll be like, okay. Maybe we've got some tools to deal with this now. And then the next thing will come out and you'll go, okay, the tide is turning back in our favor now. And the next thing will come out and you go, fucking hell, it's gone to shit again. And the next thing will come out and be like, okay, we've got it back under control again. That's what it's gonna be what it feels like for us as the gamers. And that's what it would feel like for the people on the ground in the conflict universe. So there you go. That's my guess. That's my suspicion. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, there's definitely everyone struggles with Totem Core at the start. Wolf 58. Thank you for the 4 months. Totally, dude. K47 hype, dude. Absolutely. And you have hit the nail on the head. Everybody, Totem Core, getting abused by Totem Core is a rite of passage in Conflict 47. Right? It's a rite of passage in Conflict 47. And so, but you learn to deal with them. You learn to handle them. You learn their weaknesses. You learn their strengths and all that kind of stuff. And it's the same with things like Shrekwolf, and it's the same with things like Ursus. You know, you learn to deal with them. But yeah, so I think a lot of people are going to get abused by the Totem Core. But I think in the fullness of time, things will be more than okay for every faction. Japanese bros, I know you guys are hurting right now. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I think it's going to be, it's probably it's probably going to be months, but It's, you know, it's you know that the help is coming. Yeah. My Totem Core did terrible things. The daughters of the Soviet bloc squad tonight. Terrible things. Yeah, Totem Core, you know, they are really, really fucking good. And they're only going to get better. This is just the first wave of Totem Core. This is just the what we've got right now is, you know, 40k equivalent. It's like the equivalent of a 40k index Totem Core. You know, they can get so much worse when they've got an entire campaign book dedicated to them. And it's gonna be glorious, and it's gonna be fucking crazy, and it's gonna be great. And at the end of the day, if your entire army dies under the zombie apocalypse, then what better way to go, right? What better way to go? Look, remember, you know, conflict is fun even when you're losing. Even when you're losing terribly, it's still fun. Yeah. Also, they only move like 4 fucking inches a turn. Just walk. Do you know the number one mistake people make when facing Totem Core? They try and they're like, I'm gonna hold my ground and just walk away from them. They move 4, you move 6. Just walk away from them. Yeah, it's the most. I remember the games that I've played against Totem Core now. They don't even bother me, you know. But I suspect that might change a little bit. Yeah. You can advance backwards. Exactly. Yeah. You can advance backwards. Yeah, it's and you know what? I am making a big deal out of the Totem Core. And they deserve it. Because I guess, you know, I think someone at Warlord Games clearly played a lot of COD World at War Zombies, and they're like, you know what? I'm gonna manifest that. Yeah, it's gonna be cool though. It's gonna be cool, and obviously, you know, we've got the Totem Core themselves, but you know, the Totem Core is, I mean, the Totem Core right now is 1 unit. But who knows if it'll stay that way. I mean, I know. But you don't. That NDA, it's buckling. It's buckling. I need to go before I say something I'm going to get in trouble for. All right. Let's have a look. We've got some super chats and stuff, and then we're gonna move on. Yeah. I am pushing it, but I spoke to the Warlord guys on the day, and they were like, you know, you can drop hints. Hints is fine. And there you go. Nothing specific. Just lots of hints. Some of them are going to lead you guys in completely the wrong direction. All right. Cosmic Drew. Come on, let's do. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats. Then we're gonna go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. PC down for repairs. Hellfighters project delayed. Oh, that's a shame, Cosmic. Hopefully it's only. Hopefully you'll be able to get it repaired or repair it yourself soon. Because I was enjoying the cosmic art, the Hellfighters art. I'm kind of curious to see where you go with it. Maybe some animated stuff soon? Well, not soon, but soonish. Yeah. But yeah, Cosmic, thank you so much for the support, man. And I'm looking for maybe you can soothe your soul with a little bit of painting. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Gabriel. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Amazing, man. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support, man. Thank you for doing your part. And then we've got Wolf 58. Oh, you did your member flex before, dude. Member flex. Thank you, man. And then we've got Chris K. Thank you for the super chat. Best 40k cartoon in chat. Let's have a look.
Flash kits.
It's Flash Kits. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. The best Flash Kit stuff is the best Flash Kit stuff is your is the Black Templars versus the Furries thing. Yeah. Brother, avenge me, brother. Well, let's have a look at this.
Flash kits.
It's the Looney Tunes edition, isn't it? Yeah. You're getting genocided, fuck's sake. Holy fuck. That belongs to the Imperium. Oh, the orcs being left out. It's cool seeing all the different guns getting used. The guardsman's just getting corrupted by everyone. That's brilliant. I mean, this is basically 40k, right? Fucking giant tits on the system of mouth. Fucking Flash Kits, man. I think my favourite Kyver's Kane book is The Ice Planet with the Orcs, and then the Necrons.
The goblins of the internet can easily get your password and molest it.
What the fuck, man? Brilliant. Yeah, Flash Kits. I mean, I still think the Black Templars versus the Furry stuff is probably their best stuff. But that was also very, 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 very good. Yeah, yeah. There we go. All right. All right. Here we go. There we go. All right. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Okie croaky. So, I think we've talked about everything. We talked about hobby and hype that you guys have been up to. Talked about taking Grizzle Company, and that was pretty hype. Mentioned in passing the new Cajun model. I tell you what, it's great. The Guard are getting a lot of love. You know, it's great to see the Guard getting, I think, the attention they deserve. Because we were one of the few factions that got something at Grotmus, and we got a good codex, and we got more than just a character release, and we got the new character as well. So we've talked about that's cool. We talked a lot about Grizzle Company at the tournament, and we talked a lot about conflict at the end. And we talked a little bit about some of the conversations that are happening around 40k. And it's, you know, for example, we talked a little bit about, we're not going to get into it now because I'm wrapping the stream up. We talked a little bit about, like, you know, the female custodies, and it's not how, you know, and really the topic, the battling and the arguing is probably driving more people away than the actual topic itself. But that was just like my opinion. But yeah, so that was really, we're not going to get back into that, and I'm probably not going to talk about that. I do not intend on talking about that kind of shit again. I think we've had at the end of last week, mentioned in passing this week, and then that's it. But yeah, and now we can just we can stay on the cool stuff and the good stuff. There we are. But I know I do owe you some lifts, Jenny. I think I'm just going to do a big workout tomorrow. I need to get back into it though, because I'm missing it every stream now. I missed it like 3 streams in a row. I definitely need to get back into it. So, but I'm not going to do it now because I need to get up, go to bed, get up, and film a battle report tomorrow. So there you go. You can all lambast me, but tomorrow onwards, in stream, we can't miss it again. We can't miss it again. We can't. Like, we need to be getting back into the routine of it, because if we don't do it, if we miss it again, it's gonna be bad. Like, we're not gonna get back into routine of it. It's always a bit trickier on like a Monday. Mondays are always a very busy stream because obviously people have been doing stuff over the weekend. But if we can do it if we could commit to Tuesday to Thursday consistently and quieter Mondays, I think we'll be all right. Yeah. There we go. After Mustachegate, I can't be hurt anymore. Mustachegate, I think, ended up actually with a somewhat positive end result. You know, it was. I think the first time was Mustachegate. I think the second time was just the natural conclusion to it. Yeah. There you go. But maybe I can never redeem myself in my clean-shaven ways. But there you are. Anyway, let's wrap this bad boy up. Oh, well, I was about to wrap it up, then the legend was like, you're not going to sleep. The legend, thank you for the super chat, man. DM'd my 2 cents on a prior topic, but it's a bit long. Let's have a look, man. I'm just quick reading through it. Okay, I am gonna read this out because I'm just gonna read it out basically verbatim, if you're okay with that, because my my response will be very, very quick in a good way. Don't worry. So if you're okay with me reading out the legend, like obviously I don't want to read it out if you don't want me to, but I feel like you said I could in the message, but I'll wait just in case. Well, I'm actually just going to quickly put these away whilst I'm waiting for you to say if it's okay or not. So, because actually, you'll find out that we agree 100%. So, just got home so I could finally give my take on this properly. You don't need to respond to this on streams, as I know people are mostly done with this topic. I think this will be the final time we talk about it, because I think you have summed things up very well. Your take on female custodians, I think, is 95% the same as my own, presuming I've not misunderstood or missed a point you've made. I also agree that woke is an extremely overused term despite being vehemently anti-woke myself. The reason it's used so much is so many people don't understand what it means and have consistently misapplied it, similar to how certain people have abused the term Nazi or fascist. You're completely right that if Alien were to come out today, a decent number of people would decry it as woke, despite the movie only having, to my knowledge, a singular hallmark of being woke. I saw this a few months ago with a list of 1,000 games, ratings if they were woke or not, and how woke they were. A lot of the entries were nonsensical. I think we saw the same thing. And I remember seeing that same list, and it was some of the things were right, some of them, like you said, were nonsensical. Where I potentially disagree is where I potentially disagree is with what the response to the introduction of female custodians should be. While I do not believe it is a big franchise / setting destroying change, it is a step in the wrong direction and is reminiscent of what has happened elsewhere. Some examples would be the direction Marvel, the comics more so than the movies, but those have declined as well. Star Wars decided to take things. They had previously been titans and now they're floundering. Marvel comic sales haven't been good in years and Star Wars is basically dead. What I see is 40k taking the same beginning steps towards some of the same mistakes many others have made, and it needs to be halted or actually reversed before real damage can be done. I don't want 40k to become the next Star Wars. I'm not saying you dismiss this, it's just something that's important to me and that I take very seriously. This is all said, I think you're very right that most people are done caring about a specific issue. I'm just not sure if it's a good or bad thing. Time will tell. I actually agree with you. I actually mentioned this in some ways at the end of last year. I said if you type in Mordy and Glory Games Workshop Disney, it'll come up with the video. I said GW is taking the same steps as Disney. I mean, you mentioned Star Wars and you mentioned Marvels, and I will mention Star Trek. You know, it's Star Trek. It's kind of interesting. The Orville, and I don't know what happened. I only watched like the first bit of the Orville, but the Orville, people say the Orville went a bit like woke, but I don't know if that's true. But the Orville started out as basically a parody or a mirror to Star Trek, because it was like, this is what Star Trek should be about, and it's not what Star Trek is about anymore. And I think, if you look at Warhammer 40k, Space King is the Orville for 40k. It exists because 40k, as you said, have taken steps in a certain direction, and it would not exist if it hadn't taken those steps. It's that simple. So Orville's Family Guy, Family Guy guy. So yeah, no, I agree. I think Games Workshop is taking steps that so many movie and television franchises have made. So many video games as well. So many video games. And yeah, I think you are correct in your assessment. I think that we are. I think we are fairly aligned on the same things, on the same takes in what you've said. The one thing I will say is, will it be a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, I think the more people that check out, it will only be a bad thing. I mean, it's obvious. I don't. The question is not. The question. The thing is, there's a big difference between sort of digital, like media, and physical media, and physical products like Warhammer. And someone pointed this out to me And this is where I think the difference could be between those things, yeah, like Disney and whatnot, and Games Workshop, is that people are much more. I don't know if it's true, but it's a physical media rather than a digital media, and I think that makes a difference. I think that will give Games Workshop a certain level of insulation, and line goes up. I think. But, you know, everything like this, if I was to sum the situation up, I think it will be a bad thing I think people checking out is a bad thing. If you're a Games Workshop person, that's a bad thing. You need more people checking in than checking out, right? And I don't know if this is going to be the thing that makes a lot of people check out, but we're talking in very much generalizations. I was going to say something, I can't quite remember what it was, but yeah, I think overall it's probably not. I think overall most people are done caring, and when people stop caring, I think that's bad. Like, I stopped caring about Star Wars with The Last Jedi. I went and saw Rise of Skywalker more out of morbid curiosity than anything else. And after that, I have not spent a penny on Star Wars. Not a one. I checked out of Star Trek with Star Trek Discovery. That was a little while ago. You know, it was just, and then I haven't spent a penny on Star Trek since. I checked out of like Marvel movies after, was it Endgame? I checked that. That was a good film, but after that it felt like it had run its course. And then I can't remember what the film after Endgame was. But I can't remember it. I might have seen it, might have not. I think it was The Marvels, and it was shit. Yeah. And I haven't spent a penny on it since. The point of what I'm saying is, like, a lot of these things are only really like one big fuck up away from becoming tainted. So I don't think what Games Workshop has done at this point is, I don't think it's the big fuck up. But the issue is that, is this a warning? I suppose the issue I suppose the question is this, and it's what you said, time will tell, right? I suppose the big question is this a hint to the fuck up coming down the road? Or is this something which in 2 years' time everyone would have forgotten about? Captain Marvel was it. I checked out after Captain Marvel. I saw that one. So I forgot that I'd seen it. I checked out after Captain Marvel. It was just a bit shit. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. It was Captain I can't remember if it was Yeah. I can't remember if Captain Marvel came before Endgame or after. I can't remember, but yeah. 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 So yeah, it's one of those things. So that's the thing. But I think, as you have said yourself, the the legend, I don't think there's any more we can really talk about on this topic. And I don't like saying this saying. So if I'm saying it, I'm not saying it in a bullshit way. I'm saying it in a genuine way. I think we have to wait and see. I think there's no point more in worrying about it, raging about it, complaining about it, whatever. We're all fucking bored of it. We're fucking bored of it. We're fucking checking out of that topic. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, we're just going to have to wait till 11th edition. It's tapped out. You're absolutely right, the legend. It's fucking tapped out, regardless of the position you take. And all we can do is make the decisions and let the events play out. That's it. That's it. Oh, and it's important to, and this is, let us end on the right note. It's important to remember that '11th edition doing well and being good is the right outcome. It is all too easy to forget that. It's all too easy to see nonsense going on and thinking, and that, you know, let's say, for example, it's all too easy to see the disaster of, you know, The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker, and then see Star Wars fucking fail and go, ha, I was right. Excellent. And then you look around and go, oh no, no more good Star Wars. So you were right, but you were right. You got to sit in your rightness, as you couldn't enjoy the thing that you wanted to enjoy anymore. So what you want is to be right in this moment, but for the end game, for the thing to get better. That's the thing. You want it to get better. You don't want it to be right. You don't want to be right and then it fucking fails. You want to be right and then for the thing to get better. And then you can be like, now I can enjoy the good thing again. If it dies, it dies. That's the problem. You don't want it to die. You want it to do well. That's the problem. But it's all too easy to forget that. And so the ideal situation that we should all be hoping for, which sounds a bit weird, but we should all be hoping for, is this is but a blip. And 11th edition will come out and Games Workshop will just get back to the important stuff of making a great 40k game and a great 40k universe for us all to enjoy. If that happens, that'd be best for all of us. If it doesn't happen, well, shit. I guess it's time for Conflict Glory. Yeah, I guess so, right? But I would much rather have Conflict be Conflict, Old World, Bolt Action, Midhammer. I'd much rather for all of those things to stand alongside new Warhammer 40k doing very well. That's what I would want. And that's what we should all want. Yeah. And on that note, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Thank you so much to all of you guys for joining today's stream. Thank you so much for everyone who joined, who liked and subscribed. And I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that fantastic stuff. It's been a hell of a start to the week. We've had a big long stream, and I just want to say thank you so much for getting the week started off right. But yeah, on that note, I'm going to say a huge thank you to 1 minute. I want to get the outro song ready. But on that note, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who have joined, liked, subscribed, supported, who've been here today. And I hope you enjoy the stream. And as always, I'll see you guys next time. For Jacob, just about to leave. For Jacob, thank you for the super chat, man. I joined 5 minutes ago. What did I miss? Took Whistle Company to an event. 2 wins, 2 draws, 1 loss. Female custodians are a bag of shit, and I'm sick of talking about them. Conflict 47 is unbelievably hyped, and it's going to be amazing. And that's about it, really. There you go. Stream summed up. All right. Catch you all later. Thank you for watching. And, of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
The night on Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with fire.